Here in this video, I will show you how there's only one tiny country in the world that can give orders to President Trump, and which Donnie obeys, bows to their power, and executes immediately, while the tiny state is putting him under pressure, by Donnie's own words. On August 1st, 2025, Swiss Templars Day, Donnie announced Swaziland in the Alps that the US would raise a 39% import tax for all Swiss goods due to the $42 billion deficit, according to Donnie, thus raising the tariffs, which was devastating for the Swiss economy, as most of their exports go to the US. Immediately after, one of the 7 heads of the beast, by the name of Kala Sutta, very aggressively ordered Donnie to lower the 39% tariff again, to which Donnie immediately obeyed, lowering it on November 14th, 2025 to only 15%. Donnie insults big and powerful countries like China. He kidnaps the president of a sovereign country like Venezuela. But when one of the beast's 7 heads calls him, Donnie literally crumbles and yields. So here is a name in German that would be Kala Sutta. Kala, that means the seller. It's almost the same word, you know, it's a K instead of a C. And in German you say Sutta, from the German word Schuster. But this is a typically Swiss word. It originates from Swaziland. Sutta. In English you'd say Sutter. But I call her Killer Sutter, not Kala Sutta. And there are some very powerful Suttas in America's histories. There were genociders, notorious serial killers by the name of Sutter, notorious serial rapists by the name of Sutter, and in Donnie's very own neighborhood in Florida, where he's living, there are some very powerful Sutters. So I guess she made the connection somewhere. It is clear this Swiss Sutter woman threatened Donnie with something, and I wonder if any of these very influential Sutters in Palm Beach, Florida, have anything to do with that. And maybe she is, or they are, all related to the famous Swiss serial killer and serial rapist John Sutter, who founded Sacramento while founding also New Helvetia, or New Switzerland, in 1839 in the middle of the United States. So here it says they founded New Helvetia. It probably still exists. They even call it a confederation, you know, having probably 7 heads there as well. Here's the beast. It's the symbol of California. Here's the Swiss cross. Here it says Sutter's Ford, from 1839 to 1850. Probably started like this, and then it became this. It started with Sutter's Fort. That was John Sutter. You see, it's the same name as the the one giving orders to Donnie. And so first Sutter's Fort, and then it became New Helvetia. It has a whole gruesome story behind it. So here we can read about John Sutter, who founded Sacramento. He's here. He was born Johann August Sutter, and known in Spanish as Don Juan Sutter. Was a Swiss immigrant who became a Mexican and later an American citizen, known for establishing Sutter's Fort in the area that would eventually become Sacramento, California, the state's capital. So it was a Swissie that founded the capital of probably the most powerful state in America, the most richest state in America, California. And here he is. Maybe someone sees any similarity. So here, Sutter was born on February 23rd, 1803 in Kandern, Baden, in present-day Germany, to Johann Jakob Sutter, a foreman at a paper mill, and Christina Wilhelmine Sutter, nee Stober. His father came from the nearby town of Rünenberg in the canton of Basel. Well, Basel is in Switzerland. It says, in Switzerland. And his maternal grandfather was a pastor from Grenzach on the Swiss-German border. And I told you, well, his father came from the south of Germany, Baden, but he was born in Switzerland. But all of them, the south of Germany, they are, except Bavaria, they are ethnic Swiss. All around this buffer zone around Switzerland, due to the 30-year war, when Swiss mercenaries, they murdered everyone there, and murdering about 20 million Germans in this time. So there's a lot more. I'm not gonna. Here it says, in May 1834, he left his wife and 5 children. So that's the founder of Sacramento, and 5 children. He left his wife and 5 children behind in Burgdorf, Switzerland. And with a French passport, he boarded the ship Sully, which traveled from Le Havre, France, to New York City, where it arrived on July 14th, 1834. So a nice fellow, eh? He left his wife and children just for no reason. And came to America killing Indians. That's what he did. Yeah. His relationship with Native Americans. Well, I'm not going to read it all, but it's horrible. Just pick out some of the things here. You can read it all yourself, Here, this is Heinrich Lienhardt, also a Swiss immigrant, saying, as the room had neither beds nor straw, the inmates, or Indians, were forced to sleep on the bare floor. When I opened the door for them in the morning, the odor that greeted me was overwhelming. There's a lot more. Yeah. Lienhardt also claimed that Sutter was known to rape his Indian captives, even girls as young as 12 years old. Oh, isn't that scandal? This girl, when she was 12 years old, saying that Donnie raped her. Here, the Captain Sutter, he was a captain even, you know. He keeps 600 to 800 Indians in a complete state of slavery. And as I had the mortification of seeing them dine, I may give a short description. 10 or 15 troughs, 3 or 4 feet long, were brought out of the cook room and seated in the broiling sun. All the labourers, great and small, ran to the troughs like so many pigs and fed themselves with their hands as long as the troughs contained even a moisture. And here, another guy, Dr. Vassoert, a Swedish explorer, talks about it. So there are many witness accounts of, you know, well, there's more. He murdered also many of the Indians. And it goes on here. You can read it all yourself. There's the red star, the Soviet star again. Look at that. I just told you about it in the previous films. Well, maybe there's still something interesting. The gold rush in California. Oh, there he is again, Mr. Sutter, in an American uniform. You know, can you imagine? Swiss in America and in this sort of a royal sort of thing here. I even became General Sutter. I'd always go for the high, the key positions, you know. So apparently there's the John Sutter Sr. and the Junior who founded Sacramento. So there must be a lot of offspring now, eh? And most likely related to this one of the 7 heads of the beast, this killer Sutter woman that apparently has a leverage over US President Trump, making him do things that nobody else make him do, eh? So here you can read some more about these charming fellas from Swaziland. Here, it's called the Cairn and Sutter Massacres. Cairn is also a German and most likely a Swiss German name. It means the nucleus or the center, the inner part, like nuclear energy in German. It's called Kernenergie, like this here. It's a nucleus, and probably both of them Swiss German. Here it says here, John Sutter, a Swiss immigrant of German origin. Well, that's a funny way to put it. They mean to say a Swiss German, you know. It's sort of hiding it again, sort of, you know, making the Germans responsible for it, you know, as usual. Whereas the Swissies, they founded Adolf. They financed Adolf. And as I've shown you, so many of the Nazi war criminals, they were ethnic Swiss, eh? And I'll let you read it yourself. Here, in 1846, the American James Kleiman wrote that Sutter keeps 600 to 800 Indians in a complete state of slavery. It's again another guy giving his witness account. And, well, there's more. And here, on March 23rd, Captain Cairn and Sutter took these men into the upper Sacramento Valley. From there, the men led 3 separate attacks in which 20 Indians were killed. I don't know what the Swissies have against Indians, you know. We already had Colonel Bouquet, who gave the infested blankets to the Indians, leading to leading to a true genocide of the Indians in North America, killing them all. There was the Swiss General Custer, called the Squaw Killer. I also made videos about it, of Swiss origin. There was the notorious Swiss Captain Wertz, keeping genuine concentration camp on the American soil in the 19th century, keeping white Americans in there, like the ice concentration camps, and people are getting murdered in ice camps, people. I just listened to an Irish politician about an Irish man being in there for 5 months already. And I told you, history is repeating itself. Like the German concentration camps. It starts with saying, oh, we need to do this, it's important for the country. And in the end, they put everybody in it. It's already happening. It's already happening. So this is talking about the Sutter massacres on Indians. Apparently, the Swissies don't like Indians. Like Colonel Bouquet, General Custer, Captain Wertz, and now we got here the Sutters. And then another Sutter killing up Donnie and saying, well, listen, you have to do what I tell you. And you do it right away, otherwise. So here's some more about the rapist and genocider John Sutter, the charming Swiss Sutter. Here it says IA, and aperçu, it means, it's in French because I bought my computer in France. So it means AI, the other way around. And so I love to use AI to fight AI. Using AI to fight the system. Because Sutter and the Sutters are the system. Yeah. He raped his Native American captives, including girls as young as 12 years old, etc., etc. And, well, you read it yourself. So, this is interesting. Yeah, in Indiana, it says, an Indiana man gets 40 years in prison for raping an 86 years old. And apparently his name was Sutter. Sutter says the woman prayed out loud while the crime occurred. Nice. And here, historian also claimed that Sutter was known to rape his Indian captives. This is about the lesser-known history of John A. Sutter. And here, this is interesting. This Mr. Greg S. Long of Switzerland County, where the hell that might be, was convicted of rape, etc. So, apparently Switzerland County, so he's also of Swiss descent, and there's even a prosecutor, David Sutter, another key position. So, apparently the Sutters are still into rape. Yeah, Sutter says the woman prayed out loud. So this is about New Helvetia, meaning New Switzerland. And the Swiss pioneer John Sutter, there he is again. Actually don't want to see his face anymore. And here, the site of Nueva Helvetia is just a few miles east of where his son, John Sutter Jr. established Sacramento. So John Sutter Jr. established Sacramento, whereas John Sutter Sr., he made Fort Sutter and raping the Indians and killing them by the dozens. Very powerful family, and I guess they have a very powerful descendants in America. Yeah, for the Indians, the housing and working conditions at the fort were very poor, with enslaved Indians who were uncooperative being whipped, jailed, and executed. So it was like a concentration camp, like the way the ICE camps are going. The housing for workers living in nearby villages and rancherias was described as somewhat better. Better be with the Mexicans, eh? So you can all read it yourself. Yeah. So, New Helvetia. And what I fear, the whole of America, the entire US, is in fact a new Helvetia, a new Switzerland. And also, you know, Swaziland in 1291 was the first horizontal rule in the world, and America in 1776 was the second horizontal rule, the second republic in the world after Swaziland. France became third in 1789. So you can see that, you know, America is like a child of Swaziland, being, like it says here, the new Helvetia, with the Sutters and the Bouquets and the Costers and Captain Wertz, the Wertzes, and, you know, all these Swiss murderers coming to America and taking all key positions. And we got here Joshua Caleb Sutter, also known as Wolfram Hall, is an American neo-Nazi, a Satanist, and an FBI informant. So, you know. And other names for this Swissy here is, for Joshua Caleb Sutter, is Wolfram Hall and Swiss discipline. So he knows perfectly well that he is of Swiss origin, that he is a Swiss American or an ethnic Swiss. He knows it perfectly well. Otherwise, he wouldn't give himself the name Swiss discipline, eh? What kind of discipline is he talking about anyway? The leader of Aryan nations. Well, the Aryans, as I told you, is Pharaoh's nobility, from Arion. A meaning big or pregnant in Demotic, Pharaonic, and Re is the sun, born out of the sun, and On is Osiris. Early life, South Carolina, and white jihadism. I read somewhere, you know, I didn't read it all, you know, I just looked in it a little bit, that he has a Satanist sort of Nazism. Well, Nazism was Satanist anyway, you know. He even turned his code, and yeah, the Temple of Blood. Sutter founded the Temple of Blood, an esoteric Satanist organization. You know, just remember the name of my film, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. You know, you don't have to look long and far, you know, to see where it's all leading to. So, Swiss Satanism in America. You know. And still the Americans, many of them believing the funny hats are behind it all. Yes, Swiss, oh, here it says, the Atomwaffen Division. Oh, yeah, as part of the AWD, he has used the alias Swiss Discipline. He knows perfectly well. All the Sutters in America, they know that they are Swiss. And you'll be shocked. I'm going to show you the Sutters' neighbors of Mar-a-Lago. And they are there. And this is probably the leverage this the Swiss president has over Donnie. So there we got the lovely AI again. Here, I'll read it for you. The surname Sutter or Sutter in Swiss German. The surname Sutter is of Swiss German origin. There you go. Derived from the Middle High German word Zutare, meaning a shoemaker or cobbler. It originated as an occupational name for those who crafted or repaired shoes, becoming a hereditary family name in the 14th and 15th century. Key details regarding the Sutter name: the origin, common in Swiss German, South German, they're ethnic Swiss, they come from Swaziland, and Austrian regions. Now, I can tell you the Austrian regions, what they're talking about is Vorarlberg, where the Swiss mercs also murdered the local population, and it is in the west of Austria, where the Austrians call them the Xiberger, because the Swiss Germans always say Xi, meaning, etc. Notable figures: Johann August Sutter, John Sutter, a famous Swiss pioneer who established Sutter's Fort in California, key to the gold rush. And the name remains a common surname in Switzerland and among families with Swiss ancestry. Now, I'm gonna tell you now about a Sutter family in Palm Beach, a neighbor of Donnie, as it says here, among families with Swiss ancestry in Palm Beach. And this is where I think the leverage of the Swiss president over Donnie is deriving from. And again, the great AI to fight the AI. And here is a company called Sutter and Nugent Real Estate. Is a prominent luxury real estate firm based in Palm Beach, Florida. Look at that, they're the neighbors of Donnie. I guess this is the leverage, And they specialize in high-end properties, including areas, Delray Beach and Palm Beach Gardens. And, they're based in North Palm Beach, probably where Donnie is as well, in North Palm Beach. And they're focused on luxury waterfronts, just where Mar-a-Lago is, an exclusive community residential properties. And I guess if they're also in Palm Beach, they probably know some more. Well, Mr. Stein and S.T.U.P. I don't want to pronounce the name because of, I don't want to see it underneath my video like about this guy. So I just say Mr. Stein and S.T.U.P. like this, you know what I mean? I have to find another name for him as well, because of the censorship and the total control, AI. So he was also he also had a house in Palm Beach. And my guess is that the Sutters here, the Sutters, they know more about Donnie and Mr. Stein and S.T.U.P., concerning the pedophilia and all this. And I guess this is the leverage the Swiss president, the killer Sutter, has over Donnie. It's my guess. I think the FBI should investigate this and then put back the US tariffs on Swaziland on 39% and maybe even higher. And yeah, you can read about it. They have websites, the Sutter website in Palm Beach. You know, Palm Beach Gardens, here it says Palm Beach. It's all high society stuff. Again, a Swiss key position here. And this is interesting, you know. Here, look. They talk here about a John spent his childhood in Georgia. And he's in the staff directory of Palm Beach, the town of Palm Beach. I didn't open it up. I'll let you do it yourself. So the Talbot Sutter, he's the president and CEO of Sutter and Nugent. And this John, he was living in Georgia, but as they are all of this dynasty, the Sutter dynasty from Swaziland, very powerful, you know, he knows that he's got relatives and family in Palm Beach, Florida. So he also settled down. He came from Georgia, and then he says here, he moved with his family to Florida. Sebastian was probably also in the same neighborhood. So the Sutters, you know, as they're all related and all teamed up, you know, they get other Sutters, you know, to come and live nearby, you know, and give him also some key positions. It would be interesting, you know, to look at his face and see if there's any resemblance somewhere, but I'll let you do this. Oh, look at this. Sutter Nugent, look at the logo here. It shows the world, you know, real estate excellence. No, it doesn't show. It shows the world in their logo. You know, Swissies are ruling the world, eh? I'll see if I can find it for you and have a better look at it. So, with no doubt, this is the leverage over Donnie. So, here you can see their logo in Palm Beach, and I put the logo next to the Swiss president, also by the name of Sutter. And here I wrote down alleged leverage on the US president, because I think this is how she ordered Donnie to take down the 39% import tariff. So I mean, why do they put the world here, you know? Why would they do this, you know? It means Swaziland rules the world. The world government is in Swaziland, as already proven to you. And they know it. So there really needs to be an FBI investigation into this and to understand where do the Sutters, where do they live in Palm Beach? Are they living right next door to where the Mr. Stein and S.T.U.P. guy was living, or where Donnie is living in Mar-a-Lago? Are they neighbors? Did they go to the Stein and S.T.U.P. parties together, Mr. Sutter and Donnie, US sort of president? And then the real estate thing, excellence. Did Donnie buy his Mar-a-Lago through the Sutter real estate? This is how she has the leverage over the US president? So it really needs to be an investigation. I mean, all the indications are here, eh? She's really giving the orders to Donnie. She had him on the phone being really aggressive, as Donnie stated himself a few weeks back at the WEF in Davos, also Swaziland. I mean, wakey. I mean, this is corruption. This is nepotism. It needs an FBI investigation. History teaches us that there is, in fact, a Sutter Dynasty, and that they are violent and very powerful. All that I know, that the violent Swiss, whom you see here, and who came to hit me 13 years ago, was also a Sutter. And he's also into real estate, just like the ones in Palm Beach, Florida. And he's having a real estate company in Bern, Switzerland. So this guy is also a powerful, rich guy. The police was waiting around the corner. He had it all set up, you know. They wanted me to hit him back. Actually, I wanted to demolish him, but I knew what they were doing, you know. So he hit me. I let them hit me, you know. Again, humiliated again in Switzerland, going on for 30 years without end. They never give up, you know. These are dynasties, they're all descendants. They will never stop doing what they're doing. You know, they'll always go on. And I wonder if the Swiss president, if she knows this Sutter here, and if they all together know the other real estate Sutters in Palm Beach. And I think they do, because they're very organized. So I managed to film him. You know, the Swiss police knew all about it, but they did nothing against it. But if I would have hit him back, I could have demolished him, really. I really had to control myself not to do that. And if I would have hit back, you know, I would have gone to prison for 10 years, or, you know. So here's the title. It's on October the 10th, 2013. It's 13 years ago on my channel Gatzefrats. Here, this is what I wrote down. The Swiss come and ring at the door, etc., etc. You know, this is the true face of Switzerland, I wrote down. And so here you see him just before, you know, he has it in his head. You can see that. I want to hit me, you know, I want to hit him. He was thinking. Just a second before he was going to hit me. Look at that. He's already prepared. Look at his body gesture and everything. And the Swiss, you know, they do the things only when they got it all prepared. You know, with the cops waiting around the corner. There were other people working here for him. He wasn't alone. I was alone. And then they attack, you know, like killing the Indians, raping the women, you know, when they know they're in a superior position. Like, you know, the other Sutter was having real concentration camps with Indians. Just like the Swissies, they financed the Nazi concentration camps with ethnic Swiss in the concentration camps. They attack on humanity when they're all prepared and ready, which we can see now going on with the ice camps in America. So, yeah, Sutter is a typical Swiss name and also found in the Swiss buffer zone by the ethnic Swiss in southern Germany and around Swaziland, and expanding all the way to the Trump residence in Palm Beach of New Helvetia, America. Here next you can listen for yourselves to the US president, who takes orders from the Swissies in his speech at the WEF Davos, Switzerland in February 2026, and how Donnie yielded to the according to Donnie's own words, very aggressive Swiss killer Sutter.
I had an incident with a very nice country, Switzerland. They were paying no tariffs, sending stuff over here like nobody could believe. And we had a $42 billion deficit. And we weren't taking anything. I said, well, we have to do something because we have to even that up a little bit. I didn't have to get everything at one time. So I put on a 30% tariff, which is very low. Still, we were having a big deficit, but it was half the deficit. Then I got an emergency call from, I believe, the Prime Minister of Switzerland, and she was very aggressive, but nice, but very aggressive. Sir, we are a small country. We can't do this. We can't do this. I couldn't get her off the phone. We are a small country. I said, you may be a small country, but we have a $42 billion deficit with you. No, we are a small country. Again and again and again. I couldn't get her off the phone. So it was at 30%. And I didn't really like the way she talked to us. And so instead of giving her a reduction, I raised it to 39%. And then I got inundated by people from Switzerland, and I figured, you know what, we'll do something that's a little bit more palatable, at least now. But I realized that all these, Switzerland you think of as, ultra chic, ultra perfect, they're not. They're only that way because we allow them to rip us off and make all this money. We put a 30% tariff on Switzerland, and all hell broke loose. They were calling, like you wouldn't believe. And I know so many people from Switzerland, incredible place, incredible, brilliant place. But I didn't realize that they're only good because of us. And there's so many other examples. Us, probably other places, but a majority of the money they make is because of us, because we never charged them anything. So they come in, they sell their watches, no tariffs, no nothing. They walk away, they make $41 billion on just us. So I said, no, we can't do that. So I'm going to bring it up. I still would have a deficit pretty substantial, but I brought it up to 30%. And I guess Prime Minister, I don't think President, I think Prime Minister called a woman, and she was very repetitive. She said, no, you cannot do that, 30%. You cannot do that. We are a small, small country. I said, yeah, but you have a big, big deficit. You may be small, but you have a bigger deficit than big countries. He said, no, please, you cannot do it. Kept saying the same thing over and over. We are a small country. I said, but you're a big country in terms of... And she just rubbed me the wrong way, I'll be honest with you. And I said, all right, thank you, ma'am, appreciate it. Do not do this. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I made it 39%. And then all hell really broke out. And I was paid visits by everybody. Rolex came to see me. They all came to see me. But I realized, and I reduced it, because I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to hurt them. And we brought it down to a, lower level. Doesn't mean it's not going up, but we brought it down to a lower level.
So here you see the Swiss export. Here it says before 39%. That was Donnie's old US tariff. Now it's 15%, and it's called the Sutter's new US tariff. So this was still Donnie's tariff, and now it's Sutter's tariff. And concerning the US import taxes on Swaziland and Trump's Swiss collaboration, it should be clear by now that the Swissies, most of all, export a human tragedy, like the financing of Adolf on August 30th, 1923 in Zurich, the Swiss finance of Hamas, the Swiss genocide on the Indians by the Swiss Colonel Bouquet, Swiss General Costa, Swiss John Sutter, and his new Helvetia in America, etc., and so forth. The Swiss main export good is the export of human tragedy, while keeping the homeland up in the Alps clean, neutral, and oh so innocent. What about raising the import tax tariff on this main Swiss export good of human tragedy? Hey, Donnie? It says the Swiss export of human tragedy. So here you see the container of the Swiss export. And this is what it is in reality and throughout history. Still, many people somehow believe that the funny hats rule over America, while there are currently 1 million Swiss Americans in the US going for all key positions, like President Obama of Swiss descent, President Herbert Hoover of Swiss descent, real name Huber, President Eisenhower of Swiss descent, FBI J. Edgar Hoover of Swiss descent, real name Huber, CIA Alan Dulles of Swiss descent, Elon Musk of Swiss descent, of the powerful Swiss Haldeman dynasty, the Swiss Sutters, and so on. Killer Sutter definitely has a powerful leverage on Donnie, making him do things according to the Swiss power. Over the years, I have given you many optical examples of the inverted pyramid of death. In logos, in times of mass murder related to the Horus Matrix, in plain sight, in the streets, and secret hand signs given by politicians, in which they announce their preference for a great reset on the slaves through mass killings like war and other. So now I'll explain you how our masters use the inverted pyramid in a psychological scheme to create mass hysteria among the slaves in order to effectuate and set in motion of the actual inverted pyramid of death. So listen carefully, because humanity has not much more time left. If Adolf would have told the German people that he wanted to destroy Germany, then the German people wouldn't have participated in the destruction of Germany. So he applied the inverted pyramid psychology by advocating the opposite of what his real aims were, by inverting the message, by saying, "Let's make Germany great again," while globally showing it to each other through the inverted triangle of death, secret hand sign, what their real plans really are. This is the inverted pyramid psychological warfare. So the masters can mobilize millions of soldiers who work on the destruction of civilization. So Pharaoh can rebuild the real pyramid of total control over humanity. Through the psychology of the inverted pyramid, they invert their intentions and pose as a friend in order for the victims to lower their defenses so they can stab you in the back. The taqiyya also always uses this technique, as both taqiyya and Pharaoh's inverted pyramid of death are from the Middle East, where the refined deceptional warfare has been practiced for thousands of years, which has devastating effects on the minds of Europeans who have been weakened by the valors of Christianity, like "thou shalt not lie," "thou shalt not kill," etc. Thus, through that lethal weapon of religion, consequently making the dumb slaves believe that their masters cannot lie, thus massacring the dumb slaves by the millions by having the lie lead them into battle. To European ideas like honor and bravery on the battlefield, the psychology of the inverted pyramid uses exactly those very values, magnifies them, infiltrates and destroys them from the inside out. Because in reality, the masters themselves use only lies and deception, and want the dumb slaves to believe in honor and bravery. Like Adolf showing his good intentions first, to raise himself on a pedestal into the realm of magic religion, just as Donnie recreated himself as the divine savior of America and the entire world, while in reality, through the lies of the inverted pyramid psychology, he has psychologically unarmed white Americans, gunned down in the streets by Donnie's personal ICE stormtroopers and uniformed assassins, with names like the alleged Raimundo Gutierrez and alleged Jesus Ochoa, who allegedly pumped 12 bullets into Alex Pretty, which by the very names sounds like the cartel assassinating white Americans. So here you can see it. This guy is Jesus Ochoa, Alex Pretty, the victim, and the other ICE agent assassin Raimundo Gutierrez. So it looks like here, it says here, shot by the cartel. You know? It's all inversed. This is the inversed pyramid, the inversed speech. It's all upside down. So as I've been telling you for 15 years, this here, the inversed pyramid or triangle, is what he's doing here. And it means at least two things. It means the inverse triangle of death, as the poor people in the Auschwitz concentration camp, like this, they had it on their breasts, meaning death. But it also means the psychological warfare of the inversed speech. And even religious people, they say the inverse speech, that is what the devil is using. So it's all inverse, because a normal pyramid is like going up. And this here is inversed. They invert it, it's going down here, and they all do it. Adolf was doing it, and so it means they're telling lies. So they're communicating with each other through these gestures they're doing. And the shooting is an example of the inversed pyramid psychological warfare, as it shows the exact opposite and inversed reality of Donnie's reason for ICE to roam the streets and eliminate the dangerous cartels and make the streets safe again. Whereas the opposite is true, with Donnie's masked gang making the streets unsafer, with hooded icemen, with cartel names like Raimundo Gutierrez and Jesus Ochoa, execute white Americans. This is Donnie's inversed reality of the very deliberate technique of the inversed pyramid S.T.U.P. And I think these South Americans here, the assassins, are not even the real names of the assassins, because pumping 12 bullets into a defenseless white American requires a lot of hatred and must be considered a hate crime. And it is not the Latin Americans who hate Americans that much to pump 12 bullets into a white American. No, it's the entire Muslim world who see America as the great Satan, and who definitely hate America, and especially the white Americans, very much. As I've explained in my video Goldstein Made Philistine, I have no doubt that the masked Iceman who murdered the Americans in Minnesota with 12 bullets were in fact Muslims and no Latin Americans. Now look at the ice boy here. You don't know what's underneath. There is no proof at all that it is Ochoa and Gutierrez. No way. And look, it's the same as these one here, the Pasdaran, who are mostly Arabs as well, you know, ruling over the Iranian people since the 7th century. So, and these are killing people, and these are also killing people. They look the same, so ergo, they are the same. You know, it's a false flag. So here's the video on the same channel. Here's the title. I had to say Philistine here because of the censorship. And from November 17th, 2025, last year. So all of this is the psychology of the inversed pyramid. You know, just saying the opposite about what's going on. So they say, you know, somebody just showed the image of these two South Americans, of the alleged Iceman killer in Minnesota. And everybody is spreading it, and because everybody is saying it and repeating it, the dumb slaves, everybody believes it. But no, it doesn't work like this. It's definitely a false flag attack. So they put the flag of the Latin Americans on it, which is false, because it's definitely not. There was no Gutierrez and no Ochoa. It's all inversed speech. It's all being inverted by Donnie. And look at it, it's all the same. And there's absolutely no proof. You need to know who put the names out in the internet anyway. You know, who did it? Nobody knows. The people on the streets, they don't know. The Americans, they don't know of any Gutierrez or Ochoa. No proofs. So who put it out? Well, the authorities. What authorities? You think the normal authorities know it, who is underneath the mask here? No, only Donnie and his pals. Only they know it, and the Iceman, the killers themselves, only they know it. Okay, well, you think they're gonna tell you the truth? Oh, come on, wake up, use your brains. Also, can we see the pink swastika presumably repeating itself, with the ICE commandant Greg Bovino here in the middle, parading in front of his brown shirt stormtroopers, as if it were an SS Hugo Boss fashion show, trying to impress his men in a clean, ironed, perfumed, aftershaved masculinity that smells like this, which for censorship reasons I cannot pronounce, and I'll let you pronounce it yourselves. So here it says, you can pronounce it yourselves because it's the agenda, and we cannot talk against the agenda. So it all smells like this, look at their hair, look at all, it's too clean, it's too ironed, perfumed, aftershaved, just like these here, it's all repeating itself. History is repeating itself. I mean, open your eyes, look at it. Hugo Boss was Adolf's Nazi uniform maker for the pink swastika. And history is repeating itself, as always. So here it says Hugo Boss, fashion. So and here, about this guy here, same uniforms and the same atmosphere. It smells the same pink swastika. It says here the ICE commandant, Greg Bovino. And he also has an alias, which is this here, which I'm not going to pronounce because of the censorship. So the ICE commandant has the same Hugo Boss Gestapo long coat, the same as a Sturmabteilung brown shirt with the same diagonal leather strap, probably quickly detachable so they can whip each other in the night when no one is looking, just as in the old days, with the pinkless killer head of the Nazi stormtroopers by the name of Ernst Röhm, in very much the same clothing outfit as today, with this guy here to the right, whose alias name I don't want to pronounce. So it's the same, only here it says SA, and on the other side it says US stormtroopers. Here you got the SA stormtroopers and here the US stormtroopers. And look at it, the same leather strap here, the same brownish sort of, or this green brownish uniform. This was brown, the brown shirts they were called. And we call them stormtroopers because SA, it means Sturmabteilung. It means storm, and Abteilung, it means detachment. So, and officially he was a pink list killer. He made no secret of it either. You know, Ernst Röhm. And he got these scars in his face, you know, for fencing. That looks really masculine. You know, they call them the Burschenschaften. It's a sort of a Free More Sinners lodges mostly for students. It was very popular, like in the 20s and the 30s. You know, like mixing it all, you know, like university, pink list killers, nice uniforms, fencing, nobility, the whole thing mixing. So this is why he got this here. He probably made it himself in the mirror, you know. These guys love mirrors. You know, it's all about mirrors. You can see this guy too. And here it says Mr. Greg Ice Bovino, the US stormtroopers, and here's his alias. You know, same leather strip, the same, even this here, the metal thing here is here. Same uniforms, you know, it's the same conspiracy, you know, it's the same conspiracy. And they told everyone, well, it's the Jaywalker conspiracy, while they were, in fact, and still are, conspiring against the people. And look at these uniforms, you know. It's too clean. Too much attention on clothes for this super male look in clean, ironed uniforms, like watching the mating season for pinkless killers to impress the other males, for whom a clean, ironed uniform is the most sexy thing there is, integrating the sexual hierarchy of, shall I dominate you, or are you gonna dominate me? The show must go on, eh, Donnie? Like a huge uniformed pink list killer fashion show. Smelling good, looking good, seducing each other in this horror show of pure evil. I told you in many of my videos how in the Nazi era many key positions were occupied by pink list killers, and I gave you the names in all transparency. And I gave you the names of those of today's pink list killers leading the 21st century neo-Nazi parties. History is repeating itself, with pink list killer brown shirts roaming today's streets once more and again, gunning down innocent civilians under a nice smell of perfectly ironed uniforms with seducing fashion hair creams in utter contrast with their violent talk and appeal for violence on national TV. They want to smell good. To me, though, it doesn't smell good at all. It smells fishy, and it smells the perfumed boys' conspiracy all over again. The agenda of our masters is still the same: mixing all peoples up with foreign-sounding names like Raimundo Gutierrez and Jesus Ochoa, gunning down white Americans in Minnesota, 2026. Like Donnie nominating Scott Besson for Treasury Minister, and who's a pink list killer, a billionaire, worked together with George Soros and got appointed by Donnie on January 28th, 2025, while barely a week before, Donnie lied to you all by signing the Executive Order 14168 on January 20th, 2025, establishing the biblical man-woman only identity only within the US Constitution, and directly followed up a week later by appointing a pink list killer into his cabinet. So here you see Donnie writing one executive order after the other, and here it says Scott Besant, is a French name actually, and he is the finance minister. He's the guy behind the import taxes and all that. And this is Executive Order 14168, saying there's only man and woman, while in fact here Donnie, on his executive order, he actually wrote down Adam and Steve. So you can see Adam and Eve they're afraid of something. They're hiding. I mean, look at their faces. They're hiding behind a tree, you know. Why are they hiding? Well, all the Adam and Eves in America and in the world, they are in danger. And Adam and Eve here, they are hiding. They are very much afraid because they know that the great deceiver is here. And he is lying. It's only about lies. Well, this is, in fact, the inverse pyramid psychology, saying one thing and doing the opposite. And there is, in fact, no better example for the inversed speech and the inversed pyramid of the deception than Executive Order 14168, as I've just shown you before. Look, here is Executive Order 14168. And it says here, restoring biological truth. Well, the biological truth, there's only one biological truth, and that says Adam and Eve, and not Adam and Steve. You know, so it says here, you know. And look at the date here. Here, January 20th, 2025. So remember that well. And I'll show you afterwards what he did like a week later. Well, I'm not going to read everything, you know. You can look it up yourself here. Maybe I see something, I don't know. The best is not to dive too deep in all this, you know. What I just read to you, you know, restore the biological truth. I mean, that's enough. It says it all. Well, obviously, what is this here? Well, Or you can look it up yourself. I mean, how can they write so many pages about just a simple thing like Adam and Eve? I don't get it. You know? So, well, you can look it up yourself. So it's about this here. And he brought it like, you know, like he was a saint, you know, on January 20th, 2025, saying God, 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 every sentence, you know. And maybe you noticed, you know, ever since the thing in the JJ base with the Hamas, you know, he always takes the word of God, you know, when he's in the Middle East and when these sort of things. Otherwise, you know, he hasn't been using the name of God ever since, you know. Maybe you noticed, you know. He uses the name of God, you know, for a business proposal. Like doing business, you know, I want something, I want you to vote for me, or I want you to help me like in the Middle East and endorse me and my ideas and making peace everywhere, which he doesn't. So here it says, so Executive Order 14168, it is about restoring the biological truth. So you saw that? Look what he really did. So here it says, Scott Besson, and you know, barely a week later, Donnie appointed him. So here I read it for you. He's the first openly person. What picture does it give? No picture. To lead the U.S. Treasury Department. So he's the finance minister. The first openly pink list killer U.S. Senate confirmed cabinet member in a Republican administration, and the second openly U.S. Well, you saw that? And when did it happen? Look at that. When did that happen? Look at that. January 28th. And the executive order was about restoring the biological truth. Happened on January 20th. A week later, you know, he's just deceiving you. He's the great deceiver, Donnie is, you know. A week later, he's doing this. He just lured you into it with his, you know, saintly smile, you know, on his inauguration. And all the U.S. Bible bangers think, oh, he's our man. He's the divine savior of America, you know. Oh, man. Yeah, look at this here. Personal life. And maybe there's a lot of more interesting things, but I'm not going to read it all, you know. Here, I'll read this here in blue. Besson, he is a member of the Huguenot Church. I didn't know Huguenots were doing these sort of things, you know. A religious association whose expansion his ancestors supported, that's why the French name, in 1680. Well, that was during the 30-year War from 1618 to 1648. He married... I don't even want to pronounce all this, you know. He married this here. You see, it's a man. So apparently they can get married in America. I didn't know that. Did you know that, you know, guys in the Bible Belt, did you know that? That it's possible? And the guy is a former New York City prosecutor. They have 2 children born through surrogacy. And Besson reportedly has a close friendship with King Charles III. Oh, look at that. You know, this is the elite. You know, Donnie is the elite, and he's just appointing the elite, you know. He was also friends with Donald Trump's brother, Robert. Oh, that's Robert. Also a businessman, investor, and whose ex-wife, Blaine Trump, is the godmother of Besson's daughter. You know, it's one family. we're being ruled by one family. You know, it's all about nepotism. So the guy is basically family of Donnie, just like the other one, you know, the jaywalker one, who is married to one of Donnie's daughters, and who is of course not just a normal jaywalker, but he's of the jaywalker nobility. You know, we really have to differentiate between the nobility and the normal people. Very important. So this is the system of the per a, where the word pharaoh is coming from. Per, it means the house, and a, it means big. It's the big royal house of Pharaoh who became the nobility. You know, it's one family. So the per a, it means the big global family of pharaohs. Oh, we can see it happening. Mr. Pinkless killer, Mr. Besson, he's family. It's the per a. And they're all doing the inverse speech of the inverse pyramid, you know, the triangle of death. Ultimately, it leads to the triangle of death. That means your death, and of Adam and Eve, who are not for the moment, because they're still hiding in the forest, as we could just see. So here, read this here in black about Scott Besson. After holding a series of financial positions, he was hired by Soros Fund Management in 1991. Oh, George Soros. Donnie is always, you know, like swearing at Soros. Eventually becoming the head of its London office, of the Soros London office. While serving in the role in September 1992, he was a leading member of the SFM, S is probably Soros Group, which profited by 1 billion on Black Wednesday, the British pound sterling crisis. In 2013, he made SFM another 1.2 billion by getting against the Japanese yen. After leaving the Soros Fund in 2015, Besson established Key Square Group, a hedge fund. So, how is this possible when Donnie is always swearing on Soros and, you know, why is he doing this? And at the same time, he's hiring as his finance minister, Scott Besson, as his finance minister. Why is Donnie doing this? I mean, this is a contradiction. I mean, this is a lie, you know. So why is he doing this? Well, because Donnie, I mean, they are surveying us and looking in the internet. I mean, how can they survey us and know what the people are thinking? Well, they just look into the internet and they see the people with very good theories and conspiracy theories against George Soros, especially from the right-wing movements and the Christian fundamentalists in America. So then what does Donnie do? You know, he does the inverted pyramid. He's just pretending he's one of you and says, oh yeah, me too, I'm against George Soros. So then, at the same time, immediately the people, they lower their defenses. And then Donnie can stab you in the back, like by hiring a Soros, a man who worked for Soros, and probably still is a good friend of Soros. This is also a perfect example of the inversed pyramid. You know, they say one thing and they do the other. So they just look into the internet, you know, like Donnie, and they, of course, they got the cyber agents working for them, and they look into the internet and they say, okay, the people, they got this problem. Okay, then I'll pretend you know, to help the people, and eventually they don't do anything. They're just gaining time all the time through all this, and the people are losing time. And we're all nearing the end of times and our destiny. You know, they're just trying to win time. So no wonder Adam and Eve are hiding in the forest. You know, and this is another proof, another example how Donnie is the great deceiver. He's deceiving us all the time, every time. And look, it says, Besson was a partner at Soros Fund Management. And it says, Soros Fund Management, that's the SFM, is a privately held American investment management firm founded in 1970 as a hedge fund by George Soros. It is currently structured as a family office. So they are probably also related, you know, Besson, Trump, and Soros. It's all one big family, you know. And here it says Besson was a partner. That means he was not just working for Soros Fund. No, he was a partner. He was Soros Fund himself, Besson. He was part of it. We're being ruled by one big family. And how was it again? The American comic said, and you're just not one of them, or something like that. So here he is, George Carlin, here again. And here you see them playing golf all together. One big club. Here's Donnie, here's Clinton, here's Giuliani. I don't know who that is. So this is what he said. Here's Donnie again, here's Clinton again. So this is what he said here as well. And I'm going to try and say it in the original accent. You know, let's honor the guy. Let's homie Ross do it in the original accent. So I'm going to show you also how do you do the American accent. All right, just take your fingers and squeeze your nose, you know, like this, you know. Or you take a wash bag and put it on it. And then, you know, you get automatically the American accent. So here we go. So here's George Carlin, and he said it's one big club, and then you ain't in it. Here again, it's a big club, and you ain't in it. George Carlin. So here we see Giuliani, here's Donnie, here's Bill Clinton. Well, honestly, I think it should need an executive order against that accent because it's penetrating my head real hard. So here it says Vice Vance, the US Vice President, and he has a gender bender friend. I don't know what it is, a man or a woman, so I call it an it, by the name of Sophia Nelson. Here you see the inversed pyramid. That's what it's all about. So it says the Executive Order 14168 is a joke. So US Vice President Vance even has a long-time gender bender friend by its new name, Sophia Nelson, who was even at Vance's wedding. So let it be clear that the pink list killer agenda is still on, with this Hugo Boss fashion show gunning down Americans in the streets of America. And this is the inversed pyramid psychology, in which Donnie and Vance are true masters, making you believe your own downfall and even making you work hard for it, hammering the nails of your own coffin, driving in the nails of your children's coffins yourselves. So here it says the inversed pyramid of death. Just like in the Outwick concentration camp, this is for political prisoners in red. This is what Homie Ross would have had. And Homie Ross did, in fact, forced labor in Swaziland. He was forced to do that on the land. And in the Witzwil prison, it's again the name Witz in it, like in, well, the concentration camp, which I can't pronounce for reasons of censorship. And this is what Donnie is doing all the time here. And it's also like, why do they do it? It's like saying to all those in the club, it means don't listen to what I'm saying, because I do the opposite. I'm meaning the opposite, the inversed pyramid, the inverse triangle of death. And here are the different, sort of classes of people going in there. There were religious people, they had, I don't know, green or something, or no, purple. So this is what they do, they say one thing and they do the other, just like Executive Order 14168, which is a joke. So they say, oh yeah, and he's saying God, God, God all the time at his inauguration day, January 20th, 2025, and saying there's only man, there's only women, and then he's doing this sign. So that means all who are in the conspiracy, they see the sign and they say, well, it's all inversed. Donnie is inverting what he's saying. That's why they give this sign. It's the triangle of death, and it's leading towards it. Part of the master's pink list killer agenda is, by repetition, making us used to it, like showing it in each Netflix series. Donnie appointing a pink list killer as finance minister, or this year, 2026, in the Flatlands on February 23rd, 2026, a pink list killer prime minister taking office, ruling over an entire country, together with his, what the media calls, the first gentleman. An expression I never heard before. So here you see that, Netflix with all these colors here, rainbow stuff. Here you see the king of the flatlands. Here you see the red carpet standing for the red house of Pharaoh. You see here is no more the normal stairs, and here of the palace in stone. So I just took a part of the picture. I don't want to have it all in it. And here's the red carpet. And here is the new prime minister. Oh, look how he's smiling. And I suppose this is the first gentleman. Just like in America, they talk about the first lady. Well, they got the first gentleman. For me, their social engineering technique of a customization is fully counterproductive. That's why I said it here. In the colors of Netflix, it says here, counterproductive. It means it's not productive, it's countering the productivity of their agenda. And the more they shove it down our throats, the more it consolidates my total resistance against the whole shebang. Interestingly, the word shebang consists of the word she and bang, which seems to be quite appropriate here, I'd say, and bring back a bit of balance into the matter. Bang the she, eh? So for you who are not English speakers, in English slang, a shebang, the definition, it means a matter or an operation or set of circumstances. And it consists of the words she and bang. Bang the she for the balance in the whole pinkliskiller matter, I'd say. So very soon we'll see the video footage of US pinklister finance minister shaking hands with that first gentleman, together with Uncle Donnie blessing it all in the background, and do another one of his bogus executive orders on it, while the Iranians have their own executive order 14168, and just hang them alphabetically. First Adam and then Steve. So here in this picture it says Donnie English. It means it's a new type of English. It's called the Donnie English, with past participles like hung. And here it says this happened in America on several occasions. This one is a different one than this one here. You see American flag everywhere, so these are real American patriots, and they call him a spy and a traitor. And it says here, just grab him by the meow, your president, and here's a piggy. So if you thought Donnie was so intelligent, then listen to this here.
I'd rather not see anything happen, but we're watching them very closely. I saw 837 hangings on Thursday. They would have been dead. Every one of them would have been hung. This is like from 1,000 years ago. This is an ancient culture. Very smart people, by the way, but it's an ancient culture. 837, mostly young men, were going to be hung on Thursday.
Earlier today, Donald Trump shared a post on Truth Social calling for Democratic members of Congress to be hanged. He also posted a message that said, seditious behavior, punishable by death.
No, Donnie, in English, you don't say hung. You might say, though, that you had hung your US flag Potus undies. In fact, the anagram for Potus is S.T.U.P.O. So I'll call you S.T.U.P.O from now on, until you learn some basic kindergarten English. And that hung is for things, but for people it's hanged. Got it, S.T.U.P.O? Or do you prefer Donnie Stupo? Donnie first name, S.T.U.P.O last name, the surname S.T.U.P.O. So for those here who are not Americans, well, you probably saw it in the movies, they show it all over. Potus, the word Potus, this is Potus, or supposed to be. Potus is an abbreviation for President of the United States. And an anagram, like here, it means you put the letters in a different order, and then you put the S like here, you get S, and then the T here, and the U goes here, the P goes here, and the O goes here, and you get S.T.U.P.O. So here it says, the anagram for Potus is S.T.U.P.O. So I call him Donnie Stupo from now on. I mean, look at him, look at him. Can't even speak proper English with his hung. He even repeats it very loud in the airplane. Hung, hung, like a Neanderthal or something. Dear Donnie Stupo, hung is like when your pedophile pal, Mr Stein, told you that he had hung the 12-year-old child's underwear on the chair near the rape bed. So here it says, Mr. Stein. So from now on, I call him like this, because of the censorship and the AI control and all that. I don't want to use his name anymore, but I think this is a far better name for the bloke. Here he is, Mr. Stein. But imagine in a near future, your ICE stormtroopers in one of your ICE concentration camps, hanging some American civilians by the neck. In proper English, you say they were hanged and not hung, mate. So, Donnie Stupo, the past participle for hanging a person is hanged, whereas hanging up your big undies on the wash line, it's hung, mate. So, it says here in the AI, the French AI, fortunately enough it says here in English, so the difference between hanged and hung depends on whether you're referring to a death by execution or simply suspending an object. Hanged, past tense, past participle, used specifically when referring to a person being suspended by the neck until dead. So that's hanged. So the Iranians, they were hanged. Right, Donnie? An example, the prisoner was hanged at dawn, and hung is the past tense, past participle used for all other meanings, including suspending objects like clothes, pictures, curtains, or suspending a person without killing them. Example, she hung the stockings by the chimney with care. And furthermore, the summary table. An execution here is hanged. The traitor was hanged. Object hung. They hung the decorations. And in a phrasal verb, hung out. We hung out together. So you were hanging out. You had hung out together with Mr. Stein. So maybe you can remember it like this. And if a person is suspended in a non-lethal way by bungee jumping or in a harness, hung is generally used, except when the person dies, of course, while bungee jumping, I suppose. And so maybe some of the surveillance here, or the AI, or the government surveillance, well, you can tell your master maybe the CIA are watching me, or the FBI. You can tell this to your master, maybe he'd like it, so next time he won't make this terrible mistake. I mean, a president making a mistake like this, I mean, it's incredible, really. So, hey, Donnie Stupo. So here it says hung or hanged, which is the question Donnie is asking himself constantly. And here you see the type of road signs you see in America. So the Mexicans are quite happy to know when in the near future, when you, Donnie Stupo, sign your notorious executive order to hang all Mexicans, they'll have nothing to fear from you, as they would just be hung and not hanged. Like a wetback hung on a wash line after having crossed the Rio Grande. Maybe that anecdote will help you remember, Donnie, that Iranian protesters had been hanged and that a Mexican wetbag had been hung on a Texan washing line. So here you see the Mexican head on a cactus, here the wash line, here the the wetback hanging. You see it's all blue, the water, the wetback. Here it says hung or hanged. So maybe anyone can show these pictures to Donnie Stupo. So he'll remember by an anecdote, just like in kindergarten class. They do that as well. It's quite funny though, if you realize that in Australia, they've got kangaroo road signs. In Sweden, they've got elk road signs. But in America, they've got Mexican road signs. Oh, and while talking about Mexicans, this guy here from Venezuela, about no one talks about anymore, Mr. Maduro also does the inverted pyramid hand sign. And he has this red Kabbalah bracelet. So he definitely belongs to Pharaoh's global club. And we can only speculate what is going on between the two inverted triangle of death club members, Trump and Maduro. You see, well, this is known. Trump is always doing this, the inverted pyramid of death or triangle of death, going downwards even here. Maduro's doing exactly the same. I mean, all these politicians, they all do the same. They all belong to the same club, and it has a meaning. As I told you before, it means about anything I'm telling you, the opposite is true. And this is the message they give to each other and their children and their offspring globally. So they don't believe all the lies they're telling the dumb slaves, you know. So it means I'm telling you the inverse speech of what's really going on. So that means this guy is probably not even in prison, you know. He just retired, you know, he prefers dancing. Well, actually, they're both dancers. He's a dancer, he's a dancer. And I wonder, well, he has got an American flag, so to say. I wonder what he's having here on his chest. They always give out signs, you know. Yeah, once more, because it went a bit quick just before. Here it says President Maduro, so the former president or still the president of Venezuela, doing the inverted pyramid of death here. And here he's got a Kabbalah bracelet around his wrist in orange, sort of red. And it's a sort of a religion, like Madonna, the singer, she's part of it. And I don't know what it really means. I don't want to go too deep in it. Anyway, it's secret anyway, so you won't really find something about it. But it's quite funny that they all have it, you know. Why? Just like this Tucker Carlson guy, which I showed you in a video before when he was talking to Putin. Nobody noticed it, but it's so obvious. I mean, on the naked skin here, you know, it's even wrapped it down here, you know, shove it down his clothes here, so everybody can see it. I mean, what is this? Anyway, Kabbalah, Ka, it's the soul for the still alive of Pharaoh. The soul, and Ba is the everlasting soul, which you take when you die, and Ka is the living soul, like the Japanese ki. It's the life energy, more like Kaba. And if you put Allah behind it, you get Kabbalah. So it's all Middle Eastern stuff anyway. This is Middle Eastern stuff, Kaaba, the Kaaba of Allah, and then they got this in Mecca. They got this stone there. It's called the Kaaba. You know, you go over. It's all together there. And where the Kaaba is, Allah is also. Then you get Kabbalah. So it's not from the jaywalkers. It's more from their nobility. And the jaywalker nobility, they're definitely together with the Arab nobility. You know? And this is also from the Middle East. It's the inverse pyramid. We're being ruled by pharaohs. Why don't you finally wake up all together? and do something about it. So it says Venezuela's new president. And look at the hands here and here. The coup d'etat was US made, and Donnie's America seemed to be satisfied with the US replacement of Maduro, because we hear nothing about it anymore, which is very suspicious. Even more, that Venezuela's actual president's nickname is the Tsarina, indicating strong ties to Putin. It is very obvious that S.T.U.P.O made a deal with Mad Vlad. I'll give you Venezuela and your Tsarina set in place if you give me Iran. Tsarina Delcy Rodriguez was already involved in the Delcy Gate and doing the inversed pyramid and triangle of death all the time. Yeah, look at it here. Here's a name, Delcy Rodriguez. You probably hear it for the first time because you never heard of this before. Right? They don't talk about it anymore, which is highly suspicious. And her nickname is the Tsarina, which makes it even more suspicious, you know. Okay, you can read some things about it. I didn't read anything. I just, you know, they hide everything anyway. But this is interesting. She was the head of the Bolivarian National Intelligence Service, the CIA of Venezuela. This is why now they want to cooperate with the CIA. It says somewhere in it. And yeah, this is interesting as well. Here, look. Her partner, they call her partner a domestic. He's the domestic of the Tsarina. His name is Yusuf Abu Nassif Smiley. Would be interesting to find out who that is, but you can do it yourself, you know. Standing with John Kerry, oh, no good. And she was the vice president. And they all knew if Maduro, if he falls, then she will become the president. And that's what happened, you know. S.T.U.P.O just made a deal with Putin, you know. And we don't hear anything about it anymore. I saw some here, look. On January 16, Rodriguez met with the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. She was the CIA in Venezuela and probably still is. So, you know, they want to act against drug traffickers. Well, they are the drug traffickers. There's so many proofs about the CIA doing drugs, you know, the Iron Gate and the Oliver North and the pineapple colonel of Panama, whatever his name was. And here, look, she was already involved in corruption, the Delcy Gate. I'll let you read it yourself. And personal life. And Rodriguez is a follower of the Indian guru Satya Sai Baba. Oh, that looks sweet, you know. They all do these sort of things, looking sweet and innocent, you know, like playing golf, and Putin, like riding a horse, and she's doing this, you know. It's all PR, public relations stuff, you know. And here is another picture of the Tsarina, here with the hands doing the inversed pyramid triangle of death. And now I will explain you something about how they inversed the entire European civilization and the entire European culture of the white tribes. They inversed everything And this is what they mean with it, you know, partly. They also inverse things, you know, it means death. So they killed the real European culture. I'm going to explain that to you. And because the Europeans, they were living like Indians, you know, they didn't even have horses, you know. No stone houses, living in huts with a spear, you know. They inversed the European culture and also genocided the white tribes as they genocide everything. You know, it's the inversed triangle of death. So I'll explain you now. It's coming up, how they inversed the European culture of the white man. I have problems making short videos, as you must have noticed. But 6 years ago, I made this short resume explaining how the white man was living in huts, as you can see here, in huts and tents, like Indians or African tribes. They couldn't read nor write, walked around in bearskins with a spear, trying to survive under harsh conditions, until these pharaohs came, who were the first in Europe to build in stone with their castles and Roman fortresses, and kept the white race, the white man, 1,000 years as slaves in a feudal system. These pharaonic Romans and later feudal pharaonic nobility genocided the white tribes, completely destroyed white man's culture, and replaced the white man's religion with Pharaoh's Middle Eastern religion called Christianity, for which their priests of Amun tortured the Europeans and burned their sacred women alive at the stakes. So it would be best to watch this 15 minutes resume here as an introduction to what I'm going to explain on how Pharaoh inverted white man's culture and entirely destroyed it. So here you can see these huts. It's in the film. It's on the same channel. So here you get this again, you know, the AI, you know, the censorship, which I'm trying to avoid, like by not saying this word anymore. I mean, what else can I do, you know? So here's the title, as on the same channel, and I made it 6 years ago in October 2020, on a request actually. So there you see there are a lot of comments. You can put your comment there as well. And this is about the inversed speech and the inversed hand signs of the triangle of death, as all these politicians are doing, and in combination and in relation to how they destroy cultures through this secrecy, and as they did with the white man's culture, as well as all the other cultures, of course. It was a certain image by Pharaoh's nobility that caught my attention when I looked a bit further into that first gentleman stuff of the flatlands that I had picked up in the French news, which led to this octagon picture of the king of the flatlands, together with the actual NATO Secretary General, Mr. Rutte. So I'll explain you the picture, because it's quite complex, actually, what you see here. I'm even surprised myself. I got taught about these things when I was a child, back in the SA, and but this is very complex. So here you see the King of the Flatlands, and here's the Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Rutte. Okay, there we go. I've showed you a lot of these things, you know, with always the inner circle, and here's even an inner circle within the inner circle, and they are protected by the octagon. That's why mostly army badges, police badges are all octagonal. They're just there not to protect the people, but to protect these guys here, the inner circle. And of course, Mr. Rutte, he's also a pharaoh. Pharaohs usually, they are very thin, long hands. Well, I mean, look at them, you know. Europeans, you know, they're stronger, you know. These guys, they were brought up like a river Nile, you know. They didn't have to work very much, and you know, etc. So normally the inner circle is protected by the octagon from the squares, and the squares stand for the people, which is the base of a pyramid, which is a square, you know. But this, I've never seen this before, actually. We all recognize this symbol here, which is the seal of Solomon, King Solomon. So it's not the jaywalkers. The jaywalkers, they think it's them, but it's not. It only means that they are a slave of King Solomon and the descendants of King Solomon and King David, all these pharaohs. So this stands actually for the jaywalker nobility only. And why does the inner circle of these pharaohs need to be protected from the jaywalker nobility? Because when the jaywalkers came, they were chased by the Romans, first the people, and then when the people, the jaywalker nobility, they didn't have any more jaywalker people back in the Middle East to work for them. So nobility, pharaohs, nobility, they never worked themselves. So they ran after their slaves, after their people, until they came into Europe. And of course, they gave all the proofs that they are far away pharaonic cousins of the same pharaonic nobility as these ones here. The per A, the big pharaonic house, it means. Per, it means the house, and A, it means big. They're all over the world. So they could prove that, but the local nobility, these ones here, and in Germany and all that, and in France, they said all the land was already divided amongst the local nobility, and they didn't give them any land. So this is why these ones here, the jaywalker nobility, and they went into the financing business because they didn't have any land, and land was the only capital in those days, like in the Middle Ages and all that. And finally, there was the Industrial Revolution. They got rich, very rich, could buy themselves castles, and let their jaywalker slaves work for them, for the jaywalker nobility, of course. And as these ones here, the vertical rule in those days, they were already very much consolidated, had land and all this. The jaywalker nobility, like here the seal of Solomon, they also wanted the revolution, of course, and the horizontal rule. That was the only way through which they could also have a little bit of power and like rule together. Because these ones, the vertical rule, they ruled only like one man. And the jaywalker nobility, these ones here, they wanted to also to rule. And the only way to do this was by a vertical rule, a horizontal rule, a democracy, and a republic, where a lot of these pharaohs, thousands of them per country, they all worked together, so they could, squeeze in and work together. And that's why these ones got very angry and finally led to the final solution, all this. So this is why the inner circle, it's red here, which is the red house of Pharaoh, which is Lower Egypt in the north, where the real pyramids are. And here it's white, like the White House. So this is the NWO, and this is the OWO. This is like the White House. There was in Upper Egypt in the south. So they are nowadays around, because it's a constitutional monarchy. White is the constitution, it's the republic, and red here is the real monarchy. And inside there's even an inner circle, as you can see that. So these are also circles. So this is the lower nobility, you know, the princes, because this is white is the principality. And they all needed to be defended because they wanted to have more power from these ones here. And here we see the fleur de lis, you know, with this thing sticking out in the middle and two things here and here, which is also the symbol of the OWO, the vertical rule of Pharaoh's nobility. And so now this is what I wanted to tell you, which is important. So in this case, this one here stands for the Europeans. So the Europeans, in this case, more the religion of the original religion, or the original, let's say, civilization, the original culture of the Europeans, and I'll explain that to you. So they put them together with these ones here, the Europeans and the jaywalker nobility, and considered the entire jaywalker people, you know, for those who can't differentiate and don't know the real history of all things. So here I made the image a bit bigger. So it's about this symbol here. This is an ancient European symbol. It's Saxon, actually. Some of you already know what it is. So there are 8 of them here. So these ones here, they need to be protected from these ones here. And this is what I'm going to explain to you now, and that they inversed the European culture, really. It's quite complex. So be careful that, you know, you give it all your attention here, because this is really crucial, if you know what I mean. So everything is there. It's really enormously complex, this here. And they're just standing on it with their feet. It's amazing, huh? There's probably a lot more to see here. Yes, this is sort of the sun hieroglyph with 1 in the middle and 2 on each side. Here it's vertical. Normally, this one is longer and the inner one is smaller, but why not like this, you know? It's actually Horus, the wings of Horus. Just like the religion, the Middle Eastern religion, they forced upon the Europeans. It's also about Horus, of course. It's all pharaonic, you know. So red and white, everything is here, okay? So I'll continue. Watch this and listen carefully. This is very important. So here you see this part here on the carpet, of which they are so afraid, you know, the octagon has to defend the inner circle from these ones here and also from these ones here. This one is even bigger, you see, and there are 8 of them. You all see that it is exactly these things here. They are Saxon and Germanic. It's the tree of life. And people call it Irminsul if you want to look it up. But the real name is Ormunsul, which I will explain to you now. So the image on Pharaoh's carpet in the flatlands and their abominations shows the image of the ancient Germanic belief system of protecting Mother Earth, whom they called Middelgard in ancient Saxon. Just like the Indians had and still have a very similar belief system, as all nature tribes did, and some still do. These sacred pillars you see here are called Saxon Irminsul, but its real name is Ormunsul. Sul is like the present-day German Säule, meaning a pillar, and Orm is the old Germanic word for a snake or dragon, just as in English, when you put a W in front of Orm, you get worm, which is like a snake. Therefore, the name of the sacred pillar of which the pharaohs and their carpets are so afraid of is Ormunsul and not Irminsul. And Orm, for worm or snake, is the Germanic world snake or Middelgard Orm, the Midgard snake, around Mother Earth's Midgard to protect the universe, to protect like from the abominations of the flatlands and its very revealing carpet, expressing Pharaoh's inner fears of the white tribes rising up again. Therefore, 1200 years ago, Pharaonic Emperor Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, in the year 772, waged an extremely brutal 32-year war and genocide against the Saxons and their Ormunsul belief system in order to annihilate the last resisting white man's tribes, just as the masters did with the Indians 1,000 years later. This was the end of white man's freedom, who from there on had to work for Pharaoh's nobility, wage wars for them, and even help Pharaoh to annihilate other free peoples. It was a pharaonic reset of the white man, called the Horus Matrix, in which all Saxon fathers were genocided by Pharaoh Charlemagne's huge army, and then their sons, as small children, got raised by Pharaoh as perfect, obedient warriors, not knowing anymore what they were doing. Therefore, Pharaoh reverted this very dangerous Ormunsul symbol into Pharaoh's symbol for injustice, as you can see here. So you see, this is Lady Injustice, and you see it's the Ormunsul, this thing here, it's upside down. This is the inverse speech thing, and the thing Donnie is doing all the time with the upside down triangle of death and the upside down pyramid. This is exactly what it is. You know, they invert everything. This here is exactly this. You know, it's upside down, as Ormunsul meant justice and protection. When reversed upside down, the upside down version means injustice, the opposite, as it is reversed and upside down. It's all in the realm of magic, you know, like this, it means justice. Turn it upside down, it means injustice. And look at it, it's like it's a machine, you know. What are they? Extraterrestrials or metallic Luciferian sort of stuff, you know. It's not a coincidence they do this. It's no coincidence. They reverse everything. Like the whole situation today. What is normal is forbidden, and what is not normal is allowed or even compulsory. And we all know there is no justice in the Western world. And there is no human rights either. It's all a joke with their reversed speech and reversed pyramid of the triangle of death. It's time to revive Ormunsul, get back what is ours, and reinstall real justice in Pharaoh's world of abomination. In their pharaonic carpet, they show us represented by the Germanic Ormunsul as a coronavirus, a crown virus, as a grave danger to the crown, endangering Pharaoh's crown. Well, so be it then. Good to know. So here in this picture you see Ormunsul. They turn it upside down here, and it became the statue of injustice. And this is the triangle of death, the inverse pyramid technique. I mean, why do you think these sort of pictures exist at all? Because these pharaohs believe in this. They know what it is. You don't make a picture just like this, just out of fun. These are the initiated ones who make it, these things, like all these sort of artworks, on a roundabout and everywhere. So this is another example of Pharaoh's inverse pyramid technique, where they have taken religious symbols of the conquered and destroyed white man's indigenous tribes and turned them into systems of oppression as their injustice monument, representing, in fact, the pharaonic goddess Ma'at. So the invaders replaced indigenous values with their own, and through terror forced the northern European tribes to believe in Horus and his mother Isis. This is Pharaoh's technique of the inversed pyramid and triangle of death, destroying all cultures and all indigenous tribes in creating one world pharaonic religion for a totally mixed up humanity. So here I added this picture. It's in copper, and it's somewhere in a church in Germany. And you see here the Ormunsul, from the word orm, like worm, a worm. And here you see, it says here, Karl der Große, Karl the Great. There he is. So Karl, in the year 772, here they came, and this is some sort of a saint here. So Karl the Great, he came, destroyed the culture and their belief system and replaced it with the Horus religion here, with the sun behind it, as Horus is the eye of the sun. And so they completely destroyed the white man, who were just tribes like the Indians and like African tribes, and they even made them work for Pharaoh. So white man is the most terrorized race and the most enslaved race in the entire history and the entire world, who have been enslaved for about 2,000 years now. They have no more roots. It's and this is, first of all, Karl the Great, he was in nowadays France, the Franks. And they were already defeated, the Franks, by the Romans. They did a terrible genocide on the Celts, les Gaulois, and murdered everyone, women, children, everyone. So this is why what was left of it, they did the Horus Matrix, killed all the fathers, and they raised the kids, as their own, which is a well-known fact that the Romans were doing these sort of things. And then they had the sons of the Franks, no more fathers. They could completely shape them again and made warriors out of them and destroy the next cultures using the sons of the Franks, the sons of their dead fathers. And they destroyed, the last white man's tribes, more in the north and more to the east. They were the Germanic tribes. And they did the same here, again, the Horus Matrix, and so on and so forth. And killed the fathers again, kept the sons, just as the Nazis did, put all these little kids, in the Hitler Youth, and all the fathers were dead after the First World War. And they could raise them from scratch again. This is the Horus Matrix. So they can use them and destroy other cultures, as we can see it happening now in Iran. Same thing over and over again, until it's just one world Horus religion, ISIS religion with Ma'at. This was justice, respect, and the respect of nature and Mother Earth. And they turn it around, as some people say, the evil one, the great deceiver or Satan. He uses reverse speech. Well, this is the reverse thing, And they made out of a statue of respect and justice and honor Mother Earth. They turn it around and they make this out of it. And this is Ma'at, the pharaonic goddess. It basically is the statue of injustice. I mean, me, homie Ross, I've been terrorized for 30 years, and they make it big on a pedestal, as you can see here. Yeah, the West, it's all about justice. No, forget about it. So here it says Executive Order 14147 of January 20th. As Donnie practices the inversed pyramid psychology and the hand sign of the inversed pyramid, it is best to take the opposite from what he says. As the very first Executive Order 14147 on his first day in office, saying, ending the weaponization of the federal government, about which we can all see the opposite happening, with heavily armed Icemen of that federal government gunning down Americans. So this is the inversed speech. They say one thing and they do the other. There is Executive Order 14147 saying ending the weaponization of the federal government. Does that look like it? Come on, open your eyes. And this is what Donnie is showing with his hands, with the inversed pyramid. I mean, that means the inversed speech. On the first day in office, he says, we're going to end the weaponization of the federal government. And the next day, you see this going on. So he's showing with his hands to all his pals, don't listen to what I say. I just want the dumb slaves to believe this, that I'm going to end the weaponization of the federal government. I'm going to do the other side. So then he shows the triangle of death. And this is what it is, death. That's why they do this. So the best way, to treat it what a politician is saying, take the opposite. Then you're nearest to the truth. You know? And Donnie Stupo, he just wants your consent for this here. And they just try to gain time until they are more prepared, even more than more prepared. And innocent civilians, as you can see here, are being held and tortured and murdered by the federal government. As the case, for example, of Irish citizen Seamus Colton, as you can hear for yourselves. In this video made in the Irish Parliament called Irish Citizens Tortured by ICE on channel Ivana Bacik. So she's a member of Parliament, Ivana Bacik, I think she is. Here it says in Gaelic, probably. Here's the video and the channel. Here you can read about it. Yeah. So already 250,000 people have seen this. Well, that's a nice publicity for America, isn't it? People are going to react, you know. What do you think might happen to an American tourist now going to Ireland, eh? What do you think is going to happen? Think about that. There's even the construction of a huge forced labor concentration camp with 1,300 beds in Utah for homeless persons. Well, I don't know if this is the right picture. I don't think it is, but it looks all similar, and I still have this picture, so I just used it. The one I already had in the collage here. And this is another ICE camp, but you can look it up in the internet. I could have taken it, but I really don't want to waste very much more time on all this. You have to sort it out yourselves. So here you can see the Executive Order 14147 of January 20th, 2025, ending the weaponization of the federal government. And well, I'll let you read it yourself. But apparently, you know, there were people protesting and they got hassled by the police and the authorities. And I guess, you know, some fundamentalist Christians protested. So Donnie made the Executive Order 14147. And also to have people vote for him and believe in him. And it says here, including those activities directed at parents protesting at school board meetings, Americans who spoke out against the previous administration's actions, and other Americans who simply exercises constitutionally protected rights. So people were protesting and they got hassled by the authorities. So Donnie made this executive order. And then a year later, and even right the summer after it, 2025, people were protesting and they were all beaten up by ICE. And so you see, it's one lie after the other. Look, this is S.T.U.P.O's signature. And you can read it yourself, you know. And this is the inversed speech of the inversed pyramid, as he is showing with his hands. So he's, you know, he's saying Executive Order 14147, we make everything nice. And with his hands, he shows the inversed pyramid. That means to his pals and of the same Per-A family, pharaohs, well, don't believe it, what I'm telling you. Don't believe Executive Order 14147 because I'm going to do the opposite. As we can all witness, the whole world can witness it, what ICE is doing. And it is international now. Maybe some Americans say, well, it's not your problem, it's our problem. No, it isn't. You're torturing Irish persons and German persons and people from Europe are in your concentration camps. No, it isn't a national thing. It is international. And we don't want it getting it over in Europe, as the eyes were already in Italy. And thank God eyes didn't go to France. I tell you, they would have gotten serious beaten up if eyes would come to France. Oh, I tell you, don't come to France, eyes. Number 3, Executive Order 14149, restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship, which is another inverted pyramid, because Donnie could have liberated the poor Julian Assange, incarcerated on US orders for the crimes of journalism and for exercising that very right to free speech and the First Amendment. So it says Executive Order 14149, freedom of speech and end federal censorship. So at that time, Donnie, he was the president. He could have liberated the poor man who didn't do anything wrong. But instead of that, Biden liberated him. President Biden liberated Julian Assange. Probably because he knew, well, if Donnie Stupo becomes the president, this poor man, he will never get liberated. So before there was the Executive Order 14149, he already got liberated. So Donnie can't say, well, I couldn't do it because the executive order of freedom of speech wasn't there yet. It's all inverse speech. They say one thing and they do the other. And most of all, they say just what the dumb slaves want to hear. So then they are quiet and then they do the opposite. It's all inverse hand signs. That's all what it is, the inverse triangle of death. And they're even showing it, people. That's all what it is about. So here, Executive Order 14149, restoring freedom of speech. What do you mean, restoring? You mean there wasn't any freedom of speech before, and now all of a sudden there is? And ending federal censorship. You mean there was federal censorship? So you see, they're admitting that even that before there was no freedom of speech and there was censorship, federal censorship, that is. But it's not going to change anything. No. Here, January 20th, 2025, by, is his name here? By Potus or S.T.U.P.O, as the anagram goes. Well, I stop reading them, as they are all inverse psyops anyway. So here it says, the book of inverse psyops. And this is the inverse stuff. This is what it means. So the above ground pyramid is what we see, whereas the inverted pyramid is under the ground and invisible, like the true meaning behind the inversed speech, or where the dead bodies are under the ground. So here you see the normal pyramid, here's the inversed pyramid, which looks like this. This is the inverse pyramid, and here the normal pyramid. And this is why they do these hand signs and the inverse triangle of death on the concentration camps, etc., etc. The inversed pyramid stands both for death and for the inversed speech psyop. And when you believe the inversed speech, the direct consequence will be death anyway. So here you can see this here, what he's doing is this. And this here, what he says, is the opposite. That's this. This is visible, what he says, and the pyramid here. So you can draw a line here over, in the middle of his body. And this is what he's telling his pals, the opposite, death, the inverse pyramid, which is this here on top. It's the other way around here, but it's a nice picture. And this is, of course, the pyramid, like here and like here. So his nose, we could say, is the pyramid here. This is how you can remember it. And he got a red tie, for the OWO, the Red House of Pharaoh, in a white underground. So it says there, constitutional monarchy, if you want, because he is of the nobility, as I've shown you. So remember this. This here is this, and it means death. And it means invisible here. It's underneath, it's underneath the belt, so to speak. In boxing, this is underneath the belt, and this is above the belt here. So don't listen what he says, because what he means is this here. And that's why he does this. Get it? So you see, they're all doing it. This is Donnie's second son by the name of Eric Trump. And he's also doing it. I mean, these are pharaonic bloodlines. It's, the Pera for Pharaoh, it means the big house. It's one big family. A house like in a royal house, like in a family. They're all the same here. So I repeat, this here, the inverse pyramid, is this. And above the belt is what they say. It's what you see. This is what the dumb slaves see, and this is what the dumb slaves hear. But under the belt is what you don't hear, but it's what Homie Ross is telling you is this here. And it's death. And it's this one here. And the other one above is this one. So don't forget this. This is a nice picture, actually, because this is how optically it's a good way to explain it to you. And this is what it really is, If you look under the pyramids, there's this here, this one here, the inverse pyramid. And there's a lot of death going on there, and this is why. So they say this here, even he's doing it, they're all doing it. So why are you still believing them, Why you only believe what is visible? You must start to believe what is not visible. Be spiritual, use your sixth sense, because all the other five senses, it just doesn't work out. It doesn't work out. It will just, there's one more after the other. Our children die, They're completely destroying the earth and everything. Don't believe anymore what's visible here and here, the visible mouth, the visible nice smile and MAGA and we are so friendly. No, start believing what is invisible, this here and this here. For most people, this is invisible, even if they see it, even if I'm telling you since the last 15 years, it's still invisible. Because most people forget it. The dumb slaves, they forget everything, And they fall into this magic realm of these ones here, and the nice costumes, the nice ties, and a lot of money, and, the whole propaganda and PR. People forget it every time. Now, what you all tattling on inverse hamburgers and whatnot? It ain't nothing wrong, it's just Donnie's tight grip on a hamburger. So no passing by wetback can snap it on his way to jail, alligator, Alcatraz. Donnie's protective MAGA grip around the hamburger is like a warm nest for a good old birdie hamburger. Oh, God save America and the hamburger. Have you noticed how Donnie, since he's in office, he hasn't used the inverse speech of the inversed pyramid S.T.U.P. anymore by saying MAGA, nor God. Since he's been elected, he doesn't need to sell that MAGA thing anymore. which was phase 1, and in fact he never says it anymore, as phase 1 is terminated. It has been terminated, thus entering phase 2 of the inversed pyramid, which is death. So there are 2 steps concerning the inversed pyramid method. Step 1 is inversed speech, and step 2 is the inversed death triangle. The master's agenda is still the same. Mix all peoples, advocate pink list killers, destroy masculinity, total control over humanity, and possibly install the Islam world religion, for which Americans have been made predispositioned, as they're all circumcised, making them half Muslims already. In this video, I will tell you in what Western European country Putin's killers of Unit 29155 are based, making this part 2 on Unit 29155. Part 1 is here in the same channel, which you can see here. So here is the title. This is the title. Same channel, I made it last year. This is the date. And here in the description is a whole lot of information. So that is sort of part 1 on Unit 29155. So here we can see a flag of Austria with 2 red horizontal lines and 1 white horizontal lines. And here there has been put here the Soviet star in it, and here the Soviet symbology, which of course normally it is not in the Russian flag, but because of what I'm going to tell you, it is now here in this video inside the flag. And it's all horizontal lines because it is a republic now. It used to be a very powerful empire, vertical rule before. Now it's a horizontal rule, that's why it's horizontal. White stands for the per head White House of Pharaoh, which is the NWO. I can't pronounce the whole thing. Which is the new system, which is the Republic. And the red is the OWO. And it stands for the per Tasser, the Red House of Pharaoh. And because Austria used to be a very powerful empire, and they are still there, they just need to be horizontal now. That's why it says here twice in red and only 1 in white. Or like we used to be red, starting at the top. Now we are white, you know, being a republic, but we will be red again. And this is very much standing in connection to the things I'm going to explain to you now. So already in the 1980s, when I was still in the army doing the odd stuff for them, we already had intel that the Ruskies had operational killer units operating out of Austria. And as Austria wasn't, and now 2026 still isn't in the NATO, we couldn't just ask them to sort it out and send us sitrep which means situation report. So here we see the Alpine countries. This is a map of all the NATO countries in Europe. And here the Alpine countries are not in the NATO. This is Swaziland here, and this is Austria. You can see the profile of Austria here, the same as this one here, so it fits nicely in here. Here it says Austria, and in red with the Soviet symbols in it. So you could just put it from here to in it. And France has only been a member of NATO under President Sarkozy, who likes America very much since 2009. So for more than 50 years, from 1966 until 2009, France was not part of the NATO. And actually, I didn't know they were part of it now, as it's only been since 2009. So, because of what I'm explaining you in this video, the map of Austria is in red here with the Soviet symbols in it, which is related to the white mark here in the middle of Europe, that they are not part of NATO. They are so-called neutral. Army shorts like SITREP for Situation Report and many others got developed because in a combat situation there's not always time for lengthy words or proper English. A Donnie would like that, so he can use his typical Cartel English with words like hung instead of proper English hanged. Well, notorious military service dodger Donnie is more into sending Americans into war, using his tough commander speech, pretending to be a battle-hardened general, General Donnie Stupo. Now, why would Ruski killer agents pick Austria for their bases and safe houses? One, Russia and Austria, together with Germany, were the last vertical rule empires of Europe. Vertical Russia ended in 1917, and vertical Austria and vertical Germany ended a year later at the end of World War I in 1918, in order to sort of become horizontal. So here you see the present day time, and here is the past and the present day, which is very important, related to reason number one. So this is in fact the Austrian flag, as I showed you before, red, white, red for the OWO, NWO, OWO, and you see a Ruski agent with his fur hat and the symbol of the Tsar's monarchy, the coat of arms on his hat. And here you see the European community here with a lot of papers, which is very horizontal, as all the horizontal delegates of all the horizontal republics of Europe put together, like in Brussels and Strasbourg. So that's why he's standing here looking at the death and the grave of it says the Austro-Hungarian Empire, 1918, and that was vertical. So he's horizontal, vertical. And you see, here's the crown. You see, it's the same birdie as here, you know, the double-headed, not very eagle, but it's a falcon. So, and you see it here, you know, Ruski agents in Austria. The horizontal rule is a republic, where in Parliament, Congress and Senate, thousands of men and women rule together at the same horizontal level. A vertical rule is basically led by one man, as in a kingdom, monarchy or empire, where the king or emperor gives all the orders vertically down to all the subordinates. As we can see this shift happening in America, where Donnie Stupo, as a dictator or king, doesn't listen to the horizontal Congress anymore and vertically gives all the orders himself. Thus, America, shifting from a democratic republic, similarly to Mad Vlad Lily Putin, using the horizontal republic and its Duma, making a vertical rule dictatorship out of Russia, as the genuine reincarnation of the Russian Tsarist Empire. So here we see Lily Putin with the blue sash for the war crown, a Templar's cross and an octagon here. Here's another octagon. And here on the other side, here it says, "Long live the king." Here we see Stupo with a crown. And we see these people sitting, you know, these are in the horizontal rule, probably in Congress. And they say, what's happening? We're in a horizontal rule since 1776. And now this guy doesn't even listen to us anymore. He doesn't even look at us anymore. You know, what's going on? Everything is becoming vertical. So it's the same thing here in Russia. You know, people getting beaten up, they're getting murdered by the state or by the Tsar. As in America, people getting shot down by ICE, and they disappear in ICE camps, just as in Russia. They also have a lot of camps. So it's very similar things going on. And I've been telling you this for the last 16 years, that Pharaoh's nobility has infiltrated the republic and the horizontal rule to make monarchies, vertical rules, pharaonic empires again out of it. So here it says 1879, Kaiser, that's the German word for emperor, Franz Joseph. And Kaiser, etymologically, it comes from the word Caesar. Caesar, Kaiser, Kaiser. Because Caesar, he made himself an emperor. So the equivalent, the word for emperor, it became Caesar or Kaiser. The sash he's having is the red, white, red. As you can see here, red, white, red, the actual flag of Austria. And he lived here, Tsar Alexander II, he lived at the same time. He got a blue sash for the war here. And I slept in his garden once, I don't know, like 13 years ago, of his wife Sissy. If you turn Sissy around, you get Isis. She was murdered in Swaziland just before the First World War because she was a anti-militarist, she was a pacifist. So she had to be removed, you know, to make World War I happen. So it's in the video, Swissy killed Sissy. I don't know if you punch it, if it will pop up, because I'm shadow banned. And so, they are both vertical rules. Austria, Russia disappeared at the same time. They ended the vertical rule. This one 1917, this one here 1918. But the descendants, they are still there. And all over, the tendency in the Western world is that the feudal system is coming back. You can see it everywhere happening. And this is why we got this here now. You see Russian agents peeping through the flag of Austria. And here it says Unit 29155 Austria. And I will tell you where they are. I'll give you the address and everything. Oh yes, I was there. So here comes the connection number one between Russia and Austria, because in Austria too, the adherents for the rebirth of this huge vertical rule Habsburg Empire of Austria is staggeringly on the rise. In order to prove my assumption, here in August 2018 in Gamlitz, Austria, Mad Vlad Liliputin especially came down to Austria to come and dance on this private wedding party with Austria's foreign minister Karin Kneisel to seal the alleged Austro-Ruski vertical collaboration again. A genuine marriage between Austria and Russia against that horizontal Republican West, and have Ruski killer agents based in Austria under full protection of the Austrian Vertical Rule Revival Committee and its staggering growth. Thus, it can only happen in Austria that Mad Vlad Liliputin just goes on a private party and outside Russia, a very thing we saw never happen before nor after, and a true miracle that the person who took all the pictures is still alive. Or maybe he or she isn't anymore, maybe. Who knows? So here you see Liliputin, Karin Kneisel. The Austrians pronounce it like this, Karin Kneisel. Here you see the Austrian mountains here. Now I wonder what the guy in the dress is with the funny hats and all that. Or what is he? What is that? Well, the beeping Tom here wants to know it as well. What's he doing there? Now, I have to explain you the previous picture a little bit more because it's important. And here I see the guy in the dress again. He looks to be like a Muslim Nubian. So here it says it was in 2018 in Austria. This is the name of the woman, the foreign minister of Austria, Karin Kneisel. And here it says here, Mad Vlad Liliputin. Here it says the marriage between Russia and Austria. Here it says Austria. This is the Kneisel woman. And here is Mad Vlad for Russia. So it's not only her personal marriage of a quite elderly woman, But it's also symbolic of the marriage between Austria and Russia. And in this respect, the date is very important, which I'll explain you next. And look at this material here. It looks like the same material as the Russian winter hat here. There's the microphone. Probably a Russian microphone, eh? Now, this picture is very important. I mean, look at the dates. The end of the Habsburg Austrian Empire was in 1918. And the marriage between Russia and Austria, it took place exactly 100 years later in 2018. It's like a centennial. And the Russian Empire also ended in sort of 1918. Well, the October Revolution, October is almost, it's more 1918 than that it is 1917. So this is 100 years ago, this 100 years ago, and now we got this here. And if you look at the picture, I mean, this is the aristocracy, and this image is also the aristocracy. It's like she's showing her devotion in this hierarchy to the boss, Lily Putin. It's she is like a subordinate to the master. Yeah, you see, it's not. I mean, it should be the other way around. Like gallantry towards women, but no. Austria is bowing for Russia. And he has a blue suit, which is for the war, but, well, never mind. They usually have blue suits. And so this is very important. It's all related. This is related with this, and this is related with this. Well, actually, it's the other. I should have put the Tsar here because he's on Lily Putin's side, and I should have put the Franz Josef on this side. Well, I haven't thought about that. Never mind. And so it's a centennial. It's very important. And you can see the devotion here and the hierarchy. She is obeying the master here. And I wonder what this flag is, green with white. And these guys here, of course, with the sunglasses, and these three here. Well, you know what these are. It's they're all loaded with big guns, and he's got a red tie for the red house, which is the vertical rule. So all newspapers and all over the world, they were wondering about what happened here. Why, Lily Putin just going to a private wedding. The boss of this very powerful country, he never goes anywhere, and he goes just like, why Austria, So, I mean, all these politicians, they are liars, They have their own agenda, the pharaonic agenda, which is not the agenda of the people. So it's best not to listen what they're all saying, But you must look at the numbers, the secret hand signs, the colors, and all these sort of things. Read between the lines. Like here, the lines are here, you have to read in between, And then you might find out what's really going on. And always take the opposite of what they're all saying. Then you're far nearer to the truth than if you just suck it in what they all tell you. Yeah. So, of course, Mr. Lily Putin here, he wouldn't just go to a private wedding. No way, forget about it. It's also a security nightmare and all these sort of things. No, he came because it's the centennial. The Russian Empire disappeared in 1918. And it's 100 years later, it's the centennial. And they made the deal, allegedly, that they're going to reinstall the feudal system, the monarchies everywhere. And we see it happening. Donnie is doing it, and he doesn't even listen to the Congress anymore. The Congress is horizontal. If the president doesn't listen, it gets all vertical. So he came because of the marriage, it says the marriage between Russia and Austria. So she stands for Austria, he stands for Russia. That's why he came. Reason 2 for the Unit 29155 Ruski killer agents in Austria is that there's a very large Cossack community in Austria, and officially 30,000 Russians in Austria. Why so many, you might ask, which I will explain to you in this video. So here again you see Karen Knazel in my Austrian pronunciation. I think this must be the man she married, next to marrying the whole of Russia altogether. These guys here are Cossacks. Nice, they're doing in their costumes, they look so bloody harmless, don't they now, eh? Here they're marching on the Red Square on May 9th, Before there were Nazi uniforms, these guys are changing sides all the time. But let me tell you, they're never at the side of the people. Oh, let me tell you that. They're always at the side of the most strongest and the ones who pay the most, and but never at the side of the people. The Russian people know it by now, eh? Or maybe not. After a couple of bottles of vodka, they forget everything, I suppose, That looks nice uniforms, they got music here, look, they got some cellos here, and nice hat, nice smile with the innocent beard. It looks so traditional and old-fashioned. Here it says, Unit 29155, the Cossack connection. Well, let me tell you, there is a Cossack connection of Unit 29155, and I'll explain that to you in this video. The unit and the Cossacks, they all come together in Austria, and I will tell you in a minute where that happens. So here in the next picture, here it says World War II Nazi uniform, both the Cossacks and the Austrians. So here we see them together 80 years later. The guys 80 years before, their ancestors were walking around in Nazi uniforms and murdering people all over. The Cossacks did, and the Austrians did. Probably this guy, allegedly his father or grandfather, and from her lineage probably, and now they're all smiling. Look at how they're smiling, having a nice party together, probably because they have so much in common. Don't you think so? Look, you got the same sort of things here at the chest as these one, as they are both Cossacks. Always got these furry hats, the long coats like all over in red, in black. So in 1945, about 70,000 Cossacks in Nazi uniforms escaped the approaching Soviet Red Army, as the entire German army had to retreat and ended up in Austria, where on June the 1st, 1945, by their own words, the Cossacks got betrayed by the English and handed over to the Ruskies, where in the town of Lienz, about 2,000 Cossack men, women, and children committed suicide at the river Drau in Lienz, Austria. out of fear to end up in a Soviet gulag, because the Cossacks are in fact traitors to the people and always formed the police forces for the very brutal Tsarist regime. So here on the map, here you see Lienz. And here's Italy, Slovenia, Germany, here's Switzerland. Switzerland is here where the toothpicks are. And Lienz is about 2 kilometers from the Italian border. And look, isn't that charming? They're doing the Heil 5 together here with the hands, you know. Clap the hands, Heil 5. Charming guys, eh? Both of them. And the party actually of Karin Knazel was about here, Gumlitz, it's about here, on the Slovenian border, former Yugoslavia. And here it says 2025, Homie Ross. So in Lienz, where the Cossacks in 1945 on June 1st, where there were 70,000 of them, and 2,000 committed suicide at the river, Homie Ross spent 4 months here, surveilling these guys here. And this is where Unit 29155 are. I can promise you that, and I'll tell you more about it in this video. So let's have a look what the AI, here says AI in French, what they have to say about it. The AI is of course just a resume with all the newspapers and TV, media, historians all together, and then it ends up in the AI. So the GRU Unit 29155, I'll read it for you, is a top secret unit within the Russian General Staff Main Intelligence Directorate, the GRU, specializing in sabotage, assassination and destabilization operations across Europe. Well, based in Moscow at the 161st Specialist Training Center, investigative reports have identified significant links between the unit and activities in Austria. There we go. Including using it as a logistics or travel hub. Here, French intelligence found that the unit used alpine regions, including areas near the Swiss border, for staging an investigation by, well, etc. Well, of course, you know, if you go, I told you, they are based in Lienz. I'll show it on the map once more afterwards. If you want to go to Western Europe or England or France and as Unit 29155 and do operations in Western Europe, where NATO countries, from Austria, where their forward base is in Europe, you don't want to pass through Switzerland because they know Switzerland is a total police state. It's incredible. And so from Lienz, it's only 2 kilometers to the Italian border. I mean, Italy is Italy, you know. It's more like laissez-faire, you know. It's they don't do very much. There's not much control in Italy, you know. And Italians would never. Well, they did actually, but never mind. So you don't want to cross like Germanic countries if you want to go to France and like England. Germanic, like Germany and Switzerland and also Austria, it means control. You know, there's a lot of control. Polizei, you know. So you prefer to pass through Italy. And as Lienz is only 2 kilometers from the Italian border, well, you don't want to cross Switzerland and Austria. You go immediately from Lienz, where the unit's base is, you go to Italy. And through northern Italy, there's also a big chunk of northern Italy, it's called Südtirol, that are actually ethnic Austrians. So since 1918, they have been annexed by Italy after the fall of the vertical Habsburg Empire in 1918. So you cross through northern Italy. It's mountainous, it's small roads, and then where do you get in France after you've passed that region? Well, you get to the Alpine regions in France, next to the Swiss border, exactly where the unit have been sighted. So this is the reason. The people are all asking themselves, well, why are they in that region, in the Alpine region in France? Why? Because they passed through Italy, of course. I repeat, you don't want to cross Germanic countries, the Polizei and all that. You just don't want to do that. So I continue reading. The Unit 29155 operatives have been identified visiting Vienna multiple times, etc., sometimes under the guise of working with local Austrian businesses, VTA company, I don't know what that is. Austria, particularly Vienna, is regarded by European intelligence as a major hub for Russian spies with Unit 29155. So, and here also travel routes involving Austria. So it's all the time Vienna, Vienna. But of course, you don't want to hide or have a safe house in Vienna. You don't want to do that. You prefer like being in Lienz, in the mountains, with no neighbors. And but of course, they were sighted maybe in Vienna because every time you take an airplane or you take a train or a bus, well, you end up in Vienna. But they don't know where they came from before that. Well, I tell you, they came from Lienz. And this is why a big town like Vienna is not a good place to be for a secret unit. And the proof is that they're all talking about Vienna here, that they've been seen there, So here's some more. So this is the reason why they were sighted, seen in Vienna and in the Alpine regions of France called Le Haute-Savoie, the Savoy regions of France. So here you see Lienz. So you don't want to cross like Polizei, the Germanic, like Germany, here Austria, and here this is already Switzerland, going to France, no. If you're already 2 clicks from the border in Italy, and this is all mountains, it's all Alpine, you go through Italy here, and here Italy ends, and here the Haute-Savoie, the Alpine region of France, about here, starts. And this is why they were seen there. It's so easy. And you need to be, a historian to understand. In Lienz, the Cossacks are there, and there's a Russian base here. There's a community. There's a large community. I will tell you more about it. And I'll prove to you that the Unit 29155, they are based in and around Lienz and probably also just across the border in northern Italy. As in Italy, there's not much control. They already got enough to do with the mafia and all that, and they're not as rigorous, like in Germany, the police force. It's more like easygoing. France and Italy is more like easygoing. So this is why you want to pass through Italy and France, and definitely not through Switzerland, and not even this part through Austria, and also not pass through Germany. So this is why, it's like that. And here's Vienna. So every time when they go back to Russia or whatever, they pass through Vienna. From Lienz, there's no airplane going to Moscow or no train. So this is why they were seen here all the time. And all the smart guys in the media, they say Vienna, Vienna, Vienna. No, but you have to be a historian and also have experience and like army experience to understand that it's not Vienna. It never is a big town. Never. So you can see even Wikipedia, they have this website here, Austria and Russian intelligence. I read it for you, but not everything, because there's really a lot between Austria and Russia. So due to domestic policies and a history of neutrality, Austria has for decades been a center for intelligence activities in Europe together with Belgium. It has been considered a hub for Russian intelligence. There you go. Austria's role in espionage, particularly as a base for Russian intelligence operations, has been noted by several media outlets. Because of this, Eastern Europeans have at times referred to Austria as Russia's Trojan horse in Western Europe. The New Statesman has described Austria as Russia's tunnel into the heart of Europe. Now, it's true. And that Austria is a compromised state with the country's attachment to neutrality, leading it to cultivate obsequious relations with Russian energy and espionage. The Financial Times have referred to the Austrian Domestic Intelligence Agency, BVT, as regarded as being so compromised that for a time it was cut out of much European intelligence sharing activity. Well, I showed you in the other video that they even have a Jordanian with an Arab name as the head of the Austrian Domestic Intelligence Agency, Mr. Hayavi or something. And we just saw the party of Karin Knazel, with Mr. Lilliput. So it's quite obvious that it's all very compromised, So, yeah, I guess you need Homie Ross, to go and have a personal look where they really are, which I did, and you'll hear more in a moment. Yeah, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the Russian influence and intelligence in Austria came under wider international domestic scrutiny. So there's a lot more. Of course, I haven't read it all, because they're not even. Oh, here it says, additionally, former Foreign Minister Karin Knazel, there she is again, she joined Rosneft. What is that? Russian oil company, as well as began writing for Russia Today. Well, actually, Russia Today is not that bad, It's only Russia Today that gave us the information about the Swiss tunnel, didn't they? Etc. Russia Today is not bad, I must admit so. Well, there's a lot more. You can read it yourselves. I'm not going to read it all. I mean, they don't even talk about Lienz, Nowhere in the internet they talk about Lienz. Only Homie Ross does. These here are Cossacks, supposed to defend the Tsar and his family, but they didn't. And here is a colored picture of Tsar Nicholas II in a Cossack robe and a Cossack hat. And when in 1917 the Russian Revolution came, ending these pharaonic tsars, the Russian people and the new Soviet regime wanted vengeance. So huge Cossack armies fled into the Ukraine, thus directly leading to the Holodomor in 1932, killing about 10 million Ukrainians and who are Europeans, due to large Cossack gangs on horses robbing the Ukrainians of their food. Here in the picture you can see Tsar Nicholas II with his son Tsarevich Alexei, thinking that if they would put on Cossack uniforms, as you can see here, then the Cossacks would protect the Tsar family as being part of the Cossack family and be protected not so much from the Russian people, but rather to be protected from the principality of the lower nobility in Russia, conspiring against the vertical rule Tsarist empire, replacing it through a horizontal rule republic. But alas, the Cossacks ran away and betrayed the Tsar and his family, as Cossacks always ran throughout history, merely picking soft targets through collective rape and terror, and ran away, leaving the Tsar and his family naked, alone and without defense, as Cossacks will always betray friend or master when the enemy is too strong and too numerous. So this again is a colored picture. Here's the Tsar and his son, is probably his daughters or his wife. Here some more. And these are the Cossacks in their traditional uniforms, who look really like warriors, but it's all show, it's theater, just like the shows they give on television with dancing and all that. Here, a bit later in history, you can see the Cossacks with a German Nazi helmet on, probably running away from the Russians with the Soviet Red Army on their tails, and ending up in Austria with here Karin Knasel in Austria, with the spirit of the Tsars hanging over their Austrian Ruski dance party, all in that traditional red Cossack coat. And when soon huge armies will amass at Russia's borders, the Cossacks will also betray their current master Lily Putin, and even possibly riding away into the sunset, all of them all together, and abandon ship. So you can see this is definitely a German Nazi helmet of World War II. And these are Cossacks, as it said under the picture. And this looks like the SS Totenkopfverbände. Here you can see Cossacks beating up people today for their leader, the Tsar Lily Putin. Here you see the Cossack hats. It's probably summer, everybody is in t-shirts, but they're having these fur hats on. Now look here, you see also a Cossack having because it's hot, so he took off his military jacket, but appears a Christian angel of death here. They're selling themselves as Christians. I wonder if this is a publicity for Christianity, or is it a publicity for Cossacks being Christians? Or maybe both altogether, probably. So today in 2026, with Tsar Putin having turned Russia into a vertical rule dictatorship by having used the horizontal rule Russian Democratic Republic that didn't last very long anyway. And Tsar Mad Vlad Putin uses the traditional Tsarist soldiers called the Cossacks again to beat up the Russian people and anyone else who interferes. And as I've told you, history is repeating itself over and over again. Just a look at history and you'll know what'll happen tomorrow. So here on the red square, they probably call it the red square because of the red building, I don't know. Here you see Mr. Putin, and here the Cossacks. You can always recognize them, or maybe not always, because they are wearing a fur hat in the middle of summer. And they got these sort of things here on their chests. So in the internet, you'll see lots of pictures of Putin with his sort of loyal Cossacks, who see him as the new Tsar, in a sort of religious type adoration in which Putin has become the savior of the new Ruski Empire. And unfortunately, we see the same humbug happening in America with S.T.U.P.O here, as it also happened in Nazi Germany, as you can see in my video here, with the other dictator here. You see three dictators here: dictator S.T.U.P.O, dictator Adolf, and dictator Putin. And this is the video from last year. Here's the title on the same channel. It's quite funny, actually. Here is Mr. T for Trump, his initial, Mr. T. And here it says ice. If you turn it around, you get iced tea. Like, wasn't there an actor, also a funny guy? Here in 2024, you can see the Cossacks parading on the annual May 9th parade on the Red Square, celebrating Russia's victory over Nazi Germany, although the Cossacks were in fact fighting in the Nazi army against Mother Russia. But well, who cares? And none of the dumb slaves remembers anyway. With Tsar Putin having a total amnesia on that point, together with the fact that the Ruskies could never have won the war without America's help through the Arctic convoys. So here it says Arctic convoys in nice light blue. Look at the sea, the ocean here. And these are genuine pictures of the Arctic convoys. And here is the end of the ship. It just got blown up by an U-boat. And ein Unterwasserboot, with many sailors dying, to help the Ruskies who are who don't even remember this. But, well, who remembers anyway after the daily consumption of a liter of vodka? So here you see a Cossack with all these things on his breast, a big tummy, not a big tummy. And here you see the Cossacks with all German symbols here. Like here, the Nazi, I don't say eagle anymore, it's a falcon. And here you got the pharaonic colors actually. It's white, red and blue, just as the English have on the airplanes. They still have it today. So, and this is I hope you remember, this is the sun hieroglyph, the round thing in the middle, like here, with the two wings on each side. It stands for Horus. And so these ones here, they don't remember this here. Or maybe they just drank it away. Let's put it that way. And just as in the Tsar Empire before 1917, today all over Russia, the Cossack police are expanding and roaming around Russia in their typical Nazi-style Gestapo boots, which reminds them of the good old days when Cossacks raped and butchered as part of the Nazi hordes. So here you see them with the Nazi Iron Cross, a Templar's cross, here with the Horus Falcon of the Nazis on his hat here as well. This is actually a Nazi uniform. And here you got these Cossack stuff. And the same thing, look, they already had the same thing as Lily Putin for the Ukraine war has nowadays. You see, exactly the same thing. Or the, how do you call it, a military intervention or something. Here you see the German officers here. They're all together. Here's some more Germans, and here German. No, this is a Cossack. So you see here in black, like the SS, Cossacks in the SS, So, and we see it happening again. History is repeating itself. I told you, as well as in America, in Europe, even in Russia, the Nazis won the war. And here you can see how the new Tsar's Cossacks beat up the Russian people, just as they used to do for the Tsar during the Tsarist Empire. History repeats itself, indeed. Look how you don't want to get a leather whip like this in your neck, eh? Oh, it can rip your head off. Look at that. Where all the energy goes through, all the key energy and the everything into the head. You can have you can be damaged for the rest of your life. And this is what I meant. This symbol of the Ukraine war. Funny, the guy, the Cossack in the Nazi uniform, he had exactly this thing on his breast, as you could see before. So, this means history is repeating itself. Or what else can it mean, eh? Now, here comes Homie Ross into the picture. In 2025, I spent 4 months here in Lienz, Austria, where the Cossacks are, and where I picked up my old nasty habits of enemy surveillance again. I was a bit rusty at the beginning, but as they say, old habits die hard. So I spent last year 4 months in Tyrol, in the Dolomite Mountains, in that Cossack town called Lienz. where allegedly Lily Putin himself opened a bogus Cossack museum in the year 2014, simultaneously with his annexation of Crimea in March 2014, which is the very same year the bogus Lienz Cossack Museum opened, in order for Vlad's killer agents to have an operational base for Unit 29155. So here again, the town of Lienz, it's all like 3,000-meter high mountains all around. It's quite beautiful. And here you see Cossacks 2014. This is the marketplace. And where the dots going down, I'm pretty bad with computers, so I don't know where any arrows are and all that stuff. So I just do the double dots here. So I double dot down here. And this was the house where they are, the museum. And funny enough, the biggest police station in the region, it's like glued onto this house on the other side. You know, they're protected. And just think about the party, you know, they were having the dancing party. The Austrians protect this. They protect it all. How is it possible? They're sitting, you know, right at the, where the museum, where the Cossacks are. It's just behind it, the biggest police station in Lienz and the whole region. So here you see a part of Lienz, the map. It says tourist information here. And this is interesting. I don't want to pronounce this name here. This here, it means the Jaywalker Alley. But I had a look, there's nothing anymore. Not in the alley, not in the entire Lienz. No jaywalkers, nothing at all. Well, I mean, Adolf is from Austria. I mean, what else, you know? So here is the main police station here. There you go, with all the police cars there. And the Cossacks are right behind it, one of these two buildings here. So it's not marketplace, it's Hauptplatz. It means the main place, not the marketplace, the main place. The whole thing here, from here to here, it's the main place. But I think I heard people say marketplace. Well, they probably do the market there as well, you know. So how is this possible, you know, that the Cossacks are right behind the main police station, not only of Lienz, but the whole region? And they don't know that the Cossacks are here and, you know, and the whole history and what's going on now with the Lilliputting doing the waltz with the foreign minister in Austria in 2018. So they opened this 4 years before 2018, in 2014, the same year when Crimea got annexed, and when, as they say, the shit started to hit the fan. You know, so it's not a coincidence. You know, at the same time, they needed safe houses, they needed a base. And as they've already been in the region since 1945, basically, so the Cossacks. So here you can see about the Cossack Museum. Ko-bro, I don't know what that means. Ko, I suppose it's Kosaken, it means Cossacks in German. And bro, yeah, brother, a brotherhood. So it's German, English. Well, it's weird. And here it says Cossack Museum in Lienz, as I told you. So here are some pictures here. Like this is the bridge where it probably happened. There are two rivers in Lienz. They got a cemetery as well. And Lienz is quite beautiful, you know, all these like 3,000-meter mountains all around, the Dolomites. And so, I'll show you some more. Unfortunately for you guys here, you know, here's the German flag. There's only here Russian and Italian. The international language, it is not there. Well, they hate Americans, of course, you know, so no English. And they also hate the English because of what happened on June the 1st, 1945. As they even pictured it here, portraying those poor Cossacks in Nazi uniforms who just came raping and murdering people all over Eastern Europe, and they portray themselves, of course, as victims. Oh, the poor Ruskies. And you see, you know, you can't even see that the uniforms, that they are like Nazi uniforms. All the emblems are taken off, all the insignia. The only thing that stays are the Gestapo boots here. The English you can see with the beret and the booties here. The booties, that it is more that they are the English, so they're more recognizable. And they show the English here as the bullies and the poor Cossacks. Well, don't you believe this? So this is why here there's no English. So I can put it in Russian for you, or Italian, or you can do it yourself. So here's some other things you can punch in with pictures, and I don't know what. They got a organization. You can contact them. And you can see they're at the Hauptplatz, the main place, number 3, just behind the police station in Lienz, Austria. And you can even find them on YouTube about the Der Todesritt der Kosaken, the death, not a march, but the death ride on a horse of the Cossacks, the poor Cossacks, eh? It's more like the death ride, as they were butchering people all over. And you can read some about the poor Cossacks, you know. And I can't go more down, you can do it yourself. So here, you can punch the pictures here, where they show a lot of pictures, and here they got an organization, which is interesting. So you see here, 2014, but they've been here a long time before, and the organization actually is since 1957. Which I'll show you in a minute. And in the 50s, all the killings, you know, remember, of the Unit 29155 started. That's why it's 1955, remember? I did a video about that. So you can find this all yourselves. And here's the address again. Here's some other, here's another map. And, this sounds an Austrian name. Well, that's the that they are teaming up, you see, the Cossacks and the Austrians. It's like the waltzing party. They got a newspaper here, Die Kosackenbote. Bote, it means like it's an ancient name for a newspaper. They got the numbers of it. And they want money, as you can see here, the Dolomite Bank. And you can find it yourself. So there we go, the museum just behind the police station. And no English. You know, they hate us. You see, they hate us, you know. It's so obvious. I mean, what are they doing there in the first place? Why do we let them? Well, it's so obvious they hate us, you know. Why do we just let them, and we let them, and, you know, we're patient with them? I mean, why? So here you see it, the annexation of Crimea, 2014. Very important date, people. Look at the numbers. Because, and the symbols and everything, you know. Well, I'll let you read it yourself. It's quite long. Oh, and it was a khanate, you know, and the Cossacks, they had a khanate, and they still have a khanate. So it's important for the Cossacks, Crimea. They want to have it. So when in this year, 2014, apparently, Russia and their Tsar, Putin, they decided to show their ugly face, their real face, after having been using the nice face of the democratic face, the Republican face for about 20 years, saying, now we're going to do just like the Europeans, maybe we're going to join the NATO. They even said it. You imagine, Putin said it, really. So, and this year it changed. So then they decided for their base, for Unit 29155, they needed a base. So in the same year they opened the Cossack Museum in Austria. Right after we saw Mr. Putin doing the waltz in Austria with the foreign minister and all that. I mean, coincidence? No, just put the puzzle pieces together. Look at the dates and put it together. This is not a coincidence. And in the same year, there was the Maidan Revolution. Here it says, Maidan Revolution, that took place in the Ukraine in February 2014. Well, what do you know? You know, you must always look at the itinerary. Very important to understand what happened at a certain moment. You must look what happened right before and what happened right after. Well, right after they opened that Cossack museum. You know, so 2014, very important. Then everything shifted downwards, you know, like fire and all this. And I made a video in 2014 because I wanted to help these poor people, you know, in their revolution. They were fighting for justice and they all got massacred with Swiss guns. I'll show the video in a moment. I'll show you one more time because it's very important, the itinerary. So here again, the Cossack Museum in Lienz, just behind the police station. It says in German, ja, I tell you in German here. Der lang gehegte Wunsch konnte in Erfüllung gehen. Die Stadt Lienz, Osttirol, hat nun seit 2014 ihr privates Kosackenmuseum. Ja, in 2014, here the Cossack Museum, they opened it. And if you know, the Cossack history of rape and murder and betraying everyone, being in Nazi uniforms and now beating up people for Putin, for Putin, you know that when everything happens here at the same time as the annexation of Crimea and the Maidan Revolution, then you know perfectly 100% sure that the opening at the same time of this museum, it has something to do with that, eh? It's so clear. Just look at the itinerary. That's, if you do military analysis and these sort of things, you always look at the itinerary, always. But apparently, it's more old school. They don't do this anymore. How come nobody is talking about this and only Homie Ross is? How come? Where are all the professionals gone? There probably are no more professionals. And anyway, they all work together anyway. The CIA, MI6, DGS, KGB or whatever, they all work together. They all got the same pharaohs at the top of it. Do you really think that the Ruskies were thinking in 2014, well, we had Maidan, but then Crimea went pretty well. The market is booming. Let's expand and open that Cossack museum in Austria as a forward base on not so very much enemy territory. Or was it all planned from the beginning? That it all happened simultaneously in 2014 by the rules of mathematics and its probability assessment rule out a coincidental probability. I mean, aren't there any valid military analysts anymore? So here it says, no coincidental probability concerning the Ruskies in 2014, probability assessment of an AWOL military analyst. When Lily Putin, 4 years later in 2018, practiced his Austrian waltzing skills with Austria's foreign minister Karin Kneißl, I'm pretty sure the new Tsar and his Austrian waltzing partner paid a quick visit to his Cossack homies in Lienz. Moreover, since Austria's foreign minister Karin Kneißl has lived in Russia ever since 2023 for alleged rendered services against NATO and against, most of all, against America. I mean, who the hell wants to swap the gorgeous mountains of Austria for Russia? And who wants to live in Russia anyway? In 1992, Austria's Russian waltzer, Karin Kneißl, graduated from the very same Templar school French President Macron attended 10 years later, and where 8 years ago I filmed you this here. So this is an original Templars commandery in Strasbourg of Saint-Jean de Jerusalem. And here's my backpack with which I have been surviving for the last 10 years, except for the last months here now. And here you can see the title. So you can just punch that in on the same channel. I made it in 2018. I wrote down some stuff here. And here are the comments, not so many, only 70. So she went to the same school. I mean, this is the president's school, where all presidents, all powerful people from Africa, from all over the world, this is where they go. It's called l'ENA, l'École Nationale de l'Administration. I will call this alleged Russian spy from now on KKK for Karin Kneißl Cossack, as Cossack is being written with a K in German, making the alleged spy's codename Triple K. Triple K's father was a pilot for King Hussein of Jordan. Small world, eh? Moreover, if you consider that Austria's current director of Austria's Secret Service State Security or Intelligence Service Directorate, also is Jordanian by the name of Omar Hayawi, whom I already mentioned last year in this video here. So is the King Hussein of Jordan. I think he was the king. And the father of Triple K, KKK, Karin Kneisel, was a personal pilot for this guy here. And now this Jordanian, by the name of Omar Hayawi, is the director of this here, the Austrian Intelligence Service, the DSN. You see, the Austrian flag, the red, white, red, the falcon and all that. So here is a connection, an Austrian connection to Karin Kneisel. Here is the Austrian connection to Karin Kneisel. And here is the Austrian connection to Karin Kneisel. She used to be the foreign minister of Austria. So, and this is the video here. Goldstein made, I can't, Philistine. And it's from last year on the same channel, 4 months ago. I wrote something on it. So, funny things going on, a small world, Jordanian, Nazis, Austria, Putin in it, Cossacks, what's going on. So here you can read about Karin Kneisel with the SS in the name. She was born in 1965 and she served as Minister of Foreign Affairs of Austria. And here it says, Kneisel has advocated for closer relations, well, very close to Putin, no? With Russia, and has a close relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. She has lived in Russia since 2023. Remember this date here, 2023, because it's a bit contradictory. Here it says somewhere, look, she was reported to have rented a home in the Russian village of Petrushova in 2022, which is only 4 years after they went waltzing in Austria. Here, look, that was in 2018, they went waltzing. So, yeah, in August 2018, she married entrepreneur Wolfgang Meilinger at the ceremony in the small town of Gamlitz, near the border with Slovenia. During the wedding, she danced with the Russian president, Mad Vlad Lilliput, who was in attendance and subsequently performed a deep curtsy. What's a curtsy? Oh, wow. Yeah, we saw that. The picture of his gesture were widely published in Russian and international media and sparked major outrage and criticism due to her perceived naivety. And so that's 2018, and here, 2 years later, she started to work for the articles for the Russian government and the RT, Russia Today. So right after she was dancing, she committed herself completely to Russia, even living there. And here, come back to Jordan. Small world, eh? Oh yeah, and in 1992 she graduated from the École Nationale d'Administration, which is the Templar school. I filmed that for you, I just showed it to you, where also the French president Macron, which is an anagram for monarch in French. He went to the same school 10 years later. So she was born in Vienna, in Kneisel with the SS in her name, spent part of her childhood in Amman. You know, that's where the Austrian current director of the Austrian CIA, FBI, where he is from, where her father worked as a pilot for King Hussein of Jordan. Oh, what a small world, isn't it nice and cozy? And also was involved in developing Royal Jordanian Airlines. And we just saw in the picture, you know, how they're really lookalikes, you know, the King of Jordan, the ears, the eyes, with the Jordanian director of the intelligence services of Austria. So it's Jordan all over in this relation between Lilliput and Kneisel with the SS in their name. It's Jordan all over, which is really suspicious. Too much Jordan in the equation for not smelling nepotism, corruption, and most likely the Ruskies behind it, all infiltrating all key positions in this neutral, non-NATO but European country called Austria. So here in this picture has been taken in Jordan, in the basement palace in Jordan of King Abdullah II. So this is the new king, it's another one from before. The other one was his father, King Hussein. And here it says Omar Hayyawi, the director of the Austrian Intelligence Service, the DSN. Here you see the Austrian thing here. So what's going on? Everywhere Jordan, in places where there shouldn't be any Jordanians. I mean, not in these sort of key positions. Again, it's all related to kings, the nobility. And ask yourselves, what are the Cossacks doing in Jordan? Are they working there like a sort of a Swiss guard, or did Lilliput took him there as his Praetorian guard? Or did they just come on horseback, maybe, together with him? Yeah, look, they came all the way on horseback. The Nazi Cossacks and the Nazi Lilliputin, whose horse even has a swastika halter. Like when the Tsar pulling the lead, it's saying the Nazis are pulling the strings. Look at the symbols, people, because in most times the symbols are the only things that don't lie. Look, and here it says even in Russian swastika. Well, the Ruskies love him anyway. Yeah, look at the ears. It's really the same form. And look at the eyes. Look at the way, look at the look. The same look in their eyes. So similar. It's definitely the same family. So the only other language on Omar Hayyawi and his gang is this here. So I guess the other homies here watch Homie Ross, his videos too, to whom in this video I really offer some genuine tango targets. You guys should contact me in 3D and I'll hand you over some real brutal intel on 29155 Cossacks you wouldn't believe. But, well, they're all the same anyway. The same pharaohs at the top who let the dumb slaves of the various nations fight each other, where the dumb slaves are merely pieces on a chessboard or international gladiators from around the globe, butchering each other in a huge colosseum. In this rare picture of Adolf, we can see the true color of his eyes, which was blue and not black as in most pictures. And we must also remember that Austria gave us Adolf, whose anonymous grandfather, Frankenberger, in Vienna, allegedly was of Pharaoh's high nobility of Habsburg, explaining the fact that Adolf was way too intelligent within his family's provincial Schicklgruber family. Adolf had the superior pharaonic genetics through his Vienna grandfather, making little Adolf interested in art, architecture, history, politics, and of course, how to rule over the dumb slaves. Yes, he became the chosen one to be initiated in Pharaoh's base on August 30th, 1923 in Zurich, Switzerland. All this derived out of Austria, where the Habsburg lineage still is very powerful. Where today, and here on the map, in Lienz, Austria's vertical rule pharaohs are conspiring with Russia's vertical rule pharaohs and having that forward base through the Tsar's Cossacks since 1957. When Unit 29155 assassinations started in the very same 50s era, with the assassination on Mr. Hetoft in 1955 and two Roski assassinations in 1959, as you can see in this video here. So here you see the NATO, here you see their first kill, Mr. Hans Hetoff in 1955. And as I've shown in this video here, last year in October, the number of the unit is the same date. It's January 29, 1955, as here, as this guy suddenly dropped dead. And he brought Denmark into the NATO in 1949. So the Russians were very, very angry. So it's like, to announce their first kill. They put it in the number of their unit. So remember this date here, 1955, and I'll show to you what happened in the same era in Austria. So you can read all this. It's all related. Right? Nazis, Russia, Lily Putin, Austria, the foreign minister dancing, the Cossacks, the unit, Switzerland, of course, is all united, everything, it's all related. So here again, you see that year, 1955, as I've shown you just before. Why? What happened? Well, the Ruskies lost their grip over Austria in that year of 1955, which is also the reason that Austria needs to stay neutral, as it still has the shadows of the past hanging over Austria, of being divided into a French zone, an American zone, a Russian zone and an English zone, with Vienna just as Berlin in the Ruski zone, with Vienna just as Berlin being cut up into 4 zones. Because all the great vertical rule empires like Germany and Austria needed to be not only defeated but also humiliated, and like in the Middle Ages, the 4 limbs cut off, like into 4 zones, in order to make sure the horizontal rule of the Republic got adopted, controlled, and fully executed. So here you see Austria. It was Allied occupied, as in the Middle Ages, 4 parts, the 4 limbs, from 1945 to 1955. There's the date again. That's why it all fits together. It all hangs together. So this is the French part. It says Vorarlberg. The Austrians call him the Xiberger because they speak Swiss German. It's the Swiss buffer zone. Probably up to here, maybe. You know, they even write it here. There's even this border here because, you know, during the 30-Year War, the Swiss mercs, they murdered everyone. I already explained it to you. So this is Tyrol, West Tyrol. Here I was here. Here is Lienz, where the Cossacks are, in the British zone, where the thing happened with the Cossacks, where there were 70,000 men, women and children, and about 2,000 committed suicide at the river Drau, here in Lienz, where Homie Ross has spent in 2025 4 months. And so this is East Tyrol. And there's also South Tyrol. Already in the First World War, it got divided into parts, the big Habsburg Empire, and it belongs here now to Italy. And I've met the guys here in Corsica, where at the Giornate Internazionale, as I've explained in a video 2 months ago. So this is the American zone, just as they did in Germany, eh? Same thing. Here's the English zone, and this is the Ruski zone. And this is Vienna. You can see it. It's cut up, also like Berlin, into 4 parts. Here's the Ruski part, American, French, and English. And here it says Burgenland. Burgen, it means the castle, the land of the castles. So it got chopped off, chopped up like into 4 parts, like a pizza, for about 10 years, and so from 45 to 55. And this is the reason that Austria needs to remain neutral, because it still is chopped up in a way. So in 1955, the Ruskies lost their bases in Austria and had to improvise and find a solution for their new Unit 29155 and its planning for their first January 29, 1955 political assassination on Mr. Hertoft. For organized states assassinations, the state usually provides with safe houses, training bases, food, place to sleep and rest, so the hit team can fully concentrate on the assassination. So when Unit 29155 assassinated Hetoft in 1955, Bandera in 1959, and Lev Rebet in 1957. The Unit 29155's assassins came out of Lienz, Austria, where in the very same year of 1957, the Cossack Association was founded with their so-called archpriest at the head of it. So here you can read again, Lienz, Austria, where homie Ross spent 4 months in 2025. And here is the Cossack museum. Here they got their base. But of course the safe houses are in the mountains, you know, there's so many mountains. And probably also in Italy, which is just 2 clicks over the border. Italy is on this side here, where there are less mountains, by the way. So before I showed you the website of the Cossack Museum in Lienz that was opened in 2014, at the same time when the annexation of Crimea happened. So here you can look at some things here. Well, I didn't, you know, it takes, I know what it's all about. I don't have to, you know, but you can do that. Maybe you'll find something. There's even their emails somewhere. So here you see the Skull of Death. Here's the river, the Tyrol, where they 2,000 committed suicide, allegedly. Here the Austrian mountains. And, well, they are showing us that they are so religious. They kill everybody on the way, but, you know, they are religious, yeah. You know what I mean, eh? Just like Lily Putin. So here it says, the association in memory of the Lienz Cossack tragedy of June 1st, 1945. Showing them, you know, the aggressors falling into the victim's role. And, well, you can read it all yourself, but this is what I wanted to show you here in blue. The association commemorating the Lienz Cossack tragedy of June 1st, 1945, has been remembering one of the most painful chapters of recent Cossack history in Western Europe since its founding in 1957. So that's very important, the dates, you know, when something happens, what happened before and what happened afterwards. So 1957, I just told you before. So in 1955, Russia lost its grip on Austria. So they had to find a solution, you know, to go undercover. So here they go undercover, you know, like undercover of like a few things, the Holy Cross and a terrible tragedy, you know, and all that sort of things, you know. Well, I don't want to use any bad words. So here you can read what happened. And here, you know, it's in the same era all the murders happened. So in 55, and they were already here, of course, you know, they organized the 29155. It's all in the same era. It's the same itinerary. The itinerary is very important. 59, they murdered the other 2 guys, the Ukrainian guys, and which was a lot easier for them because they had this base. But also before 57, they already had the base, of course, since 1945. But then, so they want support, of course. Every church wants money. And I thought there was even here, look, there's even an email. Here's the address. Yeah, Lienz. And well, this is all new, 2026. Maybe the website is all new. Here it is, East Tyrol, as I told you. And so on June the 1st, it will, now to this year, it will be May 30th. It starts, so you can have a look. So look here, the poor Cossacks, they like uniforms, they like weapons, they like killing people. But, you know, when they get confronted with the Brits, with the English, you know, it turns out a bit differently, you know, they're not used to that, you know. I'm pretty sure the English are the most fiercest warriors anyway, because they're all Vikings and Saxons, you know. And the Saxons are probably the most fiercest warriors anyway that ever walked the planet, you know. So then the Cossacks had a huge problem, and now they're all crying about it every year, you know. And similarly, in 2014, when the Cossack Museum in Lienz was opened, immediately after, a rise in Unit 29155's lethal activities can be seen, like their 2015 attempted assassination on Emilian Gebrev, or the assassination attempt on Sergei Skripal in 2018, and others, closely related to the opening of the Cossack Museum in Lienz. In the very same country, Lily Putin came dancing on that private party in Austria, also in the year 2018. The same year, ex-KGB Sergei Skripal almost got assassinated, as if Mad Vlad personally came over to celebrate the terminations of what he called the traitors of Mother Russia, as if he wanted to thank everyone personally, probably making him feel part of the action personally, feel that energy again around a successful KGB hit that he had missed so much since he left the KGB as a KGB colonel in 1991. And as he couldn't get enough of the whole Austria success story, he doubled up by visiting the Austria Tyrol house during the Russia Olympics in Sochi on February the 9th, also that very same year of 2014, when in 2014 the Cossack Museum in Lienz opened. And as the Austria House, for some particular reason, only indicated that particular Tyrol region in Austria, where Unit 29155 has its base in Lienz around the Museum of Mad Vlad's Cossack pals, as if the rest of Austria didn't exist, only mentioning Tyrol. So this is in the Tyrol house during the Olympics, Sochi, it says 2014. Here you see the Austrian flag, red, white, red. You're never going to forget that one, eh? It seems that they're all good pals, eh? The Ruskies and the Austrians. And these kind of jackets are particularly worn by right-wingers, you know, traditionalists. Right-wingers and Nazis, and I remember the guy when I sneaked into the Hermann Göring castle in Austria, There was a guy who wanted to call up the police, and he was also wearing this sort of stuff, very much related to ultra right-wing, leaning towards Nazism. So here you can see these typical Austrian jackets, traditional for right-wingers when they need votes and when they want to look decent, sort of. Well, you know this guy? I don't want to pronounce his name. You see, this is a typical jacket as we just saw before. And this one too. This is Jörg Haider. You see, he's a nationalist. Well, I've got nothing against nationalists. I'm neither left-wing or right-wing. I'm just showing you that these type of jackets, as you just saw before in the Tyrol house with Lily Putin, that it is the typical right-wing jacket when they want to look a bit decent. So here it says in the picture, the Tyrol house in 2014 during the Sochi Olympics in Russia. Well, there are too many discrepancies to believe it's all just casual, coincidental. Lilliput showing up in and around Austria all the time in 2018 and also in 2014. The same year, the Cossack base in Tyrol, Austria, opened up. And why only Tyrol in the house? What happened to the rest of Austria? In fact, it's so consistent, Austria, Tyrol, Lilliputian, Cossacks, 2014, that it becomes an inconsistency. And look at the logo here. This is the logo of the Russian telecommunications. It's the Russian internet and things. Well, to me, it looks like a man which is upside down. Here's the head, the arms, the legs. And this is a circle, the head. So the concept of 3, and here there are 4 letters for the concept of 4. And you can put this side and this side together, the top side and down side, you also get a circle. The same as this here. Why 2 colors? Here are 4 letters in one color, and here are 3 letters in another color. So it says the concept of 3 and 4, which is square and compass, just as here. And here it says, the Tyrol house of Austria. You see the red and white. Here also the red and white. Here the red and white. Here the red and white. They're having a good time here. In 2014, the same year when the Cossack base opened up in Tyrol. Also related to this guy. He's all the time in Austria, go dancing and things like this. There are too many discrepancies, It's not a coincidence, all this. There's something fishy going on, And he's always saying, oh, Russia won over the Nazis. Well, their forefathers or their fathers were the Nazis, and the Cossacks as well. So what's going on, Lily Putin? And, of course, the Cossacks also went over to the Tyrol house of Sochi, Russia, to grab a couple of those Austrian beers. And after a couple of beers too many, allegedly saying to the Austrians, you know what, we Cossacks, we also know Tyrol very well. Especially in the year 2014. It says 2014 Sochi.ru Russia Olympics. And these guys, this is Cossack police. I saw that before, or I showed it before, like with this black sort of square here, black square. So they can square you in, a little bit bearded, and these sort of tea warmers or coffee warmers on their heads. And so they were all there. Again, all the time they're all there. Lily Putin, the Austrian and the Cossacks, they're all there all the time, dancing and doing the Olympics, having a beer together. Oh, it doesn't matter. The grandfathers, you know, they were all in the Nazis. No, you know, and Lily Putin keeps on telling the Russians how victorious the Russian army was, you know, and on the May the 9th all the time. There's too many discrepancies, you know. Why do the Russians believe all this, you know? I don't get it. Now, guess who gave the order for that decision to leave the rest of Austria out of the Olympics and call it the Tyrol House? Well, I have no doubt that Vlad's Austrian waltzing partner, the Austrian Foreign Minister Karin Kneisel, now living in Russia, was responsible for that. And look, here's the jacket again. Here's one, here. Very conservative jacket, and conservative is usually going together with sort of right-wing stuff. So when I, homie Ross, in 2025 spent 4 months in Lienz, I went surveilling the local Cossacks and their museum every day, trying to discover what back in the days we used to call habits and patterns. And indeed, at a certain moment, I saw them coming in pairs, several groups, and always the same man in pairs. In the West, that means pink list killers. But for Cossacks who beat up pink list killers in Russia on Vlad's orders, I knew they paired up because of the very reason I was sitting there and surveilling them. One can easily recognize Ruski agents because they always come in pairs. Not so much for security reasons, having each other's back, but mostly to surveil each other, because Russians are known to be unpredictable, where the headshed will never trust their own soldiers or agents, as in this very case, where in that very same year of 2018, when Vladimir Putin went dancing in Austria, and 4 years before that, the Cossack base in Lienz was opened. So in this picture here, we can see here in Salisbury, England, in 2018, a pair of Ruski agents who poisoned Skripal. And I have no doubt that these 2 Ruski killer agents came out of that forward Cossack base and safe house in Lienz, Austria. I have no doubt at all. Back in the days, I even heard that Russian military even get money to surveil and betray their comrades, as the entire Ruski military structure is very much based on severe punishments and violent hazings, often even leading to death. So he has to clean his boots, you see. And here, well, I don't want to pronounce this. So here it says it's based upon punishment, humiliation, and hazing. So this here is more humiliation and punishment, and this here is more like hazing. Some universities, they still do it. Well, probably the Jesuit university S.T.U.P.O went to, where he met Mr Stein. In Western armies, though, the military gets kept together through the esprit de corps. So here it says, it's French, esprit de corps. We also say it in English armies. Corps, it's like a army corps. Like the Marines is an army corps, the Marine Corps, you know. It means a body. So all these soldiers together, they function as one body. That's why they call it the Army Corps. And esprit, it means the spirit. You see, you just put an I here, take the E away, and you get the English word spirit. So it means the spirit, the mind, and the honor of an army corps. So it's more the honor, keeping it all together, instead of punishment and hazing and humiliations. I'd say that Ruski armies are held together by the whip, while Western armies are held together by the moral whip, which is even more perfidious. Here you see the Spartan warriors here. They had a high esprit de corps. And here it says perfidious moral whip. But what the Ruskies do looks a bit like pink list killer stuff. Like, shall I dominate you? Or will you dominate me tonight? So take your pick. What's it gonna be? Rusky style horse riding or Western style horse saluting? It's probably both just as sick. And can anyone tell me what the ISIS flag is doing in front of the White House? Yeah, look, here it says, as the master, so his soldiers. Doing exactly the same thing, innit? Now, from the horse-riding Rusky soldiers and their big example master, back to the horse-riding Nazi Cossacks in Lienz, Austria. If I would have had help and someone with a car in Lienz, I could have found out where they'd hide out. Around June the 1st in 2025 in Lienz, Austria, it was full of Cossacks in uniforms from all over the world. And I spoke with Cossacks from Germany and from Australia. So here you see them standing. And here it says, Erinnerung an alle Opfer, Kosaken, Kavalleriekorps. So in German. And I just showed it to you. This is their site in Lienz, where the cemetery is. Like behind here is the cemetery. So all these Ruskies, they come together in Austria. And you can see this wooden thing here. Really nice, actually. So they come here crying and slipping, the aggressor slipping in the victim's role, like telling everybody how brutal and terrible the English were. Well, I guess the English just didn't believe all the bollocks, they were telling, The English saw them walking around in Nazi uniforms. Okay, that was it. Now, look at this alliance here between the Ruskies and Austrian right-wingers, with that very same Austrian right-wing jacket we just saw before, with Adolf wearing it, the neo-Nazi Jörg Haider, and on that Lily-Putin waltzing party. On the Austrian sash, which you can see here, you see the Black Templars cross of the Teutonic Knights. under which the vertical rule empires of Austria and Germany went into World War I against the horizontal rule republican powers of France and America. And it says Kameradschaft Matrei I.O. Yeah, Kameradschaft Matrei I.O. in German E.O. Well, which means camaraderie Matrei I.O. Matrei is a town next to Lienz, and I.O. means Inlandorganisation, meaning domestic organization, which means they also have an Auslandorganisation, like in Russia, probably. Now, what are Cossacks and Austrian royalist right-wingers doing together? Well, both lost their vertical empire in 1918. So now they're silently teaming up again to bring back the vertical rule monarchy, which will come in the form of a caliphate, with a caliph at the vertical top of the pyramid. But of course, the homies here don't know that yet, nor how they're being used by pharaohs per worldwide nobility, both in Austria and in Ruski land. So the picture was of course taken at the cemetery, the Cossack cemetery in Lienz on June the 1st. Here you see some of the graves here. And here's that same right-wing Austrian sort of conservative right-wing jacket. When the right-wingers, when they want to look decent, they always put it on, eh? And some white gloves. And remember, you know, how the pink list killers, how they always like this masquerade with uniforms and, you know, white gloves and, you know, these sort of things, you know. We saw that all over history. I've shown you that all these Nazis and neo-Nazis on key positions are all pink list killers. And in Austria and Germany, there are also the Burschenschaften. I'll show you the video I made about this like 15 years ago, which is the same type of thing, the same jacket, the same hats and the white gloves and the masquerade. And apparently these ones here are from a different company, probably another town. But it's the same sort of idea with the flag and black here. So it looks like they are a different royalist company as this one. But this picture was taken also at the cemetery here. So with the Ruskies and the Austrians together. What do they have in common? Well, they all want to see the vertical rule empire coming back. And they both lost it at the same time. The Ruskies in 1917 and the Austrians in 1918. So this is what they have in common, which is a reason to team up together. So here you can see their website. It says here, Tiroler Kameradschaftsbund. Kamerad is like, it's the word for comrade. And Schaft, it's like the Y at the end, like camaraderie. It's from the German word schaffen. It means to work or to make. Like Merkel, the German chancellor, she always said, "Wir schaffen das." That means we can make it, you know, invite like 2 million Syrians into Germany, and probably even more. So here you see the black cross of the Teutonic Knights. It's also called the Prussian cross. And of course, the Teutonic Knights, they were there where what became Prussia. And Here it's the eagle of, they say it's an eagle, but you know, no, it's a falcon of Tyrol. This here, Tyrol. And so I show you this one, the historic here. And there's a lot more. You can see pictures and here, contact them, service, info, whatever. And so what's interesting is this here. Here it's the Landesstandarte, the flag like this, a military flag. It's called a Standarte. Like it's actually a Roman word. And they made the flag when Franz Ferdinand, when he was murdered on June 28th in 1914 in Sarajevo. And this is why World War I started. So he was going to be the emperor, Franz Ferdinand, vertical. So the horizontal ones, it was a Freemason lodge, the Black Hand. They murdered him. It had nothing to do with the liberty of, okay, the guy was a Serb who did it, and he thought he was doing it for Serbia. But of course, behind it, there was another power who gave him the gun, who gave him the money, and they are the Freemore sinners of the horizontal rule. And so this is the Vorderseite, this one here, the front side, where it says this here, für Gott, Kaiser und Vaterland. Here, for God, Kaiser, the emperor, and the fatherland. And this is the falcon of Tyrol. And on the back side, it says here you can read the word Krieger, a warrior. And it says here that the yellow is the color of the Austrian Empire. So it's very royalist, the whole thing, the whole organization. And as I've been telling you for the last 16 years now on YouTube here, that there really is a tendency that there are vertical organizations, and they're using the horizontal republic to bring back a vertical rule emperor, which of course it's gonna be a caliphate. So now we had this here, historical, and galerie, it means the pictures. So let's have a look at the pictures. You can see it's a real military organization. You know. They're just waiting for a new wind, a new political wind. And then it all starts over. It starts all again, you know. So here you see their flag again, what I've shown you just before. Look at these traditional dresses, just like Karin Kneisel with Lilliput here as well, in the snow. And there are quite a lot of them, even probably actual generals and all that, you know. Like the Pope again. So it's always hiding behind religion. So like here again as well. So that seems to be, I'm not an expert. Well, if they're vertical, I mean, then this must be Catholic. Oh yes, it says IHS. For Jesus hominum salvatore, meaning Jesus, the Savior, the S is Savior. Hominum, it means man, mankind, Savior of man. So yeah, it's Catholic, of course. They were always with the king. The Protestants are Republicans of the Knights Templars. This picture doesn't come out, but it looks like a big eagle or a falcon, of course. And you see actual soldiers today. and politicians there, they're saluting, they're organizing, you see, festivities all over, with these nice dresses, you know, just like, you get a feeling like Adolf could pop up any moment, you know. Yeah, skiing, you know, like in Sochi, probably Lily Putin walking around there as well, having a beer, and to get some kids to join the organization, you know, some new blood, young blood. And look at this here. This is the inversed pyramid triangle of death, just like in the Outwick concentration camps. It says Militaire Commando Tyrol, Military Command Tyrol. So I guess probably some generals here or whatever, actual generals. It says, Wir schützen Österreich, we protect Austria. Against what? Well, not against the Russians, apparently, eh? And so here's a better picture of it. The inversed triangle of death, you know, just like in Outwick, and it's all over here. And there are 3 parts here, the concept of 3 all over. The circle is the concept of 3. This is the concept of 3, and there are 3 parts. So it's 3 times the concept of 3. Does it make 666 somewhere, somehow? And yeah, so they're organizing. And they're organizing. So someone should watch them, you know, because apparently they don't do this. Yeah, look, there's that right-wing jacket again. Like Adolf had it, and Haider was having it, and oh yeah, they also have videos here. You can have a look at it. There's the cook. Probably shooting there. Oh, look here. This is Edelweiss. There was also a Edelweiss mountaineer battalion of the Jerrys. Here's the Templar V. They are the Jäger Battalion, I think they call them. Edelweiss. They still have them nowadays, apparently. Yeah, look, there they are again with the funny hat, yeah, and the jacket. Oh, this is the same one as the guy on the at the Rusky Cemetery, the same sash. So guys of the same organization here. Well, it's their website, so yeah. Beautiful nature there. This is Tyrol. Very nice. It looks like the same meadows here as I saw a picture of the Cossacks in 1945. It looks very similar there. And so someone should watch them, what they're doing, because the Austrians are not doing anything. The Ruskies neither, of course. So here is that video. You see them goose-stepping here. Here's the title. And these guys are called Burschenschaften. It's on my channel, Gatzefratz. I made it 14 years ago. And this tendency to bring back the vertical rule, it already happened in Germany 4 years ago. It says 2022, a German coup d'etat. And the House of Reuss, the Per Reuss, if you want. A real aristocrat, you can see him here. And he was teaming up with a movement called the Reichsbürger. Reich, it means the empire. They're in blue and well, you can see the German Empire. And they also visited me twice when I was still in Switzerland. Oh, I don't know, 16 years ago. We gave them a nice meal. We talked a little bit. And so there was a real coup d'etat, against the horizontal German Republic. And this guy even has, he's a real aristocrat. In Saxony, which of course it was taken over in the communist era, and the communists just took it. It doesn't. Until now, he couldn't get it back because Saxony is it's in the east of Germany. So then he bought this castle here where the whole coup d'etat was happening. And this is, I already showed you this, but I don't remember which video. I showed you this 4 years ago. I think I made too many videos. I should stop actually, it's too much. I don't even know which video it was. Because as I'm being shadow banned, it doesn't matter what type of, what kind of title I give to it, because I don't show it anyway. So I just give them some funny titles, as you probably have noticed. And here you see a Duke is in it, and this is the internal war between the vertical and the horizontal rule. And it's the same thing going on there in Austria, but with the involvement of the Ruskies. But these guys too, they are for Lily Putin and the Reichsbürger. They like him, apparently. It's because Russia is vertical now. So these pictures here also were taken on June the 1st in Lienz on that Cossack cemetery. Here you see the Cossack priest. And here you see one of the Austrian royalists of that camaraderie movement behind. And here as well. I guess this is another organization than this one, but it was all on the same day, this picture taken, and on that cemetery. Look, there were really happy faces here. And here's that right-wing jacket, you see. And here it says again the black Teutonic Cross of Prussia. And so it's all vertical rule. And here, also on that cemetery, here you can see this this bow here with the words, the Cossack cemetery in Lienz. Well, you might think these are Muslims, but no, they are Cossack women putting on their holy dresses. They're all hiding behind religion. The Templars were doing it, Holy Donnie is doing it, S.T.U.P.O is doing it, Lily Putin is doing it, Adolf was doing it, these guys are doing it, but they're not holy at all. And this guy here, he even aggressed me in 2025. I think it was him. It's hard to recognize, with all the masquerade on his head and all this. And they're not nice people, they're very highly aggressive. I had to find it out myself. And I went to a couple of mosques when I was in Switzerland. It's like it's a military tactics. As soon as they finished praying, they all came well, let's do something against in the JJ base, against the jaywalkers and for the Philistines. It's all politics, and they got everything there, they got connections to guns and all this. it's a military tactics. It's a strategy, you know, to have a mosque and to have a church, and so just hiding from the king, just like the Knights Templars were doing. They were hiding from the king, and in monasteries, you know, in monasteries, pretending to be holy. Well, this is exactly the same, and this here as well. They all do it. They're all so sly with this religion stuff, you know. On June 28th, in Lienz, near the Cossack Museum, I saw one of the presumably Unit 29155 pairs talking to two young Arabs, whom I addressed afterwards, telling me they were Moroccans, and it was obvious there was something going on there. Then, the very same evening, a terrible fire broke out, with thick black clouds hanging over Lienz for days, smelling ashes everywhere, and even inside the homes. And you could hear alarms on people's cell phones going off everywhere. Well, we all know that Russia is with the Muslims in a war against the West, whereas the West stands more with the jaywalkers. So here you see Lily Putin holding the Quran. And this is Kadyrov, the guy from Chechnya. Of course, he's a Muslim. But what is the Cossack doing here, eh? I actually believe that Cossacks are Muslims. It's all part of the taqiyya. You know, it's just a strategy to pretend to be a Christian. I'll tell you more about it later on. So a moment later, he even went as far as kissing the Quran. He was still holding it next to the Cossack, and here he went kissing it. Now, if you do this, it means you're a Muslim. I mean, look at what's happening, the Ukraine war. What's happening? It's white Europeans killing white Europeans. Nice strategy. You see what I mean? I personally believe that the Rusky pair has given the order to those Arabs to set ablaze that power grid you can see here, for whatever reason that might have been, and probably a test. So here you see the mountains of Lienz. I saw it out of the window all the time where I was staying. And also on the other side, mountains everywhere. And you can see this is a huge power grid, probably for the entire region. A big part of Tyrol being given electrical power through this here. I think this was the aim. Maybe to see if they would make good agents for the Ruskies, to see if they could trust them, and I don't know, but it was very weird when I saw them talking. It was in the air. I knew there was something going on. One of the things to do for a military analyst would be to find out in what Tyrolean farmhouse provided by the Cossacks, the Unit 29155 are hiding, would be to analyze where specific Rusky foods and specific Rusky goods are being consumed the most. Like having a sudden peak of vodka consumption in some countryside supermarket that before the sudden peak had only sold one bottle of vodka in 50 years, but where all of a sudden 3 bottles are being sold in a week. But where get the vodka statistics for Tyrol, considering Austria definitely corrupted, having a Jordanian intelligence director, an almost Russian foreign minister, Austrian royalist right-wingers involved with Cossacks, and the Lienz police station right behind the Cossack museum. So Austrian authorities are definitely compromised by the Ruskies. So better not wake up the Austrians. Don't ask for their help and don't have them involved at all, because the situation is very clear. So here it says Karin Kneisel, there she is, with the big nose. And here it says Lily Putin with the long nose, which is very pharaonic, these big noses. I mean, look at the profile of Pharaoh Ramses the Great and the mummy. You'll see the same like this here, you know. This is not European. And look at how long this is. I mean, look at old pictures of old paintings of the nobility. They got these long noses. And this is what she said about him. Here, I quote, "He is the most intelligent gentleman." What Jane Austen wrote in Pride and Prejudice about the accomplished gentleman amounts to Putin's standard by Karin Kneisel. And I recognize here 2 members of Pharaoh's nobility, because even if you have people murdered by Unit 29155 all over the world and European children blown to pieces in the Ukraine, you remain calm and gentlemanlike according to the etiquette. Best would be to rely on humans for human intelligence, in which the jaywalker agents of the JJ base are quite good, as there are helpful jaywalkers to be found in all countries of the world, thus providing the best humans of all. Humans is a military acronym for human intelligence that gets obtained on the ground in 3D by speaking to other humans. Not that they'll make you more intelligent, but it'll make you more knowable on the enemy. Intelligence is a weird expression for this kind of business. The word is basically wrong, sounding nice and intelligent for a dumb job. So here it says, HUMINT is the acronym, military acronym for human intelligence. Basically a stupid job with a smart name. By the end of my stay in Lienz, as I was leaving anyway, I decided to tickle them a little bit and went back to the museum and apparently asked them a bit too many questions. So they got very aggressive and potentially violent towards me, circling around me like a pack of Siberian wolves. Especially their Cossack archpriest got very aggressive, feeling confident with all his pals backing him up. YouTube won't permit me to point him out here in the picture, so I just say that the alleged aggressive and alleged potentially violent Cossack archpriest is visible here in the picture. Also, to the right, a screenshot taken from a YouTube video of a violent Russian priest using his crucifix to beat up a Ukrainian. I guess in Russia, the saying "getting cross with someone" is taken quite literally, using the holy cross of his religion in an alternative way. The Rusky way, I suppose. I had that particular feeling when the archpriest and his buddies were encircling me in Lienz. They were going to draw their crucifixes out of their holsters any moment. So I quickly left. Moreover, because I have the experience that bold aggressors always slip into the victim's role after homie Ross retaliated and then call up the cops. So this is in Lienz, and this is the YouTube video. You can see it's a very bad quality, but you can see the crucifix here where the Russian priest is attacking the Ukrainian. So if you punch in YouTube, Russian priest attacks a Ukrainian with a crucifix, it will pop up. Or you might also put it in the Google translator from English to Russian and then put the Russian words back into YouTube and it will certainly pop up. And I saw many more of these videos of extremely violent Russian priests attacking mostly Ukrainians. Shortly after I left Lienz and Austria as a whole. During my last days in Lienz, I even saw a woman with the notorious Royal Austrian Habsburg jaw, of a protruding lower jaw due to the high levels of inbreeding and consanguinity within the Habsburg Dynasty. A true pharaonic tradition prolonged by the descendants of Europe's nobility, to preserve their wealth amongst each other and to preserve their truly superior pharaonic intelligence that cannot be mixed with that of those peasant European commoners. So I assume that a woman I saw in Lienz must have been a descendant of the Royal Habsburg Dynasty. In 1917, at the October Revolution in Russia, there were 4.5 million Cossacks terrorizing the Russian people. And today there are 10 million Cossacks worldwide. In Russia there are about 7 million Cossacks, of whom 300,000 in Russian paramilitary states service, and about 50,000 Russian Cossacks in the Ukraine war, killing the Ukrainians and allegedly raping women. So here you can see a map of the Habsburg Empire in 1914. Here it says 1914. Here you see here's Swaziland, and here you see it says Ukraine. So this is the actual, today, the border of Ukraine. So this large chunk of the Ukraine, it belonged to Austria. And there were Austrian families living here, which is one of the two main reasons that in the Ukraine of today, you find, European-looking people, like blonde women, probably especially in the West, like here. And here you can see what the Cossacks did with Austrian families. They raped them. Here's this is a girl. She's very small and tiny, and this is the mother trying to protect the other child. But well, I don't want to dare to think what happened to them. So here in what is now Ukraine, but then part of the huge Austrian Habsburg Empire, you can see the Cossacks raping an entire Austrian family in a time without cell phones to videotape the Cossack crimes against humanity. So people made drawings afterwards so future generations would know about the Cossack danger, about which today's Austrians apparently don't care about. How innocent Austrian children only 100 years ago were torn apart by the Cossacks, who today are in Lienz, Tyrol, and very obviously in a dangerous conspiracy against the West. So, dear Austrians, I absolutely do not understand why you let this danger grow and feed them at your bosom. Why not send them back to where they came from, since they apparently love Russia way more than Austria? I really don't get it. So here in this rare picture, you can see them standing in Lienz in 1945, allegedly at the very same spot where the fire was on the power grid in 2025, which there might be a connection, if you see what I mean. So here you see the mountains here of Austria, of Lienz, of Tyrol. So here on this website, it says here the jaywalker and German minorities on the Eastern Front. And so if you want to find it, I think you just punch in Cossacks and rape or something. So here's where it gets interesting. So I'll let you read this here. Here, this is how the contemporary Leon Weinreber, a jaywalker probably, it's typical Yiddish name, writes of the Russian incursion on the city of Dębica, now in Poland. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, the Cossacks, there you go, arrived in Dębica. The jaywalkers who had already survived the initial agonies of looting of the usual good troops were gathered in the jaywalker churches, probably can't pronounce that word neither, with their wives and children. The Cossacks plunged into the jaywalker houses with the horses and weapons. And what was not screwed down was smashed and then flung onto the open street like wild beasts They threw themselves on the defenseless women and raped them. Those who defended themselves were stabbed and trampled to death. Spirited women plunged through windows, badly injuring themselves, but these too were not left alone by the monsters. Many died on the Jaywalker Church Square from the bloody beating of the Nagiga, I don't know what that is, in agonies of pain. The Jaywalker Church Street was then set alight, and after a short while, a whole row of houses stood ablaze. The extent of the attacks intensified, in particular with the Russian retreat from April to October 1915, besides the massive increase in pogroms and massacres. This meant that the Jaywalker population was literally driven to the front, hunt-like, and forced against the Austrian positions. So you won't find Austrian soldiers doing this sort of things, you know. So here you can see it. This is in 1914. So that's about 100 years ago, you know. So Austrians, you know, they say here German populations, you know, but they belonged in 1914 still to the Habsburg Austrian Empire. So I guess the Jaywalker just heard them speak German, but they were not Germans, they were Austrians, which should be quite clear. So Austrians, why today do you let these Cossacks at your bosom and conspire against you? Why? Well, why don't you do something against it? Why do all Austrians forget about this terrible crimes of the Cossacks against Austrians? Why? And here you can see how in 1915 the Cossacks here, with their heads here on horseback, how they slaughtered Japanese civilians, just like that, everything. Look, with the long spear, trying to get the pig here. I mean, they surrender, you know, look at them. They are really brave warriors, the Cossacks, aren't they now? I don't think they ever really fought real battles, you know, they're just there to slaughter civilians and to rain terror for Pharaoh, actually. Just Pharaoh, Praetorian God. So here it says the white movement, and the white movement, and here they had a white army, like here with the black double-headed. It's a falcon, and they were, you know, the army of the Tsar against, what says here, against the Red Army, the other ones. But the Tsar actually was vertical, and White House and White Army, like the per head of Pharaoh, they are actually horizontal in Upper Egypt. So it's the other way around. The Red Army should be by the Tsar, and the White Army, like the White House, the biggest republic in the world, with a big obelisk behind the house, behind the White House. The communists actually should be white, because they wanted to get rid of the Tsar. So why did they choose the color red? Well, they chose the color red because they said we want to get rid of the red ones, the monarchy. So they call it the Red Army in order to get rid of the red ones. So this is actually where the name comes from. And as the other ones already had chosen their name, then their opponents, they had no other choice than to call themselves the White Ones, because they were against the Red Army. So it's all upside down. Well, I mean, Russia is all upside down anyway. I mean, So that's why it's a good name, because it's all upside down. So here the origins of the name, they give here 3 reasons. You can read it for yourself. The Imperial Russian Army, they wore white uniforms, which is true. And Bourbon of the monarchy, they had white, they say, of their color, which is not true. Their color is blue, very much blue. So I just explained you why. And now this here is important. Why was there why did they want to get rid of the Tsar anyway? Well, everybody blames the jaywalkers for it. If you want to blame the jaywalkers, then you should, in the first place, only blame the jaywalker nobility, because they didn't have any land. It was all divided already when the jaywalker nobility came because of the Romans. So they couldn't get any land. So they were in favor of the Templar system, where the whole of Pharaoh, where they can rule together. But the normal jaywalkers, they didn't have a single clue, and they still don't have a clue either. It's Homie Ross that has to tell them their own history, because the jaywalkers do not have a clue of their own history, because the people never wrote down history. It's always the clergy and the nobility. The people never do. So the reason actually is that in the White Army were the Cossacks. And the Cossacks, they never work, they just parasite, they rape women. What I've shown you, it's a fact. I can't change that, sorry. And there's nothing romantic about these guys. It's not at all. So the Tsar didn't know what was going on in his empire. And the Cossacks, they were boozing and drinking and abusing the Russian people, taking their foods, raping the women. And the Cossack army, the White Army, with the mostly Cossacks, they were the representation of the Tsar. So everybody, the Russians said, well, the Tsar did it. The same thing in France. The Templar dudes and their 3 more sinners, they took away the food of the French population, and the people said, well, the king, he's responsible for it because he's at the head of the empire. So they chopped off his head, which was wrong. He was not responsible for it. He was not guilty of that. And neither was the Tsar. He didn't know. It was because of the Cossacks. So it's really the same story going on here. And I'll read you this here. The movement, so we're still talking about the white movement, was generally conservative, while the largest group within the movement, which had leanings most similar to fascism, were the Cossacks. So in 1917, the Cossacks already were fascists. The way they were living, and treating the people and all this, They were terrorizing the Russian people, and the Tsar, he got all the blame for it, and his children. So not the jaywalkers, it's all wrong. The Cossacks are behind it. You just have to interpret history as you should. And the Cossacks, who were led by the economic motive, you see, they were parasiting, just on the people. An economic motive of defending their estates and by their anti-modern culture. Still talking about the Cossacks. Their primary leader was Pyotr Krasnov. That's a Cossack. Maybe the moustache gives him away. A staunch anti-jaywalker who appealed to the Cossacks with demagogue rhetoric and ideas of a mythical Cossack past. That's the whole romantic idea again. Well, in reality, they are not real warriors. They are a gang of murderers and rapists. That's all. And during World War II, Krasnov would become a prominent collaborator with Nazi Germany. Of course, well, they saw an advantage, leading collaborationist Cossack units. So this is very important, you understand it. Very, very, very important. So there's some more about the Cossacks. I'm not going to read it all to you. Read it yourself. It's very important. Now Finland, I'm going to explain that to you, what the Cossacks did in Finland. And so you read it yourself. You see there's a lot of anti-jaywalker stuff. I'm a historian and I'm neutral. I just want you to know the real history, who was really responsible. And you can see them still doing it today, these Cossacks. Oh, look, you got the Templar V in it. Why they put the Templar V in the middle of a, what is it, the White Army probably? Yeah, it's the White Army. Or is it the Red Army? I don't know. I got a pyramid in it here. And yeah, it must be the White Army. That says in the, it says the White Army. Yeah. Talking about the 1919, the Don Cossacks joined the army. The volunteer army of Cossacks grew from 64,000 to 150,000 soldiers. And the Cossacks, they don't fight other armies. They take their horses and run away. They terrorized the population. That's what they do. 150,000 of them. And I'll explain you why, actually. Look here, they got the death skull. Komilov shock detachment. Nice. Yeah, General Kornilov, a Cossack as well. They even had generals, Look at that. They also had German Nazi generals being at the head of the Cossack armies of the SS. I'll show that to you. So you just read it, I just read it for you. Already in the First World War, the Cossacks were fascists. And they also were in the Second World War, fighting for the Nazis. Yeah, again, the Cuban Cossacks, they gathered in the North Caucasus. And I could dive more deeper in it, but this video, it's I just want to explain the general lines of what happened, who's behind it, who perpetrated the crimes against humanity. Of course, this is all very much very interesting here. So the Cossacks in the White Army against the Red Army being a bunch of fascists. In 2 world wars, the Cossacks were the fascists. So what are they doing with Putin? Well, Putin is a fascist too. So the white movement has nothing to do with white power, guys. Like in America or whatever. So it says, the white generals viewing the revolution as a result of the jaywalker conspiracy against the Tsar, against the vertical rule. And, well, it is true, but partly, because it was only the jaywalker nobility and not the normal jaywalkers, as the jaywalker nobility also wanted to rule in Europe, where the nobility already had divided all the land and all the power and all the castles amongst themselves. So the only way for the jaywalker nobility to get in it is by a republic, a horizontal rule, also being led by the nobility, of course. And this is where it comes from, this jaywalker conspiracy. And again, not by the normal jaywalkers. who don't have a clue. I already told you that. And here the structure. You see here the Cuban Cossacks. Oh, that's where the Cuban cigars come from, eh? They joined the White Army. You see a lot of numbers, and also the Don Cossacks joined the White Army, or the white, non-white power white movement. Let's put it that way. And well, there's a lot more. And here, this is what I wanted to show you. Again, about the White Army here. Look at the White Army against the Red Army. Here you got these symbols of the White Army. As I just showed you, there was a Templars V, and no, it doesn't come. And this actually, it's the same as the Austrian army has. Only they got the inversed pyramid of death and not upwards. So it's again the same. And here's a pyramid with the Swiss cross in it. All symbols of the White Army against the Red Army. Funny, because Lenin, he was in Switzerland, but he was more like in the Red Army and against the White Army. Here, look, the Cossacks again, implicated in Murder Friday. Oh, in the West we got Friday the 13th, and where is this? In Finland, they got Murder Friday. Oh, isn't that charming? The Murder Friday happened on September 29th, 1714. It was a massacre in the island of Helvetia. There's the word hail in it. Karlu, Finland. Then part of the Kingdom of Sweden. It was the deadliest single act of Russian terrorism against the civilian population, always against the civilians, during the Great Wrath. I'll show you some more about the Great Wrath in a moment, which was part of the Great Northern War from 1713 to 1721. On that Friday, about 200 Cossacks, there you are, I hope there's a picture. Look at that. Look at them. They're pretending to be Christians. Oh, come on. They look like Muslims. Look at their swords and their beards and their long dresses they have. Go on. 200 Cossacks killed almost all the civilians who had fled to the island from the Russian troops. So the Finns were there, they fled. The civilians had fled to the island mainly from the towns of Nykarleby, Jacobstad, Kokkola and Rahe, as well as from coastal areas. Their intention was to escape the Russians to Sweden. According to tradition, there were about 800 victims. Also, according to same traditions, the bells of Helvetia Church were drowned in Lake Kirkonjärvi, where they were never found again. And the massacre began when a few galley-mounted Cossacks spotted numerous boats on the island shore, which led them to land. The massacre was carried out with swords and axes. Imagine, against unarmed men, women, and children. This is the Cossack way, you know. Forget all about the romanticism Putin is spreading about these Cossacks. Forget about it. The people who had fled to the island were sleeping, crammed into boats and houses when the bloodbath began. The Russians murdered. It's wrong, not the Russians. The Slavs didn't do this. They were the Cossacks. And I'm going to explain that to you. They are not Slavs at all. The Cossacks murdered, so I replaced this word, the Cossacks murdered almost all the men and most of the children. Only one house with men was spared to dig graves for the dead. At the time, there were about 300 official residents in Helvetia. Most of the victims were fought refugees. The Cossacks looted all valuables and the children who were in the best condition. So they took the children with them. Yeah. And this is why many of the Cossacks, they look like Europeans, which are not. The boats of the this is all part of the Takia. The boats of the refugees were burned. The women who had been left on the island managed to escape, etc. The Russians repeated the bloody attack in early January 1715, and again after that, as a result of these events, the island of Helvetia became an uninhabited wilderness for years. So this is how you get like paintings, because in 1714, the people, they didn't have any cell phones, you know? And well, anyway, there was nobody left here to make a painting anyway. You know, they all died. And so this is what Cossacks are. And again, the Tsar was not responsible for this. The Cossacks, they acted on their own orders, or not even orders, they just did what they, you know, what's in their genetics, I suppose, you know. But the Tsar and the Russians, they got all the blame, which is wrong. You can't blame the Russians either, because the Cossacks, they did the same to the Russian people. So Austrians, please do something about it, yeah, and go and have a look in Lienz for me, please. You can also contact me. So there we go, the great wrath of the Cossacks. I'm not going to read it all to you because it gets all too long. You can read it yourself. So it's in the 1700s. There's a memorial stone here of the great wrath. And there we go, the Russian military occupation of Finland. And here, at least 5,000 Finns were killed and some 10,000 taken away as slaves, of whom only a few thousand would ever return. So this is 300 years ago, eh? According to more recent research, the number of casualties would have been close to 20,000. Recent research also estimates the number of enslaved children and women to have been closer to 30,000. The most severe of these massacres took place, we already had that. The Cossacks killed about 800 inhabitants with axes. Well, it goes on. And for all this, the Tsar was being blamed, which is so wrong. It's so wrong. Yeah, the torture methods were in hanging. That's something for Donnie. Hung. They were not hung, Donnie Stupo. They were hanged. Okay. And the children were taken as sex slaves. So you read it yourselves. And hear about enslavement, you know. Yeah. The Russian military, Cossacks, abducted and enslaved a number of people, many of whom were trafficked via Russia and the Crimean slave trade. Oh, look at that. The Crimean slave trade. And these things are still happening today, you know. And so what happened there? Between 20,000 people were taken as slave laborers during the building of St. Petersburg. 4,600 people, majority of whom were children. Many Swedish citizens captured and sold by Russian soldiers ended up via the Crimean slave trade. Well, Crimea, that's really has become the base of the Cossacks. Now, there you go. So if they say the Crimean slave trade, that means the Cossacks did it. And it also said here somewhere that the Cossacks were in it. And the Cossacks are always in it. And this is why many people might say, oh, they look like Europeans. Yeah, they're not so bad. They're brothers, like, well, I mean, they just let's be tolerant and all that. They're not. They're not like us. They just took over the white skin through rape. And the kids, looking white with blue eyes, they were being raised as Cossacks. And Cossacks are neither Slavs, they're neither European, they are Orientals. It says here, the Cossacks here. Cossacks, Crimea, they are the ones behind it. Now let's have a look at this slave trade. Where was that? Oh, here. The Crimean slave trade. Oh, wow. Wow, that's horrible. Here, look. A Crimean Tatar. And it's always like going to the Middle East, it said before. Why always the Middle East, Why always the Middle East? Remember the Corsicans, the Corsican chief. He got back his wife because of the Barbary raids on at the Mediterranean, and he went and got back his wife that was kidnapped by the Arabs, and he came back with the head of the Arab chief. Which is now the national symbol of the Corsicans. Yeah, the Black Sea slave trade, the Khanate, the Crimean Khanate, Corsicans. A Khanate is it's not Corsicans, it's Cossacks. There was even a German general. He was the Crimean Khanate. There's the word Khan in it from the Mongols, you see, like Genghis Khan. A Khanate is by Genghis Khan. And in fact, the Cossacks, they are Mongols. They are Mongols. And also very much they have Islamic influence. I'll explain that to you in a moment. The Black Sea slave trade by the Cossacks and their Crimean Khanate. You can read it yourselves. Yeah, look, it's interesting how in the word of the island Crimea, there's the word crime in it, because it was the Crimean and slave trade. That's where the slaves passed by. And Crimea, as I just told you, is really the base of the Cossacks. So now the whole war is basically about Crimea. And we already had other wars about Crimea. So I just want to warn you, soldiers, like NATO soldiers, don't go into any war about this slave trade island. Don't do it. It's not worth it. Go AWOL. So here you see, those, aren't they real warriors? Look, they can parade like dancers. Look at them with the big knife and all this. But in reality, this is what they did all over. We saw them murder Japanese civilians, Austrian civilians, jaywalker civilians. We also get to the Bosnian civilians. whereas the Yugoslavs thought they were like friends because they speak like a similar sort of Slav language, Russian, where we had Swedish being massacred by them, all people, and even Russians, you know. So this is their real trade, you know, forget about this. When they really, in 1945, in Lienz, Austria, when they had to fight a real army, you know, they just started crying. When they had to fight the English army, they didn't fight, because this is what they do. They don't fight, come on. And now they're still crying today. I saw them in Lienz in the summer, June the 1st. You know, they're telling every tourist how bad the English are and what a poor victims the Cossacks are and what good people, how romantic. They were walking around like this, people. They were walking around like this in Austria. I saw them. I talked to them. You know, like a romantic picture. Well, here's the romantic picture, you know, raping the women, killing civilians with a sword and axes. And there's so many examples in history, you know, and they never fought any battles at all, you know. So I would love to put them in a real battle, you know, against NATO. Oh boy, I would love that. Look, if you'd asked me, the Cossacks look like a bunch of jihadi boys with their long beards, with their long oriental sort of Islamic-looking gowns, and with their Arabic-looking round swords, as you can see here in the pictures. Look at the round sword here. That's not European. Here also it's very oriental. Well, the Crimea is just on the other side of the dip of the Orient, of the Muslim world, isn't it? Where all the enslaved girlies went to, all the blonde enslaved Austrian girlies, Finnish girlies, Swedish girlies, they all went through, because of these guys, into the Muslim world, and probably what they got back are these type of swords. I mean, it's not difficult to put it all together, isn't it? There's an Arabic-looking horse, or how do you call them, the full blood. And look, they like to picture themselves, you know, on top of dead bodies, and then present themselves as nice Christians together with Putin. Come on, I don't believe any of that. These Islamic-looking Cossacks also behave like the Islamic State or Hamas, raping white European women everywhere, kidnap white European children, and butcher all the white European men, and preferably slash and stab their way around in the traditional way, just as the Islamic State prefers to do. Therefore, Cossacks cannot be Europeans, and not even Slavic. It is part of the Islamic taqiyya, where it is permitted to lie and cheat and sell yourself as a devout Christian in order to be able to stab, slash, genocide, rape, and kidnap the Christian enemy by approaching them as a friend and live and feed at one's bosom, just as in Lienz, Austria, and elsewhere. These are extremely dangerous times at a so-called tipping point, in which so-called taqiyya Christians might be the drop that makes everything tip over. Just as the alleged Cossack taqiyya Christians in 1917 deliberately had it all tip over. And remember how in this context this alleged Taqiyya Christian by the name of Lily Putin kissed the Quran. It says Taqiyya Christian. Lily Putin kissing the Quran, holding it dearly on his heart. A Taqiyya Christian is not driven by religion, but he's driven by a war strategy to come at the enemy's bosom and then stab his falsely acquired friend in the back. So here you see him. Before he was kissing the Quran, now he's got a holy cross on his head. Nice for the picture together, standing with the Russian Pope, with Horus here. Here standing with some Cossack priest. It says Taqiyya Christian. So now you know what that means. And these things here, now I know what it is. They are metal tubes. They used them to put gunpowder in it. So now they're empty, or maybe whatever other powders they put in there now. Then who really are the Cossacks, who partially look more Oriental than European? The name Cossack is pronounced more like Kazakh, which is Turkish, means conqueror, and as I feared, there are also Muslim Cossacks. The Turks, however, are originally Mongols. The Cossacks come out of the golden horde of Mongols, whose last leader was a Muslim by the name of Sheikh Ahmed of the Muslim nobility. So there you go. The Cossacks are a Mongol horde led by the Islamic nobility and pretending to be Orthodox Christians for the Taqiyya. And they have Slavic, Finnish, and Austrian DNA due to rape and kidnappings of blonde European women, thus making the mastermind of the Islamic nobility inside change bodies from Mongol bodies to more European bodies in order to destroy Europe from the inside out, starting with Russia 1917, then Ukraine's Holodomor, and now, since 2022, the Ukraine war progressing, and possibly entirely tipping over. This is why the Nazis called the Russians Mongol hordes, as the Slavic people are under Mongol domination through this literal enemy within, who look like Russians, have Slavic and Finnish DNA, pretend to be Christians because it looks so much better concerning the basic camouflage, who are basic shamanist Mongols led by the Islamic nobility, because of which this homie here had kissed the Quran, while pretending to the dumb slaves to be Orthodox Christian. And I'm very sure that the Cossack here on the left side grabbed the occasion to also have a go at it and press his lips onto the holy book containing a big octagon. The lands those Cossacks conquer are afterwards called a Khanate, after their great Khan, Genghis Khan, and therefore Crimea is the Crimean Khanate and base of the Golden Horde Cossacks, the slavery island of European girlies shackled and on their way to the Middle East. So here you see that priest with a Christian cross around his neck. These are all Cossacks, charming guys, aren't they? And it says the Khanate. It looks like a picture of the Godfather here. And you can all see the name Khan, like from Genghis Khan, in it. It's all Mongol stuff, eh? And here, this is how you can remember the word. It says 8. It's like how the Cossacks, how they ate or how they consumed young European girls and have them to be further consumed and send them to the Middle East. Khan 8. Okay, you remember it? So here it says Cossacks in Turkey. Cossacks in Turkey refers to descendants of a group of Don Cossacks who had lived in the territory of the Republic of Turkey until they migrated in 1962 to South Russia. And what is South Russia? Well, it's the Crimea. You can read the rest yourselves. It says Sheikh Ahmed died 1529. He was the last Khan of the Great Horde, a remnant of the Golden Horde, reigning from 1481-1502. So the Great Horde, as you can see here, is a Mongol horde. And it says here Sarai, which is a pharaonic name with the Sar in it for the king or pharaoh. And they are a remnant of the Golden Horde. As you can see here, they go all the way into the Ukraine. And this is why they had the Crimean Khanate, the Crimean Khanate of Khan. Just like here, the Khan, like in Genghis Khan. And the interesting thing here, we see a Muslim being at the head of the Mongols. A normal Muslim? No, not the Muslim nobility. Well, of course, pure pharaohs, just as in the West, the nobility is. So here you can read more about it. I'll let you read it yourself. I didn't read it all. This is also interesting. Sheikh Ahmed would spend the winter in Kiev. So be aware, people, what's going on and today in the Ukraine war, and think about it if you want to give your lives for it. Here it says the Golden Horde. The Golden Horde, or Ulus of Jockey, self-designed as Uluk Ulus, the great state in Turkic, was originally a Mongol and later Turkicized Khanate, established in the 13th century, originating from the northwestern part of the Mongol Empire. So the Golden Horde, they are Mongols. And I show this to you because it's very much related, or completely related, with the Cossacks. So here you see the Golden Horde. Here's Crimea, the Ukraine. It's going all the way here. So there's a lot of, as I just explained to you, it's Mongols with Finnish and Slavic DNA, led by Muslims, and they are a real danger. And apparently they call themselves a horde from these Mongol Ulus, probably, or Uluk, because they were proud of it. A horde is like, raping their way and slashing and stabbing and genociding their way, through Central Asia. So they were quite proud of it, just as we can see with the Cossacks today, being proud of it and have a picture taken next to a dead body and all this sort of things. So this is the Golden Horde. So this is very important to understand the Ukraine, Crimea, the Cossacks, Russia, the Ukraine war. So there's a lot more. So here he is again, Sheikh Ahmed. He also, another ruler of the Golden Horde, Mahmoud bin Kuchuk, another Muslim. See? Mohammed in it. And it says a monarchy, of course. And finally it all leads back to Pharaoh in the end. So it's quite long. The Mongol origins. I didn't read it myself, but the rest. So easy. It's from Genghis Khan, the Khanate. So Genghis Khan, if you look at what's happening in the Ukraine war and the Cossacks, Austria, Lienz, in a way you can say Genghis Khan is not dead. It's like Elvis, he's not dead. Here's some more, I'll read it for you. A brief history of the Cossacks. The Cossacks owe their origins to the mixing of Asiatic and Slavic cultures on the Russian steppes that had been a part of Russian life since the first Slavic migrations out of the Carpathian Mountains. And the first group of horsemen to gain the term Cossacks were Tatar descendants of the Mongol Golden Horde. There you go. Freebooting outlaws, robbing and raiding, and raping and genociding without Tatar permission. They were called Cossacks by Greek and Turkish traders in the early 14th century, a Turkish word of Arabic origin. And there's the word ka in it, which means the soul in Pharaonic. A Cossack soon found its way into the Tatar, Polish and Russian languages. By the 15th century, bands of Tatar Cossacks, organized on Mongol principles, groups of 10, forming the base unit, were roaming and raiding, still nicely put, in the Russian principalities, Lithuania, Poland, and even Tatar Khanates. Soon their numbers grew to the point, where they were braving direct confrontations with organized forces. Why did they grow? Why? They robbed children, Finns and Austrian children and Slavic, and then raised their children as mixed children as Mongols. So there's a lot more. It's quite long. I'll let you find it yourself. It's probably a lot more. But now let's see what the AI says about it, about the Cossacks. The AI Cossacks, if you want. So AI is quite good, as long as they're not going to use it for total control, which they do. So I'll read it for you. While Cossacks are traditionally associated with Eastern Orthodox Christianity, Islamic Cossack figures or groups arose through interaction with Turkic, Tatar and Caucasian Muslim populations, or via state-run units. Notable examples include Muslim Tatars within Cossack ranks, the Persian Cossack Brigade in the 19th century, which was a Russian-trained unit in Iran, and various Siberian Ural Tatar groups. Mixed heritage. Key context regarding Cossacks and Islam. Early Cossack groups were formed from diverse peoples, including Tatar populations of Turkic origin. And here again, the Persian Cossack Brigade, formed in 1879 by Russian officers, nobility, to aid the Persian Cartel Dynasty. This unit was modeled on the Caucasus Cossack regiments, but composed of ethnic Caucasians and Iranians. Here's some more AI Cossacks. Cossacks emerged the 14th, 15th centuries in the Eurasian steppes as a multi-ethnic military class comprising Slavic peasants, adventurers, and Turkic Mongol nomads from the declining Golden Horde. You know, the Mongol Golden Horde of Genghis Khan and the descendants of his. While initially clashing with Mongol Tatar descendants, early Cossacks adopted nomadic egalitarian structures and in some cases incorporated Tatar lineages. The name Cossack comes from the Turkic Kazakh, meaning a free man or bandit or conqueror. Well, it's more bandit conqueror. They formed in the Wild East, a region previously controlled by the Mongol Golden Horde. The Cossack society was a mix, and here again about the military tactics. Okay, you can read it yourself. Military structure. Early Cossack bands were organized on Mongol principles using units of 10, similar to the decimal system used by Mr. Genghis Khan and his Crimean Khanate. And here, Cossacks on Wikipedia, not to be confused with Cossacks. Well, I'm not sure. I'll show you that later. It's the same name, you know. So anyway, this is very wrong what they say here. It starts wrong. The Cossacks are predominantly East Slavic, no. Eastern Orthodox Christian people, no. Originating, well, etc. Well, they're not Christian. And I told you, they are Mongols who are being led by the Muslim nobility, who are pharaohs. So it's pharaoh-led, pharaonically led, and the warrior part is and the pillaging, raping part is Mongol. And okay, they got some, as it says here, they got some Slavic and Finnish DNA because of rape, kidnapping the women and the girlies. So they're not Slavic at all. It's Mongol, Muslim, Pharaonic. Oh, there you go. There's nothing European on this, and this is where people make the error. Look, they look European, because it's the result of rape and kidnappings. And if you don't know the history, you're not going to understand what's happening today. You're not going to understand some stupid people from Western Europe and America who give their lives for that. You know? So don't do that. So here the etymology and the etymological dictionary traces the name to the Tatar Turkic word Kazakh, in which Cossack meant free man, but also conqueror. You see, a bandit and a conqueror. Forget about the free man. Anyway, everywhere they passed, the people were not free anymore. So what about this free man stuff? Eh? They didn't believe in free man stuff. They enchained people, they raped people, nothing free about it. So it's just conqueror and bandits. And Cossack is from the same Turkic roots. So you can read the rest yourselves. And again, as always, it's a very long story here. You can find it yourselves. A typical Cossack. So here in these things here, it looks like Cuban cigars or something. There was a gunpowder in it. There is a country that has the word Cossack in its name, like of the original Turk word Kazakh, and that is Kazakhstan, where indeed 70% of its population are Muslims who ethnically derive from the Mongols and their Golden Horde, have huge pyramids next to a mosque with the Horus falcon all over, and therefore fulfill all the characteristics of the Cossacks, as I mentioned before, that Cossacks are Mongols, led by the Muslim nobility of pharaonic origin. And this Egyptian pyramid stands in the capital of Kazakhstan by the name of Astana, which reminds us all rather of its anagram Satana. So here you see the Astana in Kazakhstan, and here is it stands square and compass, because the triangle is the concept of three, with three corners and three sides, and there are four of them, which is the concept of four for the square, which is the downside of the pyramid. Also, yeah, and so here you can see that well. And so in a square, there are 4 times 90 degrees, like 4 squares in the square here, on the downside. It says square and compass. That's why it's the concept of 4. And the concept of 4 stands for the people, as you can see very well here, where the grass is, where the animals graze. And that's why the concept of 4 stands for the people, and the concept of 3 stands for them, because this is the hierarchy, like this, and on the top is like Pharaoh. And here in the other picture from above, you can see the falcon here, and this of course is also a falcon in a hexagram. And it's just like in Washington, D.C., with the obelisk on one side, and the other side is like the White House. Or in Paris, I already showed it to you, one side is the obelisk, and the other side is the other thing there. And where on November the 11th, the president, he rides like from the obelisk, like doing a voyage through time and going all the way to that symbol of the French Republic. And there is in a pyramid, pyramid, there's the word Ra in it. And Horus is sometimes represented as the sun god Ra, here in blue, as he is in the sky, you see. So it sort of signifies, you know, like Horus, his soul probably is getting born in the pyramid. You know. So this Muslim nobility leading the Mongols here they are definitely of pharaonic origin. You know, it's all there. And here in the other picture, here you see the word Kazakh, the original form of the word Cossack. Well, this is English, of course. And interestingly, the mosque stands next to a pyramid. So I guess the guys here, they never read the Quran, because the pharaohs in the Quran are the baddies, so they could never stand next to each other, you know. So, and I wonder if the people in Kazakhstan, the Golden Horde, if they are circumcised or not. I wonder if there are at all Mongols who are circumcised, you know, wielding their big swords and, you know, cut it off, like, you know, on horseback, and do the horse as well at the same time. Now here we can read about Kazakhstan. Is exactly the same, the original way of Cossack, Kazakh, Turkish for conqueror or bandit. So these are bandits. The capital is Astana. Oh, they don't show the pyramid this time. Oh, looks nice though. And here they got in their flag the sun, Amun-Ra, and the falcon, of course. Well, it's not standing, it could be an eagle, but, you know, next to the sun, it's always the falcon. You know, for Ra. And here you can read about the Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan, the Golden Horde, you know, the whole thing, the Kazakh Khanate, just like the Crimean Khanate, all the things I just told you before. Here the etymology. Yeah, the word Kazakh derives from a Turkish root meaning, well, they took some nice words, wanderer. No, it's conqueror. And looks nice. Yeah, you know, it's probably the government made the website here. It's conqueror and bandit. And here too, you know, you see here Mirza Mohammed Haider Duglat, or Muslim stuff here. Kashmir, the Prince of Kashmir. Oh, and here I can show you, well, I just do it quickly because here somewhere, where was it? Yeah, religion. According to 2021, 70% of the population is Muslims and 2% atheists. But as Mongols are, they're all shamanists, actually. So Kazakhstan. Here you see how the Cossacks made a Caesar-like bust of Caesar for their master Putin, just as S.T.U.P.O has a Caesar bust in his home in Florida. What a world, eh? You want to take orders for this here? You know. Look, he even got the double-headed falcon on his chest here. You know, like Caesar. You see, these are Cossacks, yeah, with the hats, the funny hats. And the Austrian flag here on there in the middle. And the cigar holders. And this is in Mar-a-Lago, in Donnie's, in S.T.U.P.O's home. Another Caesar here. And the Caesar looks very much like Putin, I must say. So, I mean, who wants to listen to this bunch here, really? So, I don't see what these Cossacks are still doing in Europe. Terrorizing Russians in Moscow, killing people in the Ukraine. or spreading disinformation about the English in Lienz, Austria, as they have this absolutely huge place where they all originate from eventually by the name of Kazakhstan, the Stan of the Cossacks, the Stan of the Cossacks. Neither do I see what this Cossack is still doing in Australia, since he longs for Russia and adores his big hero, Putin. Well, you can all see this Australian Cossack here looks very much Mongolian and most likely has the original Genghis Khan DNA, as officially there are no less than 25 million people in the world who have the original DNA of Genghis Khan himself, mostly through Mongol rape and kidnappings of women and children. Think of today's 100,000 Ukrainian children that have been kidnapped by the Ruskies, or should I say, kidnapped by the Ruski Khanate. Now, today, Cossacks fight on both sides of the Ukraine war, and Russia says that only Russian Cossacks are real Cossacks and only Russian Cossacks are the good ones. While on the other side, Ukrainians say the very same, but inversed version, that only Ukrainian Cossacks are real Cossacks and that Ruski Cossacks are fake Cossacks, as this Ukrainian propaganda agent makes you believe. Let me tell you, people, that both Cossack categories laugh about this, as a Cossack will never fire on another Cossack, no matter what his nationality is. We're deliberately being fooled by both the Russian and Ukrainian propaganda that basically evolves out of the Cossack Islamic taqiyya. If you're aware about the historical background, how Cossacks are led by Pharaoh's Muslim nobility. Here you can see the Persian Cossack brigade 100 years ago, and still being used by the actual regime in Iran to terrorize the locals. Also being the main reason that Russia and Iran are in this inglorious alliance against humanity. Cossacks are an international brotherhood who will never fight each other and make intensive use of the taqiyya to fool the dumb Western slaves and their equally degenerated Western leaders. So here you can see them in 1901 in Iran, Cossacks. Quite a lot as well. It says the Persian Cossack Brigade of the fraternity of the International Cossack Brotherhood. They are very much internationally organized. They got a lot of associations and orgs, so no way that Russian Cossacks will fight against Ukrainian Cossacks, nor the other way around. No way. Wakey, wakey, people. We're being fooled. So here you can see the website, the Persian Cossack Brigade. Here's the same picture as before. And, well, you can look it up yourselves. It's too long to show it all here. But, you know, what's important to understand, I'll show you some more pictures here. What's important to understand is that why would Iranians today murder thousands of other Iranians? And why would Muslims at all murder other Muslims? Well, here you got your reason. And the same thing is happening in Russia and the Ukraine. For the very same reason, what you can see here. And these Mongols are being used by Pharaoh's nobility, who can be Christian, who can be Muslim, who can be jaywalkers or whatever. And why does the Iranian regime so much attack the JJ base of the jaywalkers in the Middle East? Well, because these blokes here, as I've shown you before, have always been doing pogroms in Eastern Europe against the jaywalkers. So they just continue what they've always been doing. It's so simple. You just need to know history to understand it all. If you want to understand the Iran situation, the Ukraine or Russia situation, you have to understand history, what I'm teaching here. And otherwise, on the tube here, you will never find information like this. On the Cossacks, you will only find romantic information that they are perfect warriors, that they are nice dancers, they got these great uniforms and parades and whatever. They will never tell you how they've been raping and slashing their way around through history. Nobody will tell you this. Nobody. You know, here, this is the reason. I mean, what have the Mongols always been doing, eh? Look at history. Genghis Khan, they were even in Paris, everywhere. And remember this video here about the Swiss Mongol skull form called brachycephalic, nowhere else found in Western Europe, but highly concentrated in Swaziland. The Swiss are very afraid of this academic approach on the cephalometry concerning the Swiss Mongol heads, after which they arrested me a week later, tortured me the next 3 months after by oxygen deprivation, and wanted to keep me in prison for the next year and 2 months, only for this video. I made the video on July 5th, 2015. And a week later, on July 16th, 2015, they arrested me with cops literally everywhere. My 3-year-old daughter crying, my 12-year-old son traumatized, my wife terrorized, and me shackled and off to a high-security prison where I lost over 30 kilos in 3 months. So here's part 2 of that video, Swissy. Your criminal behavior will not beat academic proofs of who you really are and where you really come from. So here, from the video I made 11 years ago, and after which I almost immediately had to leave Swaziland for good. I've been away for 11 years now. I had to leave my family 11 years ago, and we're all suffering because of the endless Swiss terror. So here you can see this skull form is called, it says, brachycephalic. Cephalic, it means the cranial form. And this is a Mongol head form. They got really huge, broad heads, just like the head of that Australian Cossack. Just have a look at the picture again, and then you will find this. And this is predominant in Swaziland here. And this is the European skull form everywhere else found in Europe except Swaziland, where there's this. And there's a map, a cranial map in this video. And this is called dolichocephalic, the long, so-called long skulls. And so here's the title. Yeah, the Swiss have Khazarian brachycephalic craniometry, cephalometry from Central Asia, Mongolia. It's on my channel, Gatsefrats. And there are 60,000 views with, well, almost 600 comments. So here's some more. There's some links here, if they still exist. So I made it July 5th, 2015. A week later, on July 16th, they arrested me again. Another humiliation, more terror. Well, I'll just explain it to you. It's in my other videos, the proofs, why they arrested me. You know, it's because of my videos. They don't like this. They don't like academic proofs. You know, they like, you know, popular things like Swaziland is clean and neutral, you know. All the other videos on Swaziland, just as on the Cossacks, it's only a romantic view. Only here you get some academic proofs, you know, because that's how I was taught, you know, university and all that. So you see here, there are 600 comments. So I want to ask you guys and girlies, please answer these comments and tell them that I've got a new channel where, like this video now, part 2 is on it, and that I'm still alive, because since I don't know, 8 years, YouTube is blocking my channel. Probably, most likely, under pressure of the Swissies and the brachycephalic cephalometry. So in this picture here, you see the swastika, the Nazi stuff, which is actually here the circle stands for the compass, and there's a lot of squares in it all over 90 degrees. So it does say square and compass together with the skull, you know, which is very Freemasonry. Here again, the swastika, and here you see the crescent moon of Islam. And of course, everywhere the Cossack hats working for the Nazis, and this picture was allegedly taken in Yugoslavia. So we should consider now that we know more, if all those crimes against the Yugoslav people, actually, if they were really committed by Germans, you know. And here you see I call them, I think it's funny to call them cigar holders, you know. It's like a sort of irrespectable way of putting it, you know. I don't respect rapists, you know. So as the Germans wouldn't let the Cossacks fight against the Red Army, logically, the Germans in World War II had them fight in Yugoslavia, where the Cossacks in German uniforms terrorized the local population, raped Yugoslav women, and organized spontaneous executions on civilians. Just a nasty bunch, in my personal alleged opinion, and who are historically known to have committed one crime against humanity after another, in spite of the romantic propaganda of sword-wielding warriors on horseback in fancy uniforms, pretending to be Christians, just as their current-day master, Mad Vlad Liliputin. So here you see them, sword-wielding, look at them, how brave they are, one unarmed man. And this is also, just like the picture before, allegedly in Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia, because this is where the Nazis put them to war, as they couldn't fight the Red Army, because the reason, because there were also Cossacks in the Red Army, and Cossacks, as I told you before, they don't fight each other. So this is the only reason for which the Nazis, they put them in former Yugoslavia, even butchering other Muslims like Bosnians and also other so-called Slavic people like Serbs and Croatians. Look, even these are probably Germans. Anyway, it's a German uniform, but okay, they also had German uniforms here. Even taking pictures, Lovely, isn't it? Take a picture, like a holiday picture in Yugoslavia, on the Adriatic, So here, the man, he already is quite brave, but what can you do? Just get it over with, Look at the brave Cossack, against, I can't see this. And here he just stabs him. There's another one lying here. Another one in the dust. You see part of the saber. It's a round saber, so the tip is a bit higher than the rest here. It's blooded, it's red here. And I even missed the heart, which is like apparently on the other side, isn't it? So what a brave warrior, This is what Cossacks always done, just like their Mongol the ancestors, it's the Golden Horde. They haven't changed. And you can see the same thing happening in Iran nowadays, butchering those poor Persians already are under the Islamic domination through the Arabic invasion 1400 years ago. So I hope they get liberated soon. I don't think Iranians are bad. The general, most of them, they're not bad. They're occupied, and the danger is that it might happen in Europe as well. Just as I've shown you in my video, Goldstein made Philistine. I can't say the real words. So you can see those formidable Cossacks, warriors, in the whole romantic, just, what they're doing. You can see them in action here in Yugoslavia. So here you can see the enlarged frame here. Most likely Germans here and here as well. They're watching it all, the Cossack bravery, And here is the end of the Yugoslav here. They're all taking pictures of it, like on a holiday on the Adriatic. So my Yugoslav brothers, I have some very good Yugoslavs watching my videos. I met some of them. I hope you can show this video around and spread this information, because I think it's very important for you. Also considering the near future and Mad Vlad, and all what's going to happen and what's happening. Because there's always a war in a war. And these are the ones we want to get, eh? And these ones do a war within a war. These ones do the war, this and this. This is a war within the war. You see what I mean? So I'm sorry for the Yugoslav guy here. He is waiting quite bravely, and here the Cossack ended his earthly existence. Better luck next time, I'd say, eh? The hetman of the Cossack hordes in Nazi uniforms was the German nobleman, Hetman General Major Helmut von Pannwitz, whom you can see here in the picture. So here he is, Helmut von Pannwitz. So in Germany, everything in the name with von, it means from. Pannwitz is probably a town, or that means his royal house or noble house ruled over the region of Pannwitz. So it means from Pannwitz, a nobleman, vertical. Yeah. You see here, he got the black Teutonic cross around his neck. And here is a Cossack general also. You see here with the Cuban cigars there. And look at the skull forms, you know. The Germans, you know, they got this narrow heads, or you call them long heads. This one too, here too. And look at the Cossack. So this was dolichocephalic. This here is brachycephalic. It's a broad head. You can see the difference here. So very Mongol stuff. And here the name Hetman, well, you would say it sounds like German, or there's the name Headman in it. But in German it would be with a double N. And actually it's a name for the Cossacks of their Führer, sort of, you know, the one leading it all, like in a military unit. For me, it sounds like a hitman, you know, like in a Hollywood movie, you know. So he was the hitman, but he wasn't really the hitman, which I explain to you in a moment. You know, these were the hitman, but they gave him the name, so nobody thinks of them here, probably. You know what I mean? So. And he was the general hitman of the SS Cossacks. So there were actually 2 divisions of SS Cossacks. Can you believe it? I mean, you imagine Mad Vlad hearing this, that there were 2 SS Cossack divisions in the Nazi army. He's probably never going to talk about that. So, and we can see here the very same Cossacks fighting for the German vertical rule nobility, just as Cossacks fought for the Russian Tsarist vertical rule, because of which we had 2 world wars as a result of the nobility's internal struggle in between the vertical rule and the horizontal rule, which I explain amongst other videos in this video here, which I made 2 years ago. It's called The French Aggressor of the OWO. And also in this video, I explain that there is another video here, like this one about Agent Adolf, which is announced in that video, and also other videos where I explain this, how that works for the newcomers to understand why we had 2 world wars and a third. Well, the third one had been announced today by the Russians. So today it's Monday, March 30th. It has been announced that World War III has officially started. Well, I mean, they already announced it about 100 times. So So it's on the same channel. Before it was on the other channel, Gatsefrats, now it's here. So if you see the general von Pannwitz, the nobility, you must understand and watch this video to understand that von Pannwitz, he was a vertical rule general hetman SS Cossack. So we've got here vertical rule Cossacks in Nazi uniforms and led by the German nobility, fighting against the initially horizontal rule Red Army that later became a vertical rule inside the horizontal rule. Similar to Caesar using the Roman horizontal republic and Senate to transform Rome into a vertical rule empire dictatorship, with Caesar himself as the emperor. You see, and this is why they got the reason why they got a bust of Caesar, because Putin, he did the exact same thing as Caesar did. Russia was becoming a horizontal ruled republic democracy, and he turned it into a vertical rule dictatorship, just as Stalin did after the revolution. And here's S.T.U.P.O here, as he has this another Caesar here in his home. He's doing the same thing. He doesn't listen anymore to the Senate and the Congress, the horizontal American republic. He just decides himself, like a king. That's why we have protests in the streets of America, like the No King protests, because this is what's happening. And this is very much related to, say, Caesar. And these guys know it. Both Putin and S.T.U.P.O. They know perfectly well what they're doing. And it's happening, people. Be aware. So, in short, the Cossacks are Pharaoh Caesar's Praetorian guards, murdering the Russians for the Tsars, and murdering Slavic civilians in Nazi uniforms under their hetman von Pannwitz of the German nobility, and now beating up Russian civilians for Tsar Vlad and killing Ukrainians in the Ukraine war. So here it says the Praetorian Guard, just like the capital in my country, South Africa, Pretoria. That's where it comes from. And just before I said Pharaoh Caesar, you might think, Pharaoh Caesar, was he a pharaoh? Yes. Officially, he's on the list of pharaohs, as many more Roman emperors are. And Caesar became pharaoh through his marriage with Cleopatra. So he's on the list of pharaohs. Similar to Caesar's Praetorian Guard, Cossacks are Pharaoh's Chardon, killing Europeans for Pharaoh's nobility, just like the Swiss guards everywhere, fighting and protecting for kings and popes, where they had Swiss guards defending most royal courts in Europe. So here it says Pharaoh's Chardon, like the Shard in London, the big tower. And you see here the word, the Sar or Shar, meaning Pharaoh or king. So it's actually Sardon, on for Osiris. So they are the special protective guards of Pharaoh, and also doing other things like murdering people. So in this respect, for Putin, the Cossacks are doing the same thing, which they also did for the German nobility during World War II. And the Swiss guards are the same thing for the Pope and kings. Adolf had, of course, his Schutzstaffel, the SS, and his personal SS, murdering people all over Europe, and his personal guards of the SS. And if we look at what's going on now with Stupo, Donnie Stupo, trying to be the king or already being the king, neglecting parliament and the Senate and everything, the horizontal rule, we might assume that the president's secret service are very much comparable to the Vladimir's Cossacks. In every era of history, we can see this group of men who are not really warriors. They're more like before the hitman, who murder and slash for the powerful and also protect the powerful. Like history is always repeating itself in each and every aspect. So here we can read about the 15th SS Cossack Cavalry Corps. So cavalry, remember the guy who was stabbed, the unarmed civilian in Yugoslavia, stabbed by one of these Cossacks on a horse. And so there was also the 1st Cossack Cavalry Division. They started with that. And later on, it became the 15th SS. So they joined the SS, because they were good at genociding people, and everyone who was good at genociding, you get to the SS. And there was also the 2nd Cossack Cavalry Divisions. If I look at this. The logo of their coat of arms here. It looks very Arabic, with the Arabic swords, very Islamic. And now in the new age of internet, if you see this, you would say, okay, this is a microphone. Here are the Arabic swords. This is for the core for the Islamic State propaganda, sort of. That's what it looks like, doesn't it? Like a yellow microphone, not a yellow submarine. You got a yellow. Well, they behave a bit like a yellow submarine, don't they? So. Yeah, this is what I told you. During the Russian Civil War, the Cossack leaders and the governments generally sided with the white government, against the communists. And I'll show you this picture here. Here are the Cossacks standing, and next to looks like a swastika with a German officer here. They're all Cossacks. Aren't they happy? Murdering people in Europe. And they look so European, But there's even more. The 1st Don Cossack Cavalry Regiment, the 2nd Siberian Cossack Regiment. Oh, they were all in the first one. Even in the Luftwaffe. So let's have a look at the 1st Cossack Cavalry Division here. There we are. It says the 1st Cossack Cavalry Division. Of course, the same logo, the same badge, because they went over into the 15th SS. And Yeah. Here's about the anti-partisan operations. And the Cossacks felt closer to the Serbian minority than they did to the Croatian people. Well, they killed the Serbs anyway, felt closer to them, like, you're my friend, I kill you for nothing. And besides raping women, killing people, and plundering and burning towns suspected of harboring partisans and the supporter, the division used telegraph poles along the railroad tracks for mass hangings as a warning to the partisans and others. Although the behavior of the Cossacks was not as ruthless, well, it sounds quite ruthless to me. And so in Croatia, the division quickly established a reputation for undisciplined and ruthless behavior, not only towards the partisans, but also the civilian population, prompting Croatian authorities to complain to the Germans and finally to Adolf himself. And besides raping women, well, I just told you this, so even the Croatians, they did quite a lot of killing, raping, and murdering themselves. Even they couldn't stand it. So that means a lot. So here you see the commanders. There's a lot of von: Helmut von Pannwitz, Hans Joachim von Schulz, another aristocrat, Colonel von Baath, like the Baath Party in Iraq, probably. They were together with the Nazis. It's a fascist organization, the Baath Party. Alexander von Busse, this one probably too, Wagner. Well, we know that name. It's also connected to the Ruskies. And finally, there is the 2nd Cossack Cavalry Division. So then we got them all. So there was quite a lot. So the Nazis, they gave him, all the opportunity to continue to murder and rape. Yes. Another nobility, Hans Joachim von Schulz. Everything with von is of the nobility. It's not like in in Flanders, where they also have a lot of von. It doesn't mean anything. And the Cossacks. And where is he? The commander, Helmut. Where are you, Helmut? Okay, now I'll show you Helmut von Pannwitz. So here we can read about Helmut von Pannwitz. Here we can read it. Pannwitz was born into a family of Prussian nobility on his father's estate, etc. And he was a SS Gruppenführer, a general of the Waffen-SS, and a Feldataman, which is again another word for these Cossacks, of the 15th SS Cossack Cavalry Corps. I'll show that in a minute. And you see that it looks very much with the cross swords, the round swords. It looks very Islamic, and it was, in fact. So there's some more things I definitely need to show you. That, in fact, there were more Cossack divisions. yeah, like here. There was also the 1st Cossack Division. I don't know how many there were. So this is very important here. I'll read it for you. Panwitz was instrumental in establishing a Cossack force, the Cossack Cavalry Brigade, which was formed on April 21st, 1943, and soon merged into the 1st Cossack Cavalry Division. Oh my, what happened? Okay. Under his command, the unit, I'm here. The unit conducted anti-partisan operations in Ukraine and Belarus, and was then moved to fight against Yugoslav partisans. That's what I told you. During punitive operations in Serbia and Croatia, the Cossack regiment under Panwitz's command committed a number of atrocities against the civilian population, including several mass rapes and routine summary executions. Even for von Panwitz, these atrocities exceeded what he perceived as normal. So you see, a German didn't accept this. So probably, maybe all the atrocities committed in former Yugoslavia against the Serbs and the Croatians, they were done by the Cossacks, who even spoke Russian. So, you know, whenever I hear the Serbs say, well, the Russians, they are our brothers, they speak the same language, I say, forget about it. Don't you know history? Have you forgotten what happened? Are you blind or whatever? You know? So, moreover, in his eyes, of von Panwitz, they threatened discipline and military success. Therefore, he issued an order dated October 20th, 1943, according to which crimes of that kind would result in the death penalty. So he wanted to give a death penalty for every Cossack who continued to rape and do these atrocities in executing Serbs and Croatians and Croats. At the ceremony in Berlin, in which Panwitz received the oak leaves for his Knight's Cross on January 15, 1943, he told Adolf that the official Nazi policies, which caused Slavs to be regarded as subhumans, Untermenschen, for strategic reasons, were totally wrong. So he wasn't such a bad guy, I think. He was just, he didn't approve of raping and all the atrocities and the racism towards the Yugoslavs and the Slavs in general. So, and therefore, the aftermath here. Well, first, the Panwitz surrendered on May 11th, 1945, to British 8th Army vehicle near Völkermarkt in Carinthia, Austria. And this is where the famous thing in Lienz of the Cossacks on June the 1st. It was obvious that the Cossacks would be handed over to the Soviet Union, which is correct, for all the crimes they did, And on June the 1st, the Cossacks in Lienz, well, they don't say a word about this. All the atrocities they did in Yugoslavia and the Ukraine, raping and executions, torturing people, with which even the Germans and even the SS generals, they didn't agree with it, But of course, in Lienz, they just portray themselves as nice dudes and, oh, we all cry, we are victims of this horrible English and all that. We never did anything wrong, So it's horrible, So this is interesting. This is what I wanted to tell you. Attempted rehabilitation of von Panwitz almost 50 years later on April 23rd, 1996. During the Russian presidency of Boris Yeltsin, the alcoholic, Members of the Panwitz family petitioned for a posthumous reversal of the 1946 conviction. The English, they gave him to the Soviets and they executed him, right? It's somewhere in the text. And the military high prosecutor in Moscow subsequently determined that Panwitz was eligible for rehabilitation as a victim of Stalin-era repression. On June 28, 2001, however, at the meantime, it was Lily Putin with his Cossack friends. Yeah. However, rehabilitation was reversed in a ruling that disputed jurisdiction of the 1996 proceedings, and Panwitz's conviction for military crimes were reinstated. So I think I might agree with the von Panwitz family. And maybe a member of, some members of the German high aristocracy, they wrote me a few years back. And the name starts with a K. I just keep discretion here, discretion, von K. And some others who contacted me. So maybe you can give this information, please, to the von Panwitz family, that I might agree with what they did to have him, the rehabilitation of Helmut von Panwitz, because he did try to stop the atrocities of the Cossacks, the rapes, the executions, and everything. But he wasn't able to do it. Why? I don't know. I guess he was just alone, against all these hitmen, murderers, with this Mongol tradition of genociding everyone. So I suppose even von Panwitz even tried to protect the jaywalkers at the same time, possibly, most likely. This guy von Panwitz, he did not agree, that's quite sure. Maybe he could have done more, but at least he talked to Adolf, and that was already a dangerous thing to do. So let's say he rescued his own life for protecting the people in former Yugoslavia. Let's put it that way, because you don't address a thing like this with Adolf, except, especially in the end times of the Second World War, you don't address a thing like this just like that to Adolf, right? He executed more generals only for talking about certain things. So, what can you do, eh? So again, my Yugoslav brothers and a few Serbs and Croats and Bosnians as well, also Slovenians who contacted me, please bear in mind that in spite of the Nazi uniform of Germany, that even the German generals, they couldn't see the atrocities the Cossacks were doing on the Yugoslav population. So it might be very much possible that all the atrocities happened in Jasenovac, where, of course, the Cossacks were involved, and also, of course, the Albanian SS and the Muslim SS, and it's quite complicated. But it's important to know that that there were Germans like this general who tried to do something against it. But how do you stop an avalanche? And in due respect, he was executed anyway. So I think he should have risked his life a little bit more to stop it. Really be hard to stop the atrocities. Because anyway, he lost his life anyway, a couple of years later. So But again, you know, a soldier is not a warrior. A warrior would have, if this general would have been a warrior, he would have risked his own life to stop the atrocities and the rapes, because a warrior protects women and children and defenseless men. A soldier not. A soldier execute orders. So maybe you remember my text I did about it. I'll show it again to you right now. So here it is, a warrior versus soldier on my channel Gatsefrats. You see, it's 13 years ago. And I'll read you this text here. Most of it you can't read it here now, but if you search for this video, you find it. Although if you just punch warrior versus soldier, you will not find it, you know, because I'm a shadow banned. They will never show my videos. Instead of this, they will show you a lot of nonsense videos, you know. So you have to go first in my channel, and then just like here, find this thing here, put warrior versus soldier, and then it pops up. So I'll read it for you here. Mothers, raise your children as warriors, so the pharaohs can't snatch them and make soldiers out of them. So von Panwitz, you know, they made a soldier out of him, and he was never a warrior, because Pharaoh, in spite of the fact he was part of the pharaohs, but probably the higher pharaohs or his total group, you know, they would never take a warrior and make him general, because a warrior would be insubordinate. Insubordination, that means he's not obeying orders. You know, so they need soldiers who obey orders, you know, just execute anything, you know. And sometimes they have a bad conscience, just as von Panwitz. He didn't like it, you know. So I don't think he was a bad person, only he was not warrior enough to stop the atrocities and the rape, because only a warrior can do that. A soldier can't, never. Whereas the Swiss mercs and the Swiss guards with their brachycephalic skull forms were in Western Europe and protecting and murdering for Pharaoh's nobility in the West. In this respect, the Cossacks are like the Swiss mercenaries and various Swiss guards of the East, defending the Tsar's royal court and even the Chinese emperor of the Qing dynasty in the 17th century, which you can see here. So here you can see all the Chinese characters, and here as well on the boxes. And all of a sudden, probably a lot of Chinese girls getting raped and got disappeared and all that. The moment the Cossacks come, you know, that happens, eh? And here as well, you see this typical Chinese longsword, you know, like a pike. It's like a mix between a pike and a sword. Now you can read it. You know, they were called the Oros Nero, and apparently Oros, it means Rus, no, it means Russia. In Manchu Chinese, literally the Russian Nehru, whatever Nehru means, was a military unit of Qing dynasty of China. It consisted of Russian Cossacks, also known as Albazinians. Oh, they were everywhere. Just like the Swiss mercs in Europe, the Cossacks were doing the same thing in the East, and all working for Pharaoh's nobility, you know, like terrorizing the local population. So, well, you can read it yourselves. There's more here. So, just look for this here, Oros Nero, and you can find the website yourselves. So here it says World Economic Forum. You all know what it means and where they are. It's the WEF. It's founded by the Swiss Klaus Schwab, where in Davos, Swaziland, all the powerful, the most powerful people on the planet, here's the planet, they come together here. So the WEF, you know, it's on the earth here, the entire globe, meaning they control the entire world. So this is why, and then, you know, just cynically they wrote here, welcome, very cynically. So because of this here, the WEF on our earth, this is controlling the earth, you know, so this is why I wrote down here the world government Swaziland, which I already told you. Swissies and Cossacks always at the side of Pharaoh, the powerful, working for the world government and against the people. Therefore, it's no wonder that Tsar Lily Putin, who basically has been ruling Russia since the year 2000, being off and on either prime minister or president, that Tsar Lily Putin initiated state subvention for the Cossacks in 2007, and in 2009 founded the Russian Council for Cossack Affairs, as he was going to use the Cossacks as thug squads to beat up the Russian people, as Pharaoh's nobility has always used other ethnic minorities to keep down the people to be controlled. Like, for instance, the Arab minority holding down the Iranian people, also by using the Cossacks, among others. The Norman minority holding down the Saxons, and of course ordered by the nobility, like in Ceylon, now Sri Lanka. The British Empire imported the Tamils to control the indigenous Sinhalese, like giving power to the Sikhs to control India's Hindu population, like royal houses of Europe giving power to the Swiss guards to control the Europeans, or in this case Russia giving power to the Cossacks in order to keep the Russian people down. Just as very soon from now, Pharaoh will use the Muslim minority to keep the Europeans down. So I've given you plenty of proofs here how Pharaoh, the ones in power, they always use a minority to keep an entire people down. They use the Cossacks, they use the Swiss Guard, the British Empire did it everywhere, and in Ceylon they used the Tamils. They imported them to keep down the Sinhalese, the Norman minority. They kept down very large people, the Saxons. And actually the Saxons, they never had any kings, you know. So Pharaoh needs to give him a king to rule over them, you know. The Saxons are probably the last very free people of Europe, and they were smashed by Karl the Great in the 8th century, which I already shown you before. So history will always repeat itself. We saw it before. We have to know their techniques. I'm showing you their techniques. I gave you all the proofs here that they did it before. They're doing it in Russia, using the Cossack minority to keep a very large people down, Slavic, to keep a Slavic people down by these Mongols under Muslim nobility rule. And it works. It always works, you know, because as a people, as a single man, you're always standing against, you know, like 10 uniformed whatever, you know, this is how it works. So the only way out is to make peace with death, you know. Sacrifices need to be made. There's no other way. So in this video, I explained to you how etymologically the word Cossack is Turkish and means a runaway or a bandit or a conqueror, from the Turkish word ka-zak, where we can see the pharaonic ka for the living soul. And in spite of Pharaoh's hocus-pocus DNA bogus, saying that Cossacks are 100% Slavic, which is a lie, of course, in order to make the people accept them, so that most Russians think that it is okay, that some of their fellow Russians need to be beaten up to install order. Well, just use your brains. The word Cossack is Turkish. And why would Slavs like to beat up other Slavs? And why would Slavs massively rape other Slavs, as the Cossacks did in Yugoslavia in a German uniform? So the whole world could blame the Germans for it afterwards. I mean, this is a typical false flag operation. I mean, look at the flags and look at these guys. It's false, it doesn't fit. Well, the answer to my question is that they didn't. A homogeneous people wouldn't treat their own to such an extent. A minority full of hate for their host will be willing to do, and rape, torture, and genocide their host for Pharaoh. This is why Pharaoh's nobility will always delegate some minority to do the dirty work, including, of course, the pinkless killer minority to the left, with the right-hand side minority speaking for itself. Here, on the official website of the President of Russia, you can see how Pharaoh's nobility instrumentalizes a minority against the Russian and Slavic population by literally breastfeeding the Cossack minority through the Presidential Council for Cossack Affairs, which you can see here. So here it says, a meeting of the Presidential Council for Cossack Affairs. So you see, this is important. It says the Presidential Council. It's not the Parliamentary Council by the Duma, no, or by the people. No, it's by the President, you know. The Tsar, he's taking the decisions himself. That's why it's a Presidential Council for the Cossack Affairs. So here, you know, they're standing here, the Cossacks. So if you want to see some more pictures, you know, there they all are. It's quite official, you know, and they finance them, the Cossacks. Yeah, look, so-called Christians. And here again with the flame for probably the poor Cossack victims of the English and Lienz, you know. So I punched this here in the AI, and I don't remember everything what it was. Only here it says Cossack. You can see the K and the A here, Cossack, the Cossacks, yeah. And here, this word, it says subvention. Yeah, this is an S subvention. And here's the entire text, which I'll show you the translation in a moment. And so this is what I wanted to tell you, you know. They're giving subvention to the Cossacks. Just as in the West, you know, they're giving social welfare to the Muslim minority, you know, especially when they're new, you know, they have to install themselves and settle themselves, and they get all the help from the government, you know, so they can be used later on, you see. So here's just the blue part of that text that I pasted. I put it in the Google thing here. Here's in French, détecter la langue, en russe, vers l'anglais. And here's the English text, so I'll read it for you. Subsidies for Cossack societies in Russia are provided as part of state support aimed at attracting Cossacks to public service, maintaining public order, environmental safety and patriotic education of the youth. Council under the President of the Russian Federation for Cossack Affairs. Council under the President of the, well again, key aspects of subsidies and support for the Cossacks. Funding. Cossack troops receive state funds through specialized programs and federal projects. Funding for the All-Russian Cossack Society from the federal budget was more than doubled in 2025. Regional support subsidies are provided not only at the federal but also at the regional level. Examples include the Rostov region state program, support for Cossack societies of the Rostov region, and the allocation of funds from the regional budget to the Yenisei Cossack host over 45 million rubles in 2024-25. So you see, they're getting financed because Pharaoh's nobility, they have a project for them. You know, they have to keep them alive, do breastfeeding them. Same thing as what's happening in the West, people. And it says here they're being attracted. Yeah, support aimed at attracting Cossacks. They're attracting them. Just as in the West, they're being attracted, yeah, by the enemy within, which is Pharaoh's nobility. And then they're going to use them against us. And it already happened in Israel. It's happening again. You know? So who's the biggest enemy? The enemy within, or the manipulated minority? Which was first, the egg or the chicken? You know. And here are some more indications about how the Russian pharaohs are using the Cossacks in this movement. Yeah, they talk about the Cossack movement. You know, they're blowing it up. You know, that they are financing it and using it against several peoples. You know. It says they talk about the Great Circle. Wow. So you can read it yourself. You know, all in spite of the fact that most of the Cossacks, you know, they were in Nazi uniforms. You know, that people can't see this. You know, it's unbelievable. I'll let you read it yourself if you want to. You know, just to get an impression, you know, what's moving. And how Lienz in Austria is connected to it, where, you know, where Putin went dancing. probably the original waltz. So this is here even by the Kremlin here. So this is not the Russian presidency, but the Kremlin, so the Duma, the parliament. And here, look, representative of the Cossack movement gathered in Spain. Look at that. Well, why Spain? You know, because a big chunk of the Russian mafia, they're in Spain. I even met them. I stayed, a few days there or a week, I don't remember. And this is the reason why Spain doesn't want to let the US army now, because of the Iran war, they won't let the Americans use the Spanish bases. I mean, there are American bases in Spain, and the Spanish won't let them use them, because of this here. Because of the Russian mafia in Spain and the Cossack movement in Spain. It's all related, this is the reason. And they're afraid, if they give the Americans to use Spanish land, to land airplanes and whatever, and drones, then it might have consequences through the Cossack community here in Spain and the Russian mob in Spain. So here we can also see, that the Cossacks are very much organized with the Russian mob. I mean, why would a Cossack move to Spain? Yeah. So I might have a look at this one here. Looks interesting. Is there a Cossack connection to the Swiss? Yes, of course. There always is. In 1799, the Swiss led a huge vertical rule Cossack army under the aristocrat General Suvorov past the Swiss Alps to fight against the horizontal rule Napoleon, where in 1814 the Cossacks had pushed the French all the way to the gates of Paris. So here you can. So the picture was taken in Swaziland in 2018, the same year as Lily Putin went dancing in Austria. Maybe maybe the same week. So here you see the Ruski flag, and here you see the Swiss flag with two Swiss soldiers here, and here two Ruski soldiers. Here you see all their uniforms. Here's Swiss general or whatever. This is in Russian letters, a big sword here, looks like a Roman sword. And this is one of the coat of arms of some canton in Swaziland. Maybe looks like the canton of Schwyz, maybe. So, and it says, in a Russian website, how the official website, how the Swiss were honoring the Russians on this day. I'll show it to you. So here it says, you see, this is the same picture here. It says here, gone but not forgotten. Switzerland honors fallen Russian soldiers from Napoleonic wars. So they're being honored in Swaziland. And so you can see that picture again. And if you look at if you punch in the text here, you can find the rest yourself of the text. And where a Swiss general, he says that the Russians saved Switzerland and they're so thankful for that. And which is a bit difficult to understand because the Russian army, and this time they were together with the Austrians, Habsburg, so in 1799, They were both vertical. It was the Tsar and it was the Habsburg dynasty, so vertical. Swaziland is horizontal since 1291. And Napoleon is, of course, a revolutionary, the French Revolution, also horizontal. So if Swaziland is horizontal, the French are horizontal, why needs Swaziland to be saved by the vertical Russians from the equally horizontal French? You must understand that it is, of course, the nobility talking. And, of course, the French horizontal revolutionaries, they saw that in 1799 that the vertical rule was getting stronger in Swaziland again. So Napoleon, he just took out the vertical rule and replaced it. So if they're saying here that Swaziland honors the Russian soldiers, you must see it like this, and that a Swiss general says that the Ruskies, they saved Swaziland. You must understand that this is the nobility talking, right? Very important to differentiate this. So here you can read about it, you can find it, punch it in yourselves and find it. Suvorov's Swiss campaign in 1799, and it was a Russo-Austrian troops altogether. And you must understand that this is just the internal war between the vertical and the horizontal rule of Pharaoh's nobility. It's always the same thing. So were there any Cossacks there? Yeah, Field Marshal Alexander Suvorov heavily relied on Cossacks for scouting, skirmishing and pursuit during his campaigns, including the 1799 Italian and Swiss campaigns. Known for speed and mobility, he used them to disrupt enemy lines, most notably in the Russo-Turkish wars and the suppression of uprisings against the people. Uprisings as against the people, suppression of the people. Cossacks were crucial to his tactics. And in the Swiss campaign, Suvorov led about 27,000 men, which included nearly 3,500 Cossacks, who proved vital for maneuvering in mountainous terrain. I guess a lot of women got raped in Swaziland around that time. Cossacks often formed a crucial part of his cavalry. They were instrumental in the storming, the Cossacks. And Suvorov utilized the irregular, fast-moving nature of Cossacks to mirror his own speed, quickness, and onslaught military philosophy. It's like the Blitz, eh? Maybe the Germans got it from there, the Blitz. The Blitzkrieg. So Cossacks were there. And they come every year in Swaziland, to celebrate it. Isn't that nice? So every year in Swaziland, they celebrate the Russian-Swiss alliance. So here you see the Swiss flag, Swiss mountains, and the Ruski army just marching ahead in Swaziland. No matter if there's a big war going on or not. So today I like statistics, and today in Swaziland the internet says there are 17,000 Russian nationals in Swaziland. There are 70,000 Russian speakers and 500 Russian oligarchs in Swaziland, who are mostly in Geneva. So they see, look at the Swiss military, they're saluting them, you know. It's nice to have some friends, eh? Who came and saved Swaziland. So here you can see it happens in Andermatt. This was in 2019. And here's a channel name. There are more channels, you know. If you punch that in the internet, you find a lot of videos showing it. It's a nice video though, nice music and all that, and nice, you know. Some nationalist stuff here. And here you can see the comments, quite a lot, but you know, they're a bit difficult to read, you know, if you understand what I mean. It's like Little Russia in Swaziland, eh? If you look at all the comments, look at that. So they celebrate the Suvorov and his Cossacks in Swaziland. And I suppose today, you know, it's a bit hidden, but you'll find a lot of Cossacks in Swaziland as well, you know, especially as the Russian president is using them for all sort of dark adventures. As mentioned, the Swiss celebrate the Russian soldiers, the Russian army, and the Russian Cossacks every year on September 24th in Andermatt, with the Suvorov cadets in Ruski uniforms come marching through the streets of neutral Swaziland, with absolutely no regard for the Russian war crimes and the Ruskies' expansionist dreams in the Ukraine. Well, as long as the money rolls and good deals with Tsar Putin can be done, eh, Swizzy? And today there are even Russian soldiers, as you can see here, who come and train alpine training in the Alps. It was in the Swiss magazine Le Temps. It's written T-E-M-P-S. So here you can read about it, the Swiss connection, enhancing Russia's mountain warfare capabilities, a groundbreaking agreement between Moscow and Bern, the capital of Swaziland, yeah, will boost Russian mountain warfare capabilities and has implication for security in the North Caucasus. The bilateral defense deal also plays a less well-publicized role in addressing shortcomings in the transformation of the Russian armed forces. So if you punch this in the internet, you can read the whole article. So this here is in Austria. Again, here we see the Cossacks. It's the Cossack World Fight Federation. Oh, isn't that lovely? And they are in a place in Austria called Haslach. Has, it means hate, actually, but it's with double S, but it's the same thing. And here, you know, it's all about fighting, and here the octagon. And so here you can see the address. Here's the address. Yeah. And I have no doubt that the Cossacks of Lienz in Tyrol, they are there as well. Maybe they have originated this thing here. They are behind it. Very possible. And I have no doubt that there will also be around Russian military recruiters, you know, for the young ones to take the next step. All indications lead to the conclusion that Ruski Unit 29155's forward base is situated around Mad Vlad Liliputin's beloved Cossacks in Lienz, Austria, about which while being there in 2025 on the ground, I gathered additional intel that YouTube won't allow me to present here on their censorship video platform. And the Ruski-Austrian Cossack-Nazi alliance goes even deeper. On May 28, 1945, when the notorious Lienz Cossacks surrendered to the English, in the very vicinity and around the same time, in 1945, a famous Austrian and officer in the Nazi army also surrendered. His name is the Secretary General of the United Nations, Kurt Waldheim. You can see his name here, who together with the Lienz Cossacks served in Yugoslavia, and around whom in the 1970s and the 1980s lots of scandals of his alleged war crimes in Yugoslavia emerged. He even became the president of Austria, and allegations appeared that he even worked for the KGB. I guess the Ruski-Austrian Cossack-Nazi alliance goes much deeper and has been going on for quite a while. Considering the fact that the Cossacks have been butchering and raping throughout history for the most brutal figures in history, like Tsars and aristocratic Nazi generals, it is more than likely that a quite substantial amount of the Ruski 29155 killer unit are in fact Cossacks.